It's the most wonderful time of the year, with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the happiest season of all, with those holiday greetings and gay happy meetings when friends come to call. It's the happiest season of all. There'll be parties for hosting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be parties for hosting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time, yes, the most wonderful time, oh, the most wonderful time of the year.
Good morning, race fans. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever you got going on. My name is Adam Thursby, and you are here for it. The 6 hours at Suzuka going today. I am so excited. It's so much fun to be back with Season 5 not going at Box 3 yet. I've been a little stir crazy wanting to go ahead and see if we can't, some coverage going. But Season 5 will be kicking off in the new year. Joining me today, Mr. Philip Milwee. You might know him as Whelp Cakes. The man, the myth, the legend himself. How are you, sir?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm having a great day. I'm on vacation as of yesterday, so I'm having myself a wonderful time.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I don't go back to work until January 3rd.
Oh man, that is a nice break.
Yeah. So
I'm jelly.
Oh, you should be. It's wonderful. But the only bad part is I did have to spend almost my entire first day off, and then again this morning plowing snow because we had a storm come through. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Well, I hope the rest of the vacation is relaxing with like little or no weather involved.
Oh, it's going to be relaxing, sir. Trust me. And I hope there's no weather as well. But I'm already seeing more out there on the forecast, so we'll see what's going to happen. But we're not here to talk about weather. We're here to talk about Suzuka. 6 hours coming up. We're just about to get qualification kicked off here. It's going to be a 30-minute qual session, which will be starting here in just a moment. Or I'm sorry, a 20-minute qualification session. Will be starting in just a moment. Now, explain to me, and Phil, I don't know if you know or not, I was in the driver's briefing, and apparently the way they're doing this is for the first 10 minutes, I believe it's the odd number cars go out, and then the second 10 minutes, the even number cars go out.
Yeah, they're just trying to do so because this is a kind of like an event sort of series rather than like normal leagues where you've got people from communities that are known quantities. They might have like really long qualifications and stuff like that to determine classifications and things like that. Okay. Rather than getting those classifications set and then using quali to split the field during the quali session based on classification, they're doing an even odd or an odd even sort of distribution to try and get drivers out so that there's space for people to do qualification, but at the same time too doing it in a fast, easy way without forcing people to put in like time doing like super polls or other weird sorts of things to determine where people classify.
Yeah. Yep. And that's good too, because we got 36 teams on track today. That's a lot of drivers, even for I think even for a track the length of Suzuka. That's a lot of drivers to try and hammer into the track all at the same time to get qualification. Even if you did a 30-minute, it's just not. I don't know. It's just a long time, I guess. You know what I mean? So.
It really is, but I think that Suzuka is a long enough lap where I think 36 cars would be a pretty healthy field. I know it's one of those weird tracks in ACC that just has the ability to support like a lot of pit boxes like right out of the gate.
Yeah, I think this is one of the bigger. This is one of the ones that has the most. Isn't this the track with the most pit boxes in game?
This is the track I think that has the most. Well, actually, I think Spa has the most actual pit boxes, but I believe in terms of like ACC sorts of settings, it's one of those weird where it's like you can support 50 just natively, and then you can shoot up to 100 or something weird like that for big grid type events. But 36 is going to be plenty.
So now, are you driving today or no?
No. I'm hanging out. Like Coasty has decided that he wants to solo the 6 hour events and wants to team up with me and Beltan for the finale.
Oh wow!
So you will see me hopefully not causing too much mayhem at Bathurst at the end of the season.
Oh boy, can't wait. That's gonna be that's the other one you guys are gonna be able to come back here and watch. But everybody's tired of looking at my face. Let's jump over. I lost my mouse. There it is. Let's look to get over on track.
Box 3 Trackilicious 949 series. We got Cody Blanton, who and I believe that is Sidestep or No Step Simsport in the Porsche. Around here. Not sure what the performance is going to be like for that car, but Mr. Blanton, I believe, participated in only one round of the previous series at Zandvoort, but he's on track. He's a speedy boy. interested to see what he can do. Other familiar faces I'm seeing. Ollie Raz is in here from Trackilicious. We got Shane Rees from 949. We also had Petrovich in the AMG, the 720 car. He's been in previous series as well.
He has. Armin's is a speedy boy too.
Yeah. So I am very interested to see some of the familiar faces out on track, to see how people have been keeping up with most of the seasons kind of like coming to a pause for the holidays. So people are going to have to shake off some of the rust,
right,
and get stuck in for 6 hours. So
well, the good thing is, I mean, we've had some, you know, call them casual events over at Box3. I don't know if you guys have been doing the same, but you're right. If folks haven't driven in a while or haven't driven online, I don't know. For all I know, these guys are out running pubs every day if there's not a league thing going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but I'd be surprised if there, like you said, a little bit of dust hanging on there, as times will now start coming in slowly. For even number of drivers out on track. I'm sorry, odd number, even number. Who else did I see? Oh, Andreas Borchers, and yes, that is Mr. Millie Borchers in the number 5.
Yep.
Car, that BMW with Eric, Mr. Trackilicious. I can never say his last name, so.
Oh, Gokasian?
Yeah, there you go, Gokasian. There you go. See.
So that is a fun pairing that actually had a lot of performance in round 1 of the Box3 Trackilicious 949 series. I'm trying to remember, where was the first event at? I need to be better prepared. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the SimGrid calendar. Not only to look at what we did, not only look at what we did in the first round, but I'm kind of curious to see where we're going.
Let's take a look. I can tell you right now, we were at Donington last time.
Oh, yeah.
I missed that race.
And Eric did a really good job in the M4. Really good performance. Got mixed up in some shenanigans late in the race, but really strong showing in the M4. He's come a long way in that car, and Andreas is probably coaching him quite well.
Good to go. Kyalami is what's coming up in January. Now, for anybody watching, you guys will need to go over to the Trackilicious Twitch channel to watch Kyalami on January 14th, around about the same start time. And then the 12 hours at Mount Panorama is February 18th of the new year, 1 p.m. UTC, which will make it in the morning here on the East Coast. That coverage will be right here, because these guys don't get to do a race at Mount Panorama unless I'm covering it. It's just like the rule.
Yeah.
I love that track too much to not, you know.
It's a good one.
It really is. It's a lot of fun.
Ali Raza, one of the Trackilicious Endurance M4s out on track, also really rapid at Donington. It was a lot of fun watching him move through the field. I believe he's also in that car with Professor Chronotis. So going to be interested to see how that pairing works out here around Suzuka.
Yeah, we haven't seen Chronotis for a while. I assume he was in the last race. I did not watch that one, unfortunately.
He was in the 42 car.
Yep.
That's kind of a thing with Chrono.
Very good. Well, right now, with this first half of qualifying, these guys got about 4 minutes left here. Cody Blanton is the fast one, the only one so far to hit below a 2 minute mark with a 1:59.815.
Man, he's just rapid.
He's very fast.
There's just no way to slice the pie on that one. He's just so quick around here.
And able to roll it down that fast in the Porsche. But, you know, Porsche is not typically a car. And he just broke his own record with a 1:59.595. So took a little more off there. The Porsche is not typically a car. I think that we see qualifying first. I don't want any of the Porsche drivers getting upset with me, but you know, it's usually a little different than that. So
it's it's just still a solid top tier car. Between it and the I think between it, probably a 3-way between it, the Audi and the Honda. I think those are like the kind of like the top of the field right now. And Porsche just being one of those cars that it handles things so much. It handles itself so differently to the other cars that when people can kind of figure out how it works and kind of like unlock its potential, that's when you see folks like Cody just slamming in those ridiculous lap times.
Very, very fast. I did want to mention we have a few people today. Brandon Draws in the number 34 Audi Let me see here. Tobias Gable in the number 188 Audi. And I thought there was one more. Yeah, Joseph Kostovich in the 949 Ferrari. All solo drivers today.
Yeah. Coasty doing it solo in the Fezza. That is going to be a lot of fun to watch. He did really well at Donington, and I'm just interested to see what he's doing. He's doing a solo 6-hour race for fun.
Wow.
Which is kind of like wild. So
yeah, the singular drivers, because I know what kind of energy it takes just to sit here for 6 hours or 12 hours or whatever it might be. The fact that these guys are actually driving for that entire length of time blows my mind.
Yeah,
it's just craziness.
It's wild. I don't know how they do it either.
It's absolutely ludicrous. One of the things I did want to mention to everybody in the chat, us guys at Box3 are still supporting Extra Life here at the end of the year, fundraising for Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the United States and Canada. If you feel like you would like to contribute, please do. That link right there in the chat will get you over there. Pick a driver, any driver, and help raise money for, again, Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the U.S. and Canada. Box3 was started with charity, so we felt it was a good thing to do here at the end of the year.
Yeah. And it's good. It's a good cause. A lot of people that I know in the sim racing community have supported Extra Life. It's just a good cause. So anything you can do to help,
I think there's a good number
matters.
that I've seen out before. I'm just trying to check my timing page here and just see, did the drivers split up? They did. The drivers split up pretty good. I don't see anybody who's on track who shouldn't be on track. So and nobody who's in the pits that should already be out there. I was looking for people, like for maybe somebody who wasn't going to qual today and just start from the back. I don't know why they would, but you never know.
I'm just looking at the times right now. Cody Blanton's still sitting on top with that 59.5. 2-minute marks and higher for pretty much everyone else. So 8/10 between the 42 Trackilicious Endurance C car. Currently, Ali Raza put in some pretty quick laps. Just looking at the sector kind of differences here, and really, it looks like Sector 1 and 2 is where the Porsche is unlocking most of its potential, and that shouldn't shock anybody because that's basically the most technical bit of the track. Once you hit the backstretch and 130R and Casio Triangle, that's where the M4 is making up some of that difference and kind of matching the pace of the Porsche. So the more nimble cars, Sector 1, Sector 2, looks like that's going to be the secret sauce for being...
Hold on to it,
yeah, it's going to be the secret sauce for success.
All right, looks like our next drivers are coming out. Are now odd numbered cars. Sander Jacobs in the number 33 car. What's up, Pixel? What do we have going on here? It's a 6-hour race today, buddy. Welcome into everybody in the chat. I'm sorry I've been seeing some of your messages. Welcome in for the first time, Neptune. Much appreciated. And it is Mr. Welt Cakes himself on with us today. Cody Blanton again breaks his own record. I assume that's going to be his last lap. He'll be heading in, but 5.9535. So knocking that back just a little bit.
You know, when you can extend, why not?
Exactly, right? But at this point, you're just flexing. Come on, Cody. So many teams today. This is going to be a huge grid when we start this race off. Rainier Martel in the number 3. A name I haven't seen before, so we'll have to see. Again, so many of these endurance races bring out new drivers, and they're always the wild card. I mean, there's names here I recognize from previous endurances. There's obviously names I recognize from Box3 and covering those races. But a good number of these are also folks that we've never seen before. And so there's always that air of mystery. We got to see, are they a good driver? Are they a fast driver? Those are two different things. I'm very interested to see what happens here as we get the race started today.
So real quick, I wanted to highlight a little bit about that first crew that we saw out on track for the first start of qualifying. So Cody Blanton on top right now, that 59.535, right? Just to give you a kind of an impression of where that was in terms of the overall, like the max speed around Suzuka, that is the 20th fastest car in terms of kph, like top end. Coming in at 253 was top end for Mr. Blanton around here. Meanwhile, I believe that is Sergey in the 666, 262. So significant difference in pace in terms of straight line speed. But again, that first and second sector is where Mr. Blanton is going up the field.
Yeah, we'll see if he holds on to pole position as our next set of drivers looks to qualify. Tristan Jonendijk returns. Adam Koop. There's, we're missing a livery. We don't even have numbers on that car. The number 125.
He's just keeping it. He's just keeping it like keeping it secret, keeping it stealthy. You know, like Bond in an Aston kind of deal.
Number 125 Aston is very secret. Good thing it's not a night race. Nobody'd see him coming.
He could tell you the number on the car, but then he might have to kill you. So, you know, it's for your safety.
Karska, welcome in. Welcome to joining us here at Box3 Motorsports today.
A lot of people in chat. Hope everybody's doing well today. 6 hours around Suzuka. Are you excited?
Yeah. I mean, listen, Suzuka is probably not my favorite track to drive. I will admit that.
Whoa. Shots fired.
Well,
You're being honest. You're being honest.
The S's drive me nuts. I've never been able to feel the flow through the S's coming up through. So that's, I mean, but that's on me, right? Like I said, it's just not one of my favorites to drive. That said, I can appreciate the circuit, and I think we get a lot of good racing out of it. That's for sure. There's a ton of great racing that we've watched here, and I think that's a good thing. So I'll take it. I'm just trying to see.
Historically, my favorite track. It's got a flow that I click with, and I just I'm not the fastest guy around here, not by a long shot, but the flow, especially if I'm in a car that I'm familiar with, I feel hooked to the track, and it's just so satisfying when you can go through sector 1, sector 2, and not have, you know, like. Got good balance on a car. You feel like it's not stepping out. You feel like you can get good rotation. It's a great track. And
that's the thing for me. The S's I've always struggled with the S's every time. Drives me nuts. Just absolutely insane. But it is what it is, right? Again, I can appreciate the circuit. It's just not one that I look to go to at all times. But now we see some time starting to come in. Andreas Borcher's just under, or I should say just over the 2-minute mark with a 2 minutes and 0.017. So he's been the one to get closest to Cody Blanton so far. And we know Andreas is fast. We've watched him race enough of these endurance races to know he's got it. He's a speedy boy too. A few more filling in. Lucas Seidor pulling himself up into P5. Nobody's showing purple yet though. Nobody's showing me a purple time to be anywhere near Cody Blanton.
Yeah, I think if the strong ones that are possible of like taking the fight up to the front, Seidor, Borchers, right now, again, it's just that difference right now in the sector 1 and sector 2 times where the Porsche is really putting in work.
Well, hold on. Stand by right there. As Andreas Borchers crosses the line and takes up pole position right there, 159.475.
And that Cody right Blanton. There, yeah, and that right there, sector 2. Just the difference maker right there, we're talking 0.02 of a second in sector 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then looking at...
Slower in sector 3, though.
Yeah, slower in sector, but again, 0.02.
Yeah.
0.02 of a second. Like that's a difference maker right there. It's very interesting. We're talking about in the neighborhood of like 0.06 of a second separating these two right now. So as far as we know right now, Borcher's sitting on provisional pole with Mastachero and Eric Gukasian for the Trackilicious Enduro B entry. Yeah, this is going to be a fun race. I'm already excited.
And Borcher's going to head back out on track too. Ben Oberndorfer gets himself up into P6. Lucas Sider was able to move up into fourth, and Joseph Kostovic in that 949 car up into third right now.
Yeah, 2/10 off Borchers right now in the Fezza around here. Like I'm excited for Coasty. Pulling for you, bud. You madman. His face is going to be so warm after this. You know what? I bet it's probably like really fun for Coasty in the winter months to do a lot of VR racing because his face is going to be totally comfortable the entire time.
Yeah, if you go outside, that's what you do. You just go outside.
Yeah, it's so wild. 6 hours in VR, solo. What a wild man.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. John Tracy, currently 3/10 up on his fastest, sitting in 12th. Tommaso Stropa in the number 185 car. Again, a lot of unknowns here.
You got a request for a livery check on the number 26. It might be sitting in the pits right now. There, Codman, but we can definitely take a look and see if the livery is functioning or not.
Looks good to me. Big brain.
Look at those colors.
I actually like those colors quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a pretty chonda. So, yeah, man, 600ths of a second between Blanton and Borchers right now. Borchers sitting on provisional pole. Just taking a look through the field right now, real tight margins between Ali Raza and Orbendorfer in the 727 Porsche. Less than 200ths of a second between them. And 200ths of a second between Shaber and Tracy in the 343 BMW entry. We've got a lot of, I don't know if you noticed this or not, we got a lot of older cars in here.
Mm-hmm.
More than I'm used to seeing. We've got a Jag in here. We got a V12 Aston.
I did see that Jag earlier during the practice session. I'm like, oh, somebody's bringing a Jag.
Yeah,
right,
Mr. Kevin Blanchette's in the Jag. Who's piloting that with Blanchette? Let's go take a look. See. Currently down in 26, it's going to be Blanchette and Mr. David Funk in the 420. Currently
David Funk.
2.667 off the pace right now in 26. Can you believe that? A little over 2.5 seconds between the top spot and P26 right now out of 36 cars.
That's unbelievable. Well, I mean, if you just look, and I always try and look here, I mean, we do have more 159s, right? Kostovic able to get into the 159s, Sidor able to get into the 159s. But looking down through, so we're talking from P5, you have to go all the way to P15. That's all condensed into the 2-minute mark.
Yeah.
Right? Like less than a second separating 10 cars. That's going to be some tight racing in the mid-pack.
Looking right now, Sidor's got about 2/10 in the bag. He's getting close to finishing his lap out as we're in max wait time, so flying laps are going to count. He's up to 3/10. In the M6, look at that, another old platform entry. Coming across the line, can he do it?
Yes, he does, up in the third.
And Sidor in the M6 unseating Joseph Kostovic in the 949 Fezza. Other folks that have got some times that are about to punch in. We got Stropa 3/10 as he's in sector 3 right now in the 185. With margins this slim, 3/10 is huge.
Yep. And all the way up, gets himself into the top 10.
I know. That is a big deal. So max wait time. Most of the field is done. I'm trying to think, is there anybody else on track that's really gonna put in a lap? I don't think so.
Guzman's still out there, but currently falling back. Olin about a 10th off his pace. Nobody pushing right now. But to run through it, Andreas Borchers, Cody Blanton, and teams are going to start up in row 1. Row 2, Lucas Sidor, Joseph Kostovic, Ali Raza, Ben Oberndorfer. In row 3. Row 4, Sander Jacobs and Jacob Schraber. Well, we won't get those confused at all today.
Yeah.
Row 4, John Tracy up into the top 10 today with Danilo Rossi starting in the number 185 in row 5. Ivan Planton, Lee Dorman in row 6. Jason Provolone in the cheese liveried car, by the way. I love it. Jason Provolone going to start in that number 18 Audi in P13, going to share row 7 with Tobias Gable in the 188 car. Zabo Gurley, Wes Hepburn, row 8. Benjamin Hanneman and Lewis Kett, row 9. Row 10, Matt Ardom and Jake Bucknam. Stephen Dunn, Jared Secombe, row 11. Artem Konikov, Turner Johnson in row 12. Christopher Flores, Kevin Blanchett are next. Row 14 is going to be Neil Aldridge, Armin's Petrovics, Aolan, Shane Rees. Row 15 today, Rainier Martle, Carlos Guzman. Row 16, Daniel Verkosa and Michael Zwanenberg. Michael Zwanenberg I love to watch drive too. Very, very good driver. A little odd starting back that far, but those guys are back there in, row 17 and row 18 to bring it up. Brandon Draws and Adam Koop will bring up the rear for the start of today's race.
One thing I wanted to mention here, so Shane Rees, let's look, I had something wrong earlier in the race. Shane Rees and Hampshire, so Shane Rees raced with us for a long time in 949. He's actually racing with the Trackilicious folks now. He's in the Enduro A car with Hampshire in the 546, so I just wanted to correct that one. We are getting close to session start time. What do we have in store for the race strategy today? Let me go pull that up real quick.
EG, I did. You're not gonna be able to help me with pronunciation, so that's awful. But no, I did not forget to sync. I synced it this morning at around 5 o'clock my time. Yeah. So if I'm missing some, it's because they came in afterwards.
So we've got a 65-minute stint timer, no maximum drive time, no pit stop requirements. So that 65-minute stint timer gonna be very beneficial to those Porsche drivers out here because they are usually fuel limited at most tracks in ways that other cars are not. Also, Mercs are probably going to be better off with 65-minute stint timer, so it's going to even up the field, make some of these GT3 cars more viable for the endurance racing events. I'm looking forward to this.
This is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm really excited.
Shogun and Sazora both in chat. Welcome in, everyone. Just getting ready to kick off race time. 6 hours at Suzuka. Snowy outside. At least where I am. We should be
cold outside, but it's gonna be nice indoors watching some.
That's right.
Awesome endurance race.
So the race starting at 6 o'clock in the evening, 18:03, the time of day on in game. Track temp of 27 degrees Celsius. Currently clear, showing clear for rain. But I heard during the driver's briefing that there is, I think, a 25% chance of rain during the session today. So we may get rain. We may get some adventures.
Yeah, rain would be a big deal. Rain would be a big deal.
And starting at 6, that means we're running this race to midnight. It's got to get dark by then, right? So we're gonna finish this in the dark. It's a 1x time multiplier. I would assume it's gonna get dark at some point.
Yeah. I'm just looking through the data real quick before we get too far in to the formation lap. Man, that distance between Borchers and Blanton, like that is just, the margins are so small between the top 4 drivers. And well, actually, I would say all the way down, probably in the top 10. We're talking about people that were making differences in few tenths or even in hundredths of a second.
Yeah,
it's going to be very interesting to see how this all pans out.
This is really, and I obviously those two are very close. We saw that during qualification. But I'm really interested in everybody falling back behind them. I think we're going to get a lot of battles in the mid pack, like we always do, right? But again, we had 10 cars, all within that 2-minute second, right? That 2-minute lap time. They're not going to spread out that quickly. Now, Suzuka, let me ask you this, Phil. Is Suzuka, you said this is your favorite.
Yep.
Would you consider this a track that has a dangerous T1?
Yeah, it can be, because it's got a very wide, it's a very wide corner. It's banked. It's designed to carry a lot of speed into it. So it's not like your traditional slam on the brakes kind of turn one, where you see people, I don't necessarily see a lot of punting in turn one. I tend to see a lot more side collisions where people are shunting one another off the track from the side, because again, on the inside line, people are going to want to use that banking. On the outside line, people are going to want to try and keep it on the track, because if you go too wide, you can get on the marbles. It can be pretty treacherous out there. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm going to expect to see some two wide, maybe potentially some 3 wide action if people get really brave. The part where it starts to get really dicey is when you exit what is turn 2, the exit of first curve, and you start to go into the snake section. That is where it's going to get tight, because people have been racing 2 wide, 3 wide. You're not going to be able to do that anymore when you get into the snake section. So you're going to have to figure it out.
Back it down a little bit. Artem Konikov starting from the pits, it looks like. Our number 20, or I'm sorry, 23rd position with the number 696 car. Quickly dropping to the back of the pack as that team starts from the pits.
He might be taking the smart play here, like thinking to himself, like, I don't need to risk it too much if T1 gets dicey. So he might be taking the big brain play here.
I don't know, that's a long time to sit to not get tangled up in T1, you know what I mean? Anyone that's interested, exclamation pit wall in the chat will get you live timing and statistics for today's race. It is up and running. That's where you'll hear Phil pull a lot of his information from. He's all out of pit wall.
My crutch. my analytic crutch.
Yeah, you're better at using it than I am, I can tell you that. I do my best, but typically flipping through cameras fast enough, or trying to keep up on gaps and everything else, that I don't have time to look over there until things spread out. Back straight now, look at it. You guys will be dropping into double file. Get ready to start this up. Hey, Phil, thank you for the sub, my man.
I had the alert, so I thought I'd do it to highlight a little bit more about the charity you guys are supporting, Extra Life. So
awesome, thank you, sir. Exclamation charity in the chat. We'll get that for you. If anyone is interested. Let's have fun for the next 6 hours. That's right, Karska. It's all fun and games till someone knocks you into the sand at the end of T1.
So the question is, we're getting ready to move around. They're going to go underneath the BH auction overhang before they go green. What is the jump off the line going to be for the 96 car? Can Blanton get a good enough start, challenge Borchers into first curve? Additionally, the M6 straight line speed going to be moving pretty quick as it gets into turn 1. It's going to be interesting to see what Kostovich can do.
We are fitting to find out right now as Borchers is holding that inside line. Cody Blanton side by side as we go into T1. Blanton need to back off just a tad. Borchers able to hold on out front, and as you look down the field right there, nice and clean coming out of T1. I don't see any T1 incidents. All of our drivers getting clear as we come up the hill through the S's.
Did not see people getting overly ambitious on turn 1. It's common to see 2 wide. There was a little bit of 3 wide action in the mid pack as they went into. Now it's starting to close down in the midfield. We're starting to hit the snake section. People are going to have to start being cautious, because you can definitely lose a lot of time in the pits on the first lap.
It looks like John Tracy, and they're not calling out the other driver who I believe was Jacob Schraber, but John Tracy with a little door banging coming up the hill. Just enough to get called out by the software.
that right there is pretty common. Again, first lap, people are really trying to muscle their way through because once they start to single files, they go into the hairpin for the first time. Well, actually, they're starting to go too wide in some sections. But it's tough. Like the sector 2, when things start to tighten down, you got to be super cautious. You can get knocked off track. There aren't runoff areas on most of Suzuka. It's just grass or kitty litter, so you can lose a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob Schraber and Jeremy Story now playing back and forth for P9. So far, Andreas Borscher's holding on. He's got a half-second gap back to Cody Blanton.
Oh, we got a massive incident.
Oh, where'd we go
I think that was on the exit of Spoon Curve. Not really sure what happened there.
Yeah, I'm seeing contact with a few folks, but nothing too terrible. Ben Oberndorfer just lost 2 spots to John Tracy.
It's like looks like the Aston Martin of, I believe that's Sander Jacobs, gets sent to the kitty litter on the exit of Casio Triangle. So little bit of bumping at the start of this race, but by and large, for a grid this size, relatively clean.
That's 1 lap in the books as Jeremy Story and Ben Oberndorfer trade blows back and forth for P7. Yeah, that was an extremely clean first lap. That was awesome.
You're zoomed in on this battle for P14 between, I believe that is, I'm going to mispronounce this name, is that Gurgley in the 666 and Planton? Like he's trying to really find a way around the 44. The 44 is trying to find a way around. Oh, wait a minute. Is that?
That's provolone. That's provolone.
That's provolone. Oh, that's it. Ain't easy being cheesy in the 18. Going through Degner 1 and 2.
Right now we've got Oberdorfer leading a train of Schraber, Stropa, and Jacobs behind him.
Indeed. This is good stuff, man. Oberndorfer, the Mission Spino Porsche, tight mid-pack field right now.
Oberndorfer coming up on the back end of Jeremy Story now in the number 101 car.
Good stuff going on.
Tobias Gable being chased down now by Ian Prentice as Gable goes way wide off into the Toolies. Gonna drop at least 2 spots. We see more coming by as Blanchette and now Turner Johnson coming alongside.
It's really tough. Like fighting side by side going into Spoon Curve can be very tricky, especially if you end up on the marbles, because if you get sent wide into that off track. Go ahead, sir.
Cody Blanton spun.
Oh no.
1 second. Let's jump back and take a look with a little replay here if we can catch it. Nope. Wasn't far enough. We didn't catch it soon enough. But now Cody Blanton all the way down into P17 after having to sit on track and let traffic by.
Yeah. Couldn't take the little escape road there that's normally used for the national circuit.
Now Lucas Seidor and Joseph Kostovich coming together for P2. Andreas Borchers with a 2.5 second gap now in P1.
Kind of curious what happened to Blanton there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to switch over on my other PC to see if I can go back in time and find out what happened here.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious.
Seidor keeping Kostovich at bay. Both of them running a little wide through that last corner. Seidor up 1 spot on the day so far, with Cody Blanton having dropped back.
Oh, I see. He managed to keep it from going into the wall, but just, 130R things. Like just went out a little too far onto the turf.
Yeah.
Lost the back end.
Gotcha.
Like that's pretty common.
I will say I'd rather have that happen than have it be my fault. I did it to myself versus someone else doing it to me.
Yeah. I'm going to go take a look at the sector times in pit wall right now. I'm really interested in this battle between Seidor and Kostovich. I kind of want to see where Seidor has got the advantage. So yeah, just looking right now at Sector 1, Sector 2 times. It's Sector 1 and Sector 2 that where Sidor seems to have the advantage.
Ali Raza now is going to join this little party as we have to jump back real quick though. Orbendorfer and Stropa battling each other, and another one going on right there with them between Sanders. Now Schraber getting up ahead of Stropa. Wes Hepburn giving up position to Jason Provolone.
It is a tough race right now, and people are going to have to lock in because we've got, 5 hours and change. See what happens.
But back up here with Sidor, Kostovich, and Raza.
Wanted to give you a quick weather report for the folks at home. 24 degrees is the ambient temperature. 26 degrees on the track. 2-kilometer wind right now coming out of the southwest. Rain in 30 minutes.
Oh, right. Let's go.
Thought I'd save the best part for last.
I was hoping that's what you were going to say, sir.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. You just made my day.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild one.
Oh my God. Ian Prentice now spun. I have to go back a little ways for that one. Let's give it a shot here. See if there was another driver involved. Nope, all by himself. Ian Prentice spinning. Unable to keep control, then need to get turned around. So Ian dropping down to P33 with that one. Provolone, Hepburn, and Gergely coming together. Whoa. Bias Gable fighting another Audi for position. Number 25 of Matt Artem. Carlos Guzman right there leading this pack.
Guzman in the V12. Now, V12 is going to be very strong down that start-finish straightaway and down the back stretch. That V12 will stretch its legs and take some of these cars to Gapplebee's. But the problem is Sector 1, Sector 2. That's a tough spot.
Artem able to get around with a little bit of a nudge to let him know he was there.
Artem's got a little bit of damage on the front end of that Audi.
Saw that, yeah.
The America United Racing Audi's got a little bit of scuffing on the front. But again, Audi's a really strong car right now in the meta. I'm kind of curious to see how it gets on around here at Suzuka. Really tricky car in some of the fast cornering sections. 130R is going to be part of the track to watch.
Well, maybe that's why I don't like Suzuka so much, because I main the Audi. Is that why then? Is it my fault, or is it the Audi's fault?
Here's the thing. Whatever you need to cope. As a person who has to cope a lot with when I run out of skill quite frequently, I definitely can sympathize.
No, trust me, it's always a skill issue for me. I have no doubt. John Tracy.
You might want to get not now, but later on. You might want to get an on track or at least a cockpit soundtrack of that V12 driving around here. It's got a good mix.
Got a good rumble. I just noticed. I didn't realize John Tracy right now up into P5. Cat's gained 4 positions during the beginning of this race here, doing very well for himself, and was kind of
smart.
Yeah, he was tightening up on Raza, now pulled back just a tad, but Raza trying to close that gap up to Kostovich.
So right now, Sidor kind of holding the field back a little bit in this battle for P2. Meanwhile, Borchers is just driving off.
Yeah, he's gone. That gap up to 4.5 seconds now. Ivan Platten able to get around Jason Provolone for P13. We check in with Sidor and Kostovich.
Eric's like that iridescent Trackilicious Enduro where he makes him feel some kind of way. I mean, You know,
I don't know if I want to know.
yeah.
It's Eric.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I was about to say, it's like what you do on your own time, Eric, is your business.
Yeah.
This is there's no shame.
You know, I will have to tell you, now knowing he's in our chat and listening, I have never heard, you know, there's different voices depending on what you're doing, right?
Yep.
I think you have one of the best commentating voices out there of all the ACC commentators I've listened to. Fantastic.
Thanks, sir.
Eric has the driver's briefing voice. I thought I was like at a professional driver's briefing. You know what I mean? Like he just has that tone that makes you feel like, oh man, I feel like I'm going to disappoint him if I make a mistake now.
No, nothing like that. But Eric is very much the one of the most polished community managers in sim racing, bar none.
It sounded
Runs a tight ship.
It sounded scripted. Like it was scripted. Like he sat down and put the time and energy into actually scripting this.
It probably was scripted, but it was also probably completely done from memory. Like Eric is, again, 100% a number one polished guy in sim racing.
Well, he's a good dude, and I thank him for helping put these together.
Whoa.
Michael Zwanenberg getting spun out. Shane Rees taking up P23 now.
There's something wrong with that Aston.
Andreas. You talking about Zwanenberg, number 69?
Yeah, Zwanenberg. There's something wrong with that Aston. He was getting back on track, and I saw the back end of that thing twitch a little bit. I wonder if he might have gotten tangled into somebody in Spoon Curve. We'll watch and see if he tries to limp around, see if he's got any actual damage or if it was just me. My failing old eyes.
Well, he's bypassing the pits, so I'm going to assume that it's running all right for him. Cody Blanton making moves. Got dropped back to P17. Is now come up on the back end of Jason Provolone. We've got contact up here between Oberdorfer and Schraber. As Stropa takes advantage, gets around Schraber.
Molson's mom has got it going on from Mr. Chief Blaze in chat.
I'm just used to it. The best thing to do is ignore it.
The best thing to do is ignore. Don't give him the time.
You don't feed the monkeys.
Yeah. This battle right now for position 6.
Yeah.
Is
Jeremy Story
wild.
leading out. I mean, Story's kind of safe right now. He's got that 2-second gap, but Oberdorfer and Schraber, along with Stropa and Jacobs, are just up on each other.
Lots of cars having to figure out how to get through 130R without killing each other.
Oh, and Stropa dropping off, and we've got someone sitting backwards. I believe it's not Stropa. We got contact between Wes Hepburn and Sandra Jacobs. Look at how tight this pack is as they come down this straight.
Blaze, this is... All I'm doing is keeping the chair warm for you, buddy, whenever you want to take it.
Listen, you didn't steal anything. Did you see him here at race start time?
I did not.
Okay, then.
I did not. I assumed, here's the thing. He's a busy guy. He's a busy guy. I assumed he had, like, his hands full with something important. Like, I don't know. What do you have in your hands right now, Blaze?
Don't ask that question. He will answer it.
Oh, yeah.
Now back here too in P23, we've got a huge amount of trouble. Adam Koop, Kevin Blanchett, Carlos Guzman, and Justin Seacombe all showing contact back here. Guzman leading this merry band of drivers.
Merry band of misfits.
Oh, it's so hard to keep up with this sometimes. He told you. He answered your question.
Like you said, don't
might as well have
monkeys.
handed him a whole bunch of bananas.
Yeah. So the V12 is going to be a struggle bus. Sector 1, Sector 2. He's going to try his best to hold Justin Seacombe back as long as he can. Well, actually, there's a little bit of moving and shaking between, what is that? I can't tell which M4 that was.
Tones. I think it was Tones and Konikov.
Oh, so that would be
together.
Mr. Mower's Emporium, Mr. Christopher Tones, and Justin Sacombe coming together in Degner 2. Oh, that's not an M4. So 690, he's running the Audi this time around. Oh, that was Kononov. Interesting.
And then behind these guys spread out a little bit. Right behind Varcosa and currently in P29, Justin Sacombe looking to get by on the straight. He's got that outside line. I apologize. That was Sacombe on the inside in the 103. So Sacombe able to pull up to P29.
I'm going to take a quick peek at pit wall. I'm kind of curious to see how things are shaking out with the lap times around here. So I'm going to go take a quick peek. I kind of want to see what's what in the field.
Well, I want to keep an eye on Cody Blanton as well. Again, getting spinning, getting knocked back to P17, already up to 14, getting around Jason Provolone earlier. Now has already caught up to the back end of Ivan Platon, or Platten, and awaits an opportunity to take up another spot. And all these drivers still very close together, so Blanton doesn't have far to go, really, to try and get by as much of this field as possible in this first hour, to try and make a run on Borchers.
So, quick pit lane report here. It does look like we've got Albert Tranguise in the Schmidt Motorsport Bentley. He was with Mr. Dunn in the 614. Got involved in that contact at Casio Triangle, exiting the pits now after early unscheduled pit stop, probably some repairs. Hopefully they're going to try and recover some spots, but they're going to be struggling in the back, P36 right now.
Lewis Catt now spun, losing position quickly. The number 50 Audi.
I think you're going to be saying those words a lot today. The Audi losing control, like that's going to be, I think, a theme.
Specifically that one or any Audi?
Any Audi. It is genuinely a tricky car in first curve and in 130R. Genuinely tricky.
Still a skill issue. So.
For some of us.
For me,
definitely.
So Ivan Platon just about losing the position on the straight to Cody Blanton, but now holding on as we go up through the S's. Just 9 laps in, still 5 hours and 41 minutes to go here today. Obendorfer showing contact.
Man, let me tell you, so Borchers is just like in another world right now in terms of where he's at relative to the field. 6-second gap right now, more than 6-second gap. But then you got P2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, so that's where we just focus now.
Yeah, these cats are all running really close to one another. And Raza and Tracy, they're mixing it up. Kostovich right now, really just trying to keep Sidor in his clutches.
Doing a good job of it, though, too. This pack keeps, coming back together over and over again.
So real quick, I want to take a look. Average lap times from Lucas Sidor in the 27. 201.4 on the average right now. Joseph Kostovich, 201.4.
Oh, wow.
These guys are running identical average lap times right now.
Huh.
But I'm telling you right now, Tracy, don't sleep on Tracy right now in that 343. That kid has got some genuine pace right now. He's given Ali Raza something very quick to chase right now. But with Tracy looming in the background of this fight for P2, do not sleep on this.
No, I think hopefully Tracy right now is just biding his time, waiting for, again, they all are, right?
Yeah.
But it's not easy to sit back there in a pack of 4 cars and not and not want to mix it up a little more. But don't forget, Tracy's also got to play defense against Raza. He doesn't just have no one behind him that he can just pay attention up front.
Yeah, there's a 2/10 average right now between Tracy and Raza. But the other thing to consider right now, we're 10 laps in. I suspect we're going to be looking at, let me see if I can do a real back of the napkin calculation about how much we're looking at in terms of laps here around Suzuka. Sorry, I did not have these numbers ready right off the bat, so let me do that. Let's do...
I'm trying to see here, I was trying to catch difference between Borchers and Cody Blanton.
Oh, that right now?
Yeah.
So let's do it. I'll do a quick comparison for you. So if we're looking at Borchers and we're adding Blanton into the mix, who's right now down in P13. Let me get the rest of the field off.
It's always so hard with this because you look at the average lap times, and Borchers running a 2 minutes, 2.8, or I'm sorry, a 0.837 on average across the 10 laps. Yeah. Blanton at a 2:03.6. The problem there is, one, he had one wickedly slow lap, and two, he's getting hung up in traffic. It's going to take him time to clear.
Average lap time 2:03.6 right now. That's just Blanton having to contend with the traffic. Like Borchers is pulling away. The thing that will bring Cody Blanton back into this race is, the good news is he's got more than 5 hours left to go. The other news that we have not been talking about that much, but is a reality for these drivers here in a minute, we got rain in the forecast. So if we're looking at the, we got rain in 10 and even more rain coming in 30 minutes. So these drivers are not going to get a full fuel stint under their belt before they get hit with the wet stuff. Yeah. And the drivers that make the decision quickly, when the track is when it's beneficial to be on the full wets, they're going to be the ones that are going to make out like bandits. And the other thing too, think about the M4 and the Porsche right now in terms of they're both pretty nimble cars. Porsche being the more nimble of the bunch. What is it going to be like for those two cars on full wet setups? Who knows? Did somebody compromise their raw pace for a hybrid setup? Don't know. I mean, they're both extremely quick, so we'll have to wait and find out.
Well, this being an endurance race too, now obviously these guys have the same information that you have. They know rain is coming, right?
Yep.
And the good part about it being the endurance race is that their teammates can be spotting this for them.
Yep.
Normally, normal race, you don't know it's coming till the track starts getting wet. So who gets the first couple drops of rain on the windshield and just dives into the pits and says, "The hell with it, I'm just going to get in there. Let's driver swap, do tires, and let's go," right? Versus, because the driver swap doesn't add anything to the pit stop time, right?
Let me double check real quick and see if I can determine if they've got fixed fuel turned on. If they've got fixed fuel turned on, if they don't do the driver swap, they're going to take an extra 5 seconds to swap to the full wets. So it would be 30 seconds if fixed fuel's turned on. If they're not doing fixed fuel, I'm not entirely sure. It kind of depends on how much fuel they decided to put in the tank for the full stint. Porsche drivers are probably going to be caught out a little bit at a disadvantage because they're already running probably close to top of the tank anyway. Okay. The driver swap, yeah, it would be negligible if you're doing the tire change. So if you want to get a new guy in, when you swap to the new tires, that's probably the right time. The problem is you're taking a driver out of the race that's already probably a little bit in their flow.
True. And I guess the stint timer resets when you go in for those tires, so there's no need to swap drivers if you're not ready to.
That is correct. Anytime you cross the pit control line not to serve a drive-through or a stop-go penalty, it stops the timer for you.
Roll back here
when you're
quick.
serving. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just going to roll back here real quick. Lucas Sidor with contact. John Tracy moves up into P3 on this. See if we can catch what happened here. Right there, I think, right there, a little nudge. And Kostovic had to pull back to prevent just blasting Sidor into that corner, and John Tracy able to take advantage and get himself up into P3 with that.
could have been a small a lapse in concentration. Maybe Coasty outbroke himself a little bit, or maybe Sidor broke a little early into Degner and caught Coasty by surprise. Can't really tell from this angle. So interestingly enough, so rain in 10 minutes, but it is not going to last long. It is going to switch back to cloudy. So it is going to be tricky for these guys. They're probably going to stay on the slicks, given the amount of time that we might be looking at for rain to be on the track. So it's going to be really awesome for the people that are watching at home to see these guys deal with some of the transitioning elements.
See these average lap times start to drop off. So how long are you showing rain for? Because you had said it was going to be like at least 30 minutes.
It was supposed to be 10, and then we did have rain again in 30, but it has now since switched to rain in 10 and cloudy in 30 minutes. So that could just be the weather model changing from underneath us. Not really sure.
Ali Raza able to get around Kostovich. But now John Tracy going to have to deal with that as these four drivers continue to battle it out. Lucas Sidor doing a very good job keeping all these guys at bay. He's had opportunity to keep like three different drivers at bay at this point, so obviously knows his defensive position. Check in with the Andreas Borchers. Andreas in the number 5 just leading it out. And right now, an 8-second gap back to Lucas Sidor.
Kostovich dropping down to 5th in this battle for P2. Kosty's definitely going to have to try and knuckle down if he can to see if he can battle back and get a little bit closer to Ali Raza, who snuck around.
Wow. Wes Hepburn taking up P7 over Ben Obendorfer, and Obendorfer losing spot to Jacob Schraber as well. Now putting himself back into 9th. Jacobs and Gergely coming together. A little contact, a little door rubbing. Javier Marquez into the pits in the number 182. So many tightly packed groups here. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, I'm on board right now with Lucas Sidor from the cockpit cam, and water is on the windshield. He's got the wipers turned on and everything, so the rain is here.
Oh, yeah, there it is. The rain has begun.
Track has already gone to greasy. Rain increasing in 10, then dropping off in 30 minutes. This is hilarious. This weather model is all over the place right now. And Sidor just goes off at the hairpin.
Yes, he did.
So again, the elements, it's going to be tough. So the Crazy Rabbits M6 trying to get back on track does manage to get back out on track in front of Kostovich in the 949. So lost 2 places. That puts John Tracy M4 again. I told you, don't sleep on the 343. Mm-hmm. He is he's doing really well out here.
And the thing is, John Tracy, one of our Box 3 guys, talked to the man. I've had conversations with him. I can't believe he's in second. And that's not me trying to insult him. He's just John has not ever been a super fast driver, right? Mid-pack driver, faster than me, but a mid-pack driver, say top 5 maybe, usually top 10. So to see him in second right now, I think is fantastic for him. He's up 7 positions on the day. In fact, let's take a quick look at that just to see how our drivers have done. Andreas Borcher started in first and stayed there. Take a look at another one though. Wes Hepburn, FRT, up 10 spots on today's race. Hey Tazaro, welcome in.
Mr. Dan Tazaro himself.
Dan
How
Tazaro
are you doing,
himself.
Dan?
I hope I said. nothing for nothing, but if we take a look further back here.
Oh man, the rain is really coming down now. It's greasy. Looks like some penalties are starting to roll in. Seeing some trigger for car 50. Again, rain increasing in 10 minutes. It is going to be tricky, these conditions.
Yeah, I'm getting white. I'm getting a lot of white flag. All those cars you see in the center of your screen, folks, all those white flags, that means someone's slow on track. But I wanted to highlight real quick, right here, Mr. Shane Rees, now up 11 spots on the day as Matt Artem heads into the pits to change tires. Rees, 11 spots up. Adam Coop up 16 on the day. So a lot of position changes during the course of this race already. And that's only going to continue with this.
Yeah, we're looking at lap times that have started to increase now. Borchers in the number 5 for Trackilicious, a 2:05.6.
Yeah, I see that. 2:05.6, 2:04 for John Tracy versus his best of it at a 2:01. Sidor losing positions to Raza now. Oh, that looked like a bunch from Kostovic. A bump. But Ali Raza getting ahead of Sidor if he can hold it. And it looks
Kosti just really wants to get around. This fight right here for the whole like battle for P2 situation is really good stuff. Man, the M6 going super wide.
Yep, I saw that. Sidor going out there. Ali Raza keeping it close. Our entire 2, 3, 4, and 5, these guys have not lit up on each other this entire race.
Sidor is really kind of given Tracy an opportunity to just start to pull away. And for somebody whose average lap time is kind of the pick of the field right now, this is going to work out for Tracy, I think.
Mm-hmm. John Tracy sharing that car with G. Steven, who will be taking over at some point. Steven pretty spry in his own right. Another Box 3 driver.
And Orbendorfer's in. Provolone is in. Here's the thing. Track is now damp.
Okay.
Rain is going to continue to increase, but then immediately drop off in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a tough call. This is such a tough call because these cars are going to become undrivable.
Oh, and Ali Raza off track had gotten around Kostovic and then lost it into the gravel.
Kosti with the power slide.
And Kostovic did he slide or did he let him back by?
No. He slid.
Did
he shot off the track sideways. He went sideways in Degner 2, getting himself some dirt and gravel autocrossing going on, a rally crossing in the Ferrari, but keeping it out of the wall, which is critical around here. The track conditions here are really catching these drivers out. And I'm kind of curious who's going to pull the trigger and switch to the wets, because if they switch to the wets, they're not going to be on them long.
Yeah. Well, Blanton has now gotten himself back into the top 10 with a pass on Jeremy Story.
This is causing such a mix-up at the front of the field because you got Wes Hepburn now up into P6. Who else do we have in here?
Yeah, Hepburn up 10 spots on the day so far.
And I think Hepburn is just going to start walking past people if they don't watch out.
So what's your call right here? If it's you and you know the weather, you know what's coming. What play do you? I mean, do you do it? Do you double stop because driving on the slicks is just not helping anybody? Or I mean, look at all the white flags. Look at this. This is. I mean, everybody's getting white flagged and yellow flagged for how slow they're going on track.
Sidor just went Formula Drift through first curve and kept it on track. He's still in front of Raza. So here's the thing: if I'm on a team with Kosti, I trust Kosti. Yeah, he had a moment in Degner, but I don't know, man. I think if I've got Kosti in the car with me, stay on the slicks, see if you can tough it out. If it's me, you got to come in for either a driver change or wet tires.
Yeah, Provolone in the chat saying they stopped for wets because they were losing 8 seconds a lap. Andreas Borchers, his last lap was a 2:16.7. This is the guy who's holding best lap of the race right now with 2 minutes flat 7. So 16-second or 16-second loss. I mean, and again, you see the white flags in the tower.
Yeah.
It's just
But
insane.
Here's the thing, though, for Provolone's benefit, he's correct. Like, for the teams that are losing those kinds of times right now, that is a tricky thing to deal with. But 8 seconds a lap. Their pit stop was 1 minute and 11 seconds. Like, that is a lot of 8 seconds per lap that you're giving up to go into the pits early to switch to the wets. I'm not saying it's the wrong call. I'm just, for full context for everybody who's watching at home, 8 seconds a lap. What is that? Let me do the math real quick, because that's 71 seconds divided by 8. As soon as I learn how to operate a calculator. Apologies, folks.
John Tracy able to get a nice gap here now. Going a little yellow there. He's getting a little spry over the corners, but he's opened it up to 2.5 seconds over Sidor. Sidor still having to play with Raza and Kostovic back here.
Oh yeah, if it starts raining again 10 to 15 minutes after the dry spell starts, that is a good question. What is going to happen after we hit this dry spell? It's going to go dry here in 30 minutes. This is the hardest it's supposed to rain, at least from what the weather model is telling us. And man, the start-finish straight right now is just a gaggle of cars.
Oh, I know. I don't know how any. Let's go. Go with Kostovic here.
And there is a massive collision. The 42 runs into Sidor. Who else is off? We've got an Audi, just a massive collision in the first curve. Again, it's just tricky right now because people are trying their best to survive on these tires.
Cody Blanton now heading into the pits, going to lose those positions. Kostovic.
Here's the thing, Provolone. We're going to have a discussion about this, sir, because you're right. Yeah, don't get me wrong. If it starts raining again 10 to 15 minutes after the dry spell. But the thing is, if you're on wets, you can survive 10 to 15 minutes between points of time where there's rain on the track. That is a big brain play. The problem is right now is the track is very, very wet. Folks that are on these slick tires, man, it's going to be tough, but we're about to find out. So Provolone may have the 5 head, and I may be working on the 2 head. We'll find out.
You know, and not just that though. Yep, I was going to say, it's got to be hard keeping pressure on these tires right now.
Oh, they're going to be ice cubes. They're going to be rolling. They're going to be rolling on deflated ice cubes.
Yeah, I mean we're down to 23 track temperature, 23 seat track temp. Ambient's still 23. But with the rain, the clouds, and everything, there's no way these tires are staying warm.
Yeah. I'm going to look through the field right now. I'm curious who is the top car on wets right now. So if I switch over to... Okay, so we know down to Sidor, not on wet tires. I'm going to take a look. Feel free to continue talking, sir. You do not have to wait on me or anything like that.
Oh, no, not at all. You're good, man.
Getting this set up so that I can take a look. So,
Provolone saying when they stopped, their dries were at 24 PSI.
Yeah.
And that was a few laps ago. You're right. It's gotten colder. It's gotten wetter. On board with Kostovic here. Oh, and Kostovic getting passed up right there by Raza, but Raza shooting wide. Wow. That escalated quickly.
Tough. It is so tough right now. You got a lot of the folks in the mid and the backfield pitting early for the dry tires because they've got nothing to lose. They're going to risk it for the biscuit. So, the highest ranked driver that has stopped for wets is Marquez in the 182.
Okay.
So that is the highest ranked driver right now in the field that has stopped for wet tires.
Adam Coop getting around Ali Raza.
This right here turned into a survival race. That 42 car took a heck of a shunt into first curve, still managing to be in fourth or fifth now.
Fourth, yeah.
So maybe it's about survival. Get to the first pit stop, get that damage repaired, and see if you can make it. Because we are getting closer. We're still, actually now, I'm lying. We're still 24 minutes from a first scheduled pit stop if these guys plan to survive on their first tires, the first set.
They're trying to stay out. That's a long time to stay out there. Now, what's the updated weather report?
I will get you that in a moment, sir.
Oh, and Tracy goes wide. Oh, and gets pushed by Kostovich. John Tracy spun sideways now, losing position quickly. And gets hit again. Who is in that Bentley? Is that the 614?
Yeah, he's in the middle of the track and he's trying to move to get repositioned, and it was a 50-50 shot.
Wow.
Like he guessed wrong.
So Tracy now back down into P7. That is really a shame. Actually, yeah, P7. Jacob Schlaber able to get around.
Tracy dropping down the field after an incident through Spoon Curve. I didn't actually see it unfold. Oh man, Sidor has a Pac-Man hood right now on the M6.
Yeah, I just saw that. Sidor's all torn up. Take a look at Tracy's car.
The weather is bringing the drama, folks.
Tracy's car not looking good, and he's going to go ahead into the pits. Can't say I blame him. Meanwhile, Andreas Borchers continues to just roll as Sidor and Hepburn now are going to go to battle. Oh, Sidor going very wide.
Sidor is just trying to survive. He's trying not to pit early, not to spend too much time in the pits. It's about survival for the Crazy Rapids M6 right now. Hepburn and the Maka, man. A Maka up in the top 5 around here at Suzuka. Track temps right now, Tez, we're looking at 23 degrees. 23 degrees all round. So we're hitting a very, very tough part of the race with the weather conditions like Provolone was talking. We've already seen the rain start to drop off a little bit. I'm looking at the cameras right now, and it is raining. It's decreased a little bit, still raining pretty decently on track. But we've hit that part of the night where ambient temperature, track temperature are equal with one another. It's going to start getting really cold really soon.
You got to wonder too. You have to wonder too, and I have to ask this question. Maybe you know this, Phil. I got to wonder what all the weather model takes into account, right?
When you say weather model,
here's what I mean by that. Obviously, there's rain. There's rain or dry. There's temperature, both ambient and track temp, whether the sun's beating on it and it's 40 C or it's cold out and it's 23 like it is now.
Yep.
What about humidity?
So the humidity is going to be a factor here because we're dealing with the damp track.
Well, that's what I mean.
Dealing with cold temperatures, it's going to cause the track. It's going to make the track dry very slowly.
And I guess that's my question: is humidity taken into a factor? Because if it's very dry, even with a lower temperature, the air can absorb more moisture faster. Therefore, the track can dry out a little quicker. You know, and that's what I wondered: is does the weather model in ACC actually take things like humidity into? You know what I mean?
Saw a shunt. Man, that was rough. Between so Sidor in the M6, that car is taking a hell of a lot of punishment. Yeah, the man you need to listen to in chat right now, though, Dan Tazaro, a bit of a wizard with the M6. He's saying wet's lower pressure is the play for the M6 right now. The 202 took a bit of a shot to the front coming into contact with the 27.
Yeah, that 202 car is not. I don't think that's all livery I'm seeing on the front.
I think most of that is livery, but that shot to the front definitely is going to affect the drivability of the Porsche. Provolone right now is looking like an absolute genius. So everybody can just chalk it up to Philip is dumber than dirt. If you need weather strategy in the car, you go with the big cheese.
Big cheese.
21 laps in this race, done and dusted. 5 hours, 14 minutes left. We still got a long time before we hit that first round of pit stops. Kostovich did manage to survive, sneak out into second right now, 10 seconds back from Borchers. Raza 3.6 seconds back, but that gap's holding pretty steady right now.
Oh my goodness. Lucas, and we've got spinning going on here.
Oh no.
Back that up real quick.
That right there,
Right there.
was a massive incident.
Wow.
Like once they touched, that car started to pitch to the right.
Yep. Was that the 33 car that we saw get pushed around? Yeah. No. Yeah.
The QRT Aston, Sandra Jacobs.
Wow.
That's going to be a lot of damage.
The weather is bringing out the craziness. Andres and Kevin Blanchett coming together are also right behind him. Carlos Guzman and Case Schulte.
Saw some yellow flag indicators. Yeah.
Like Cody Blanton making a run on Maxim O'Boren. And again, Blanton just looking to get himself up front. Now, we did see Blanton go into the pits, right? So I'm assuming he's going to be on wets at this point.
Yeah, he's probably on the wets to take the risk, because again, after the early incident, I say incident, he wasn't hit or anything. He had a moment in 130R. He's got an opportunity here to really gain some spots relative to the field, because the rest of the field is not switching to the dry tire or the wet tires.
Yeah.
So he did switch to the wets. Rain does stop in 10.
Lucas Seidler now heading into the pits.
Yeah, so a bunch of drivers right now making the late stop right now. The folks that did not fully commit to the strategy probably going to be kicking themselves a little bit for the rest of this race. But you know, to be honest, we've got a tale of two stories right now that are really working out with people taking split strategies. Borcher's still out on track, still in the lead of this race. Kostovich in P2. It's just the rest of the field, either through getting involved in incidents or going off track themselves. That's kind of what's the deciding factor right now. Real quick, though, I want to do a check of the lap times between Borchers and Blanton.
Case Shoot. That cheese car. That's the big cheese right there, number 18 Audi. Oh, and Kevin Blanchett running off into the Toolies.
So last lap from Borchers was a 2:16. Last lap from Blanton was a 2:12.
Yeah.
There is a 4-second difference right now in it for being on the wet tires. Average lap times for Borchers now creeping upwards to 2:07 for the full stint, 23 laps.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Blanton pumping in 2-minute 12s on the average right now. Once those two hit that inflection point, the question then becomes, how many laps does Borchers have in his first stint before he has to pit?
Carlos Guzman, Kevin Blanchett, Justin Secombe. Cody Blanton gets around another. Tobias Gable. Cody Blanton back up into P11 now. About to put himself back into the top 10. If he can hold on, if the track stays wet enough and he doesn't have to go in and flip again, which Tobias Gable taking the spot back right there, I don't think that's going to last. Tobias very fast, but you know, Blanton's Blanton. So you're Tobias Gable now. Is Tobias? Did we determine if he's on wets?
Tobias Gable. Let me check real quick.
The number 188 car.
The 188 car is.
I'll tell you right. I can tell you right now he's not. He's on dries because he didn't go into the pits. So apologies. I should have been able to just glance and look at. But here's the thing. Now we saw Tobias battling back a little bit, right? So Blanton quals in second. He's got the pace on you. And I forget, where did Tobias... Tobias is up 2 right now in 12, so Tobias quals 14th, okay?
Yeah.
Blanton's on wet tires, you're still on dries. I'm not even going to play that game, if I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, the thing is that he did end up getting... Marquez and Blanton both ended up getting around Tobias. Tobias might not be playing that game at all, because he might be dealing more with the performance of the car right now in these conditions, rather than necessarily worrying too much about fights on track. Yeah,
I just saw him that he coming off that back straight, he took that corner back and was able to get back ahead of Blanton, and I'm like, why? Little contact between Planton and Gurgley. As we've got the number, is that the number 666 off into the grass and getting knocked around and spun. Now sitting backwards in the hairpin and turns and hits Tobias Gable. That's not good. And the front of that car is just jacked. Spazo Gurgley more than likely going to have to hit the pits. Platten and Blanton. Blanton just went from like 11th and is now in 8th. Javier Marquez, the next driver.
I mean, you watching right there. Blanton still has to do a little bit of throttle management on corner exit in the Porsche, even with the full wets. So it's not, just because he's on the full wet tires doesn't mean it's like a cakewalk.
Yeah, it's not a silver bullet, but it certainly has got to be much more helpful than these guys that are still out on dry tires.
So track is definitely going to be damp for quite some time. Quick weather check. We're down to 22 air temp, 23 on track. No rain scheduled in 10 minutes. No rain scheduled in 30 minutes. So this wet period that we're looking at looks to be what it is. It rained for what? What would you say, about 20 minutes? Oh,
yeah,
I just saw a car.
20.
I just saw a car flying.
Oh no, that's
One
usually
of
not
the
a good
AMPs.
sign. Martin Smith now able to take up P20.
That would be Case Shoot in the It Ain't Easy Being Cheesy car, Dan. So that's who's in the car with Provolone. So Shoot's in there right now, doing a really good job, just like Provolone said. They're going to try and battle back from where they pitted. Did say earlier that they were P28, so they might have either gotten involved in some shenanigans. Where did they go? Oh, no, they're all the way back up to 14th. You don't know all the names. I got you, man. So right now, Shoot is in 14th, 8 seconds back from Shane Reese. Came out 28th with wet tires, making up that many spots. That's a good.
That's not what I wanted.
Currently only one position down from where he qualified, where they qualified the 18 cars. So that's a good performance right now from the It Ain't Easy Being Cheesy Audi.
It's a good, yeah, I think that's a good place to be given the weather that's happened, right?
Indeed.
Considering they went into the pits, there's only 2 other drivers, Cody Blanton and Javier Marquez, ahead of them that went into the pits at all.
Yeah. Looking right now at the relatives to the field, Andreas Borchers in the Trackilicious Enduro B M4 after 25 laps in the lead of this race. Kostovich 8.7 seconds back. Razas dropped back to about 6.4. Then we've got Hepburn in the Maka, Shaber in the 202 Mission Spino Porsche. That's the top 5 right now. Blanton up to P8, 8 tenths back from Marquez.
Battle currently between Oberndorfer Andres, Martin Smith, and Justin Sacombe. Justin Sacombe, we keep seeing get tangled up in battles today. Not in a bad way. That's a name that keeps coming up. With that, Sir Philip, I'm going to take a quick step away for a few minutes. I'm going to leave this battle right here. Martin Smith getting ahead of Andres. Justin Sacombe still right there. And already, Martin Smith, after clearing that, going to get on the back end of Kevin Blanchette. Oh, I won't be gone long, Moons. I promise. And Martin Smith making that pass. So Smith gaining 3 spots, or 2 spots, in a very short amount of time. Florian Caltis into the pits as we jump up here. Javier Marquez and Cody Blanton now. As soon as it's cloudy at night, more than 10 minutes of rain, just go throw the wets on. There you go. I'd say it's working out for the cheese squad so far. We have Marquez and Cody Blanton coming up. Cody Blanton is looking to get himself way back up front after an early spin. It looks like he's probably going to have opportunity to do so between the strategy as you guys are talking about, you know, getting these wets on and everything. It seems to have paid off for Blanton, the number 96 car. And I could tell you his partner, Eric DeBone, we saw them last season, our last endurance season. Eric DeBone is no slouch. I don't know that he's got Cody's pace, but he's going to be able to at least hold his own. And that's if they driver swap, obviously. But Cody, having dropped down to P17, now back up to P8. If he can get around Marquez, is going to have a bit of a haul to get all the way up front with an 11-second gap up to Stropa, 13 up to Shaber, things of that nature. So still plenty of time to do it, though.
Yeah, Provolone proving to be the five-head in chat. Definitely, definitely got the weather strategy nailed down, and he's got a really good point in chat. He's talking about how folks that are currently on their dry tires that have to pit during the stint timer, if they come back out on dries, the track's still going to be damp for a little while, for probably a good while, given the temperatures and the darkness, because there's no sun to help dry the track out. The only thing that's really drying the track out right now is just like water evaporating, which is going to go really slow in these temps, obviously, but then also tires and stuff basically pumping water off of the racing line, which isn't an exact science in a game like ACC. So there will be a dry line, but it's going to take a while for this track to dry out. So they might deal with some graining, as Provolone mentioned. So it ain't easy being cheesy, turning out to be the strategy big brains around here.
Yes, they are. You're going to blow Provolone's head up. He's going to get back in the car and it's going to go all crazy on him.
Well, no. I mean, if he lets his head get too big, he just won't fit.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I missed it. I missed the alert, but I want to thank Jonathan Rulin for their $50 donation to Extra Life. Thank you so much for
awesome. That is really awesome.
Very much. I missed the alert. Hopefully it showed up on screen. It should have. But we are now... Well, that's not what I wanted to see. Stop it. I need to my team page here. As you can see in the top right corner of your screen, we've broken now over the $400 mark, $423.54. 21% of our goal, folks. Oh, bad things just happened. I hope that didn't go out on stream, and it probably did. No, it didn't. Okay, good. Wow.
Something break on you?
Oh, because I went to the Extra Life page so I could bring that up and see, you know, where it was and everything, and thank our latest donor, Jonathan Rulin. And I forgot that down below the first half of the page, the stream is tied. It's tied in, so you can actually go to the Extra Life page and watch the stream. I didn't have the tab muted.
Yes.
So I just had my eardrums blown in because it was a full volume Twitch stream that just went off in my ear. So and I'm kind of sure that did not go out to stream. At least I hope so, because I would feel bad. But with that, sir, I'm going to take a quick step away. Throw this on autopilot for you for a minute.
Absolutely, sir.
And I will be just a few moments, and we will keep at it. Just under 5 hours left to go. We're 1 hour in, and it has been a wild time with rain and everything else. Been a lot of fun so far, and we still got, again, almost 5 hours left of it. So stick around, folks. My man Phil Millie is going to be here with you this whole time. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, Provolone, back to where you guys started. You guys are doing fantastic. Again, that strategy call to switch to the wets early. I think you guys were probably in the pack that was one of the earliest to switch on to the full wets. That was real smart play. You guys are making some really good headway in the field. We do have the autopilot pulled up right now, so you guys can continue to follow along with the on-track action. I am actually going to switch over to pit wall real quick and do a little bit of analysis while Molson has stepped away. Again, thanks everybody for being here for the 6 hours of Suzuka Box 3 Trackilicious 949. Been a lot of fun getting to call this race. A lot of fun getting to call it alongside Mr. Adam Molson, who's a legend in his own right. All right. Currently tuned in to Mr. John Tracy, who did have a heck of a first stint, man. Was really making waves until the rain hit. Yes, we do have the pit wall up and running right now. Again, it's free to use. You don't have to have an account. You can get just normal live timing information. The free account gives you a little bit more information. Light and Pro packages are pretty affordable. I think $12 a year, $24 a year for the Pro. Can give you a lot of data. It's kind of my nerd hobby. Just looking relative to the field right now, I wanted to take a look again at this situation with Blanton and Borchers right now. Borchers, let's take a look real quick. Just kind of want to take a look at Andreas right now on track. Still on the dry tires with no rain. Lapping now 2:11.737 last lap for Borchers. 2:09.225 right now. Cody Blanton up into 7th place. Cody is making up some serious ground. The graph post pit stop from Blanton. I wish I could show you guys this on in chat right now, but that is quite. In fact, you know what I might do? I might just post this in the Trackilicious Enduro chat. Over here right now. But right now, Borchers lapping at 2:08.585. That's average for the full stint, 29 laps. Cody Blanton, 2:11.500 for 11 laps on the full wet tires. Shaber just now coming out of the pits in the 202, pitting from 7th place. Let's take a look at Mr. Shaber switching back to the dries. So this is there's going to be a moment where, depending on how fast the track dries out, where Blanton would have to make a judgment call on whether or not to pit for dries, because those wets will start to overheat. But I think we're pretty far off. Looks like Borchers, Kostovich, Raza all pitting. 29 laps in their belts, hitting close to that stint timer. I want to pull up those three actually right now. I want to take a look at those pit timers to find out. Minute 11 from Blanton when he was in for the wets.
Back at it here, folks, as we see a bunch of drivers now into the pits.
Yeah, this is the scheduled pit stop starting to be a factor right now.
And look who is back up into first.
Yeah, I'm gonna to give you an idea of what I was looking at while you were gone. I went ahead and did a. Let me actually save this. Can I download this? Send it to you. Yeah, let's do it.
Trackalicious Eric in that number 5 now in 3rd. Taking over that. Oh, I'm sorry. What happened here? Yeah, now in 4th. I'm sorry. Wes Hepburn is somehow in 1st. even though he's in the pits. So
that's because I'm betting Hepburn is either pushing his timer, or he pitted the lap before. Actually, yeah, that's a good question.
That's
kind
a weird one.
of curious how that works out.
Well, we have to see a sector marker update because this thing doesn't always update properly.
Yeah, I just wanted to send you this picture real quick because it's pretty interesting. You can take a look at when Mr. Blanton switched to the wets in that graph.
Yep. 100%.
So the number 5, the Trackilicious M4, did survive the stint to get back on. Let's actually take a look. I want to take a look real quick. I don't think they switched to wets at all. Cody Blanton, it says Cody Blanton now is in first.
Yep, Cody Blanton. Yeah, it fixed itself.
Yeah.
The number 42 car now driven by Professor Chronotis.
So if I'm looking at Eric's car right now, back on the dry tires. Going to stay on the dry tires with the track in these conditions. Take a look. Actually,
where are we still sitting? Yeah, where does the track sit now? Are we back down to damp, or are we still wet?
No, we're in greasy, so we're in dry tire conditions, but it's 23 degrees, so it's going to be really cold on track in comparison to the start of this race. Well, actually, not really cold, 3 degrees. We're talking a 3-degree difference, but with it greasy, it's going to be harder to keep temperature in the dry tires. It's going to be very easy to grain tires that are not in the window yet.
Yep.
So Eric's going to have to be conservative, probably.
Tobias Gable giving a door nudge to Ian Prentice. Ends up knocking him off track.
That
into
is
the
a
gravel.
huge shunt.
That was a huge hit right there. Prentice down to P17 and rolling slow. Hopefully he can get back up to speed. And didn't look. He did hit the wall. Javier Marquez now into the pits. Hey, Andreas is in our chat now. Great driving up front, Andreas. Excellent job today.
Marquez, one of the other folks that was out on the wets early. I guess we've hit that inflection point where some of the people are pitting for dries now. Cody Blanton's staying out on track, currently doing 209s. Still waiting to see a lap time post for Eric Kossian in the number 5, who's now P2 overall. Waiting to see what his lap time is going to look like so that we can figure out what is comparison to Cody on the wets that are transitioning to a greasy track versus Eric Kossian, who's going to be on the dries.
Rainier Martle. Kennel. Name I can't pronounce. The number 27 car. Battling out for P21. We've also got another battle between Justin Moffett and David Funk right behind them.
So all you need to know about the 27 car is, so Kamal, that is Chemo Sith. So,
okay.
Chemo Sith on Twitch TV in the 27 right now for Crazy Rabbits in the M6. Really good dude. A caster himself.
Excellent. Christopher Tones and Ian Prentice now into the pits at the same time. John Tracy back to P12 after the pit stop. Funk and Moffett battling it out hard down into T1. David Funk picking up P21 there in the number 420 car.
Weather strategy update. Blanton in the pits now, probably going to switch over to those dry tires because his last lap was in the 209.8s, and Eric Kossian in the dry, or on dry tires in these greasy conditions, was also posting a 209.8. So we've hit that inflection point. It's going to be really important for Blanton to switch back over to the dry stuff. Kostovich last lap 208.2. So we're talking probably about a 1.6 second difference between Kostovich and, well, actually, I'm going to learn to do my math right here in a minute. Sorry, folks.
You're better at it than I am.
Yeah, but a 208.2 to a 209.8. Kostovich does have some pace in hand. Chronotis posting in a 210.5. So we're going to start to see this field kind of compressed down a little bit. Kostovich should probably pull away from Chronotis, but he's going to be all over Eric here in a matter of months.
I was going to say, yeah, he's closing that gap up to Eric real quick.
Carlos is like, it is hard driving the V12 on slicks in the wet. Yes, sir.
Like John Tracy making that play now as well. Actually, this is John Tracy's first pit stop. Adam Coop looking to make a play for P21 on David Funk. These guys running real close too. The 420 and the 125 cars, last lap times were 2:10.747 versus the 2:10.727. So Coop with about 0.02 of a second pace over Funk.
Yeah, Funk's a pretty hard racer though. Coop's going to have a fight on his hands trying to find a way around him. Jag is going to be a bit of a struggle in Sector 1, Sector 2, but Coop's going to try and get as close as possible before they hit that back straight, because once that Jag round spoon curve, it's gonna start to drive off.
We missed it up front. Kostovich taking up P1 now in the number 949 car.
Yeah, if I'm Eric, I'm gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it easy for him, but I'm also not gonna race him too tight wheel to wheel. There's more to lose if you collide than if he gets around you. So if he can just like hold on, keep Coasty in touch, and get through the stint to get Andreas back in the car, I think that'll be a good outcome. But Eric was also a pretty tough racer, so we'll see.
There's that number 18 cheese car.
Up into P12, man. Good outcome. Well, actually, we haven't had an update yet, so it might be a little bit different. Man is. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was gonna say fighting. They were fighting with Platten, but Platten pulling out just a little bit ahead now.
That's going to be tough coming out on the dry tires on greasy track in these cooler temperatures. It's going to take Provolone a little bit of time to get those tires into the window. He needs to be conservative. You don't want to grain these things and then be stuck with tires that are going to slide a lot on you, even when they're in the window.
I'd much rather take my time right now, let this track dry out a little more before I start trying to push on somebody too hard.
Just real quick analysis of pit stops, with the first scheduled ones being done here recently. 107.4 for Kostovich in the 949 Feza, and then a 107.7 for Borchers in the M4.
Oh, wow.
So quick pit stops for those guys. Probably had no repairs or anything really to deal with, or didn't take repairs. Back out on dry tires. They just had enough of a gap in the field to really survive through that wet spell. But you want to know somebody who made out like a bandit when the rain showed up? That's Cody Blanton.
Yeah, yep. I mean, I really played it well, and now, I mean, back out after one stop. I'm sorry, that was the second stop, and came out back out in P5. So if back on dries, I mean, are you showing any more weather coming?
Let me go check the weather real quick.
Yeah,
it's going to be clear for the next 30 minutes.
Next 30? Okay.
Yeah, it's clear, cloudy skies for the next 30 minutes, 23 degrees, ambient 23 degrees on track.
So my thought would be, if with Blanton going in for that second stop, right? But later than everybody else's first.
Yep.
My thought is he's going to be able to hang out longer and maybe clear some space back up into P1. Yeah. The question is how long, how long can he stay there? Because he has made 2 stops compared to everyone ahead of him who's only done 1.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if that strategy actually played out. I mean, it obviously got him up front, but now with that extra pit stop, and you're talking, last pit stop was 32 seconds in and out with 31.9 sit time. So a little over a minute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that plays out for him and he's able to put himself back up front and stay there.
Take a look real quick at Mr. Blanton in relation to the field right now. So he's got a little bit of clear air in front of him, but he is starting to move up to gaggle of cars that are going through Sector 1 right now. That's going to slow him down a little bit relative to Crown in the 84 Maka.
Okay.
So we'll have to see. So can the Dark Horse Racing McLaren get a move on, because he's moving through traffic as well. He's got a little bit of a gap. If he can clear this Audi in front, Brandon draws in the Beam GT, and he does. He's got a lot of clear air, so he can make up some time and benefit himself a little bit in this battle that's going to be coming with Cody Blanton.
We just lost Chronotis, I believe.
Cronus have a disconnect?
Looks like it, yep.
We have seen at least one other disconnect so far. Yeah, I'm seeing him with no gap on the relative. So yeah, that car had to disconnect, which is unfortunate. The 42 was really doing well out there. Ali Raza was fighting hard. When it switched over to the wet conditions, it was definitely tricky on the M4. But
yeah, I can always tell when somebody disconnects when I go to focus on them, and it won't let me.
Yeah,
because they're still on the list, but they're not really there, I guess.
Yeah.
Yannick Plus now in the number 202 car for that team. Who else did I just see? There was someone else I wanted to call out. I don't know who, but Justin Moffat under pressure in the 223 from Roman Yakos.
Mr. Muff SDR, Crazy Rabbits Racing, the runner of Crazy Rabbits Racing, in the Jag, right?
Is that where? Wait, where?
Oh no, Funk's in the Jag. They're in Moffat's in the V12 with the Guzman brothers.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So.
And I know you said you wanted me to go on board in that. Is that the V12 there? Yeah.
V12, yeah. Man, that's such a good soundtrack, dude. Such a good soundtrack. Glad to see the Crazy Rabbits guys running the older cars. I hope they're having a lot of fun.
Cronotis able to join back in, sitting in the pits in P29 right now.
But did he start was he driver 1 and they swapped in Raza for the first stint?
I don't remember.
I wonder.
No.
It is car 42, so that is a good sign.
Oh yeah, I think Ali Raza was the first driver.
So however they joined, whatever system they did, it looks like it's going to be okay because they did join in with car 42. Normally when you get like a bonked entry for people joining in the wrong order, usually you end up with a car that's not the number they started with. So
gotcha. Okay.
There's Chemo Sith again.
Little contact between Jake Bucknam and Armand Petrovic. Bucknam taking up P26.
Ooh, buddy. That is close racing. Good close racing.
Kostovich continues to lead this race.
Yeah, Kosti's in a good spot. Like, if he can just continue to maximize his pace on this stint. It's going to be all about trying to pull as much of the gap as possible to the field. It's going to be tricky, but he's in a pretty good position. But man, Blanton's up in 4th place, 3.6 seconds back from Crown.
He's got to run because he's almost 25 seconds up to Eric. So it's going to take time, but he's definitely continuing to hold his own. Let me see. You got to look at, I mean, last laps, everybody in front of Blanton is at least 2 seconds slower.
Yeah. So right now, it looks like the next thing is Blanton is going to have, Crown and Blanton are about to go at it. Depending on how long it takes for that to really get underway, Eric Gakosian and number 5 might be in the mix. So, like I said, if I'm Kostovich, like, you need to be putting in fastest laps of your life to build that gap up as much as possible. Moving through traffic again. I think we still have all 36 cars in the session. Like, I was looking at the relative. Brandon Draws is 34 laps, so he's 2 laps down to the field, 3 laps down to the field.
Yeah, but he's we do still all have all 36 drivers.
Yeah,
as John Tracy takes up position over Rainier Martle.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to look here real quick. So we talked about Crown and Blanton. Crown right now, since getting in the car, running a 2:06.3 across 7 laps. Now Blanton out a little bit later, only 5 laps since the last stop, with a 2:03.8.
Yeah, that's a pace difference right there.
That's a huge pace difference. So Blanton's just going to slowly eat away at this lead. And again, catching Crown I don't think is going to be a problem. I think what we're going to see is how long is it going to take him to get up to Eric in the number 5 car.
And Eric is lapping at 2:07 and Blanton at 2:03. So it's going to be
2:07s.
Blanton's gonna be the car to watch right now. And if I'm Kostovich, like I said, you want to be putting in fastest laps of your life. He's averaging 2:05s right now, so he's in a good position. It is definitely not on pace with what Blanton can do right now, but definitely could help Kosti out if he can continue to build this gap between himself and Gakasi.
Right now, Yannick Plus doing great against the number 182 of Javier Marquez. Been keeping it close here because they've been coming together just down to 1 or 2 tenths of a second, but then Yannick just opens it back up, and now we've got a full, almost a full second gap there.
Yeah. That right there, I think, is probably going to come down to, again, the Sector 1, Sector 2 performance of the Porsche relative to the Aston Martin. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just the 202. Well, actually, the tail of the tape on average, I'm looking at their sector times right now. On average, it looks like the Mission Spino has the advantage in Sectors 1 and Sector 3, with the Aston Martin eking out some consistent pace on the 202 in Sector 2, which is surprising. But definitely the Porsche being the more nimble car around here seems to be benefiting the 202.
Well, right now, as we just discussed less than a lap ago, John Crow now has to defend P3 against Cody Blanton.
It's going to be tough. Yeah,
tight, close
130R.
racing at Suzuka today. Cody Blanton has yo-yoed during the course of this race, man. All the way down as far as P17. Then works his strategy, gets himself back up into first, and now P4.
Less than 2 tenths between them.
Javier Marquez finally makes the move just behind these guys around Yannick Plus. Blanton wanted to take a look outside, and just was not going to happen.
Look at the traction difference between Blanton and Crown on the exit at first curve. Now Blanton getting really brave riding that curb through the snake section. They're getting ready to hit the anti-bank curve. This should benefit the Porsche more than the Maka, and that's where he gets the move done. Now going into Dunlop, Cody Blanton's just going to try and drive off now.
And given the pace we've seen, looking at the average paces for these guys, it's exactly what's going to happen. So now he has about a 23-second gap up to Eric, Mr. Trackilicious himself.
at about, let me look at the average lap time difference now between those two again, because I'm going to bet we might be seeing some action with those two in about 4 laps time.
So I got a 2:03.3 for Blanton, and Eric is running a 2:07.1.
So I would give him
4
7
seconds.
laps. I would give him about 7 laps, maybe less, before they're going to start tangling.
Gotcha. Patrick Toth off track now, losing position to Jake Bucknam.
So, sir, how are you enjoying your 6 hours of Suzuka so far?
I'm loving it. There's a lot of tight racing here. And honestly, it's not just the tight racing, which of course is always exciting, and that's what we want to try and focus on. It's also been the fact that it's been relatively clean, right? Incidents happen. They happen in every race. You're never going to avoid them all. I think we've done a pretty good job here today. I think the drivers have done a pretty good job here today of, for the most part, keeping out of each other's way. You take that, you take the close racing we've had, and then throw in some rain in the dark, I'm a happy guy.
Yeah, it's the wet part of the first stint was definitely tough. I can definitely say it was probably tough for most of the guys out on track. But a lot of people survive. Eric Akassian, man, M4 seems to be struggling around here and in these conditions. Actually, let me do a real quick check. I'm kind of curious where we're at with the track state. The track's up to optimum now. So
really? Okay.
The track did not take long at all to dry, so I was completely wrong on that. But you know who else was wrong on that for a change? Mr. Provolone. So
cheese boy.
But that said, getting onto the wets early, still the strategy call that was the optimal for
100%. Now let me ask you this question though. Is the entire when it switches to optimal, is the entire track optimal, or is the racing line optimal?
To my knowledge, the entire track at that point is
okay.
Optimal.
And the reason I ask is because if it's still greasy off the line, right? You know, if it's still a little greasy off the line, off the racing line, then obviously that's going to make it a little trickier to get around and pass me.
Well, the part that's going to be tricky for the folks, the real difference maker, it's not going to be like we've been racing in optimal conditions all day with them on dry tires. Mm-hmm. They came out when the track was still in greasy conditions, cooler temperatures, easy to grain the tires. And this is where Provolone was talking earlier in chat. Getting graining on your tires early on in a stint, it's going to create, so in the front, you're going to have, if you get graining in the front, you're going to have understeering into corners. You're going to have inability to get the car to turn in. For the rears, if you get graining, you're going to get a lot of oversteer mid-corner and on-corner exits. It's going to be really hard to keep the rear end of the car pinned down. So we're just going to have to see. The people that were more conservative when they went out on their dry tires, they're going to be the ones that are going to make waves. So
I don't know, sir. All I know is this: we're here for it. We are here for it. Well, we won't see any shine, but we could see some more rain. Track temp down to 22 Celsius, matching the ambient.
Got one of the Saccone brothers in chat. I can't tell. I think that's Justin. Fail boat for life. What was the fail situation there, Mr. Saccone?
Nice. Oh, and a door bang there, and Kamel is off track. Just like that. We can't even get him on camera. He's so far gone. Oh, and he's getting slammed around again. Driver's not slowing down. Patrick Toth, Armand Petrovic. He was sitting still. That was horrible. He was sitting still too. This is not his. That was not on him. And they just baffed him around. My goodness.
Yeah, that is suboptimal. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's dark. It's really treacherous out there. But the yellow flags were out. It's not. Yeah. It shouldn't be a surprise that you're going into a situation with yellow flags that something's happening.
Well, he wasn't on the exit of a corner either, really, was he? Yeah. It looked like there was a straight section of track there before him. So
from what it looked like it might have been either in 200R or on the exit of the hairpin, perhaps. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to use my other PC. I'm going to go back and take a look and find out where this all, like, what unfolded. Like, how fast things went south, to be honest. So I'm looking for
He took a door bang, which got him spun, and then 2 more drivers came along and just absolutely waffled him. The number 720 car is just beat down. That's one of the cars that hit that stopped vehicle. Oh, wow, there he goes. Kimmel unable to really keep that thing under control. Doing his best to get back to the pits, but he just got slammed twice. Now looking to stay out of everybody's way as best he can.
So there was a small move from Chemo when he was stopped, but from what I could tell, it still looked like there was a little bit of time before the initial contact. After he came to a stop again.
Okay.
But I just don't know how much time really is like enough time.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. It's just a really tricky circumstance. And right now, I kind of wanted to see.
Because those were some pretty hard hits, I will say that.
Yeah, that was it was rough. It was rough for sure.
Looking now, the gap between Cody Blanton up to number 2, Trackilicious Eric, down to 12 seconds. We're moving quickly there.
Either way, man, that was a huge shot. Really unfortunate.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Cody Blanton now down. Like I think you were talking about earlier, like the gap's starting to close a lot.
12 seconds now.
Yeah.
Just under 12 seconds, and yeah, it's happening quickly. But if we look again, Eric's times now across 13 laps, 206.1. Blanton running 202.6. Is Blanton right now only getting faster as the track goes to optimal?
Yeah. Last lap from Kostovich though, 201.8. Oh. Is that UT? No, that's not Tiago. Somebody just mentioned rain, 30 minutes.
Oh.
More
Eugene
rain.
saying rain.
Yeah.
Is it true?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's on the indicator. Yeah, it's really coming. For real. I know, right?
It's my favorite. Mainly because I don't have to drive in it. And I will say that this kind of rain, I think, makes this so much harder, right? You have a full dry race. Everybody knows what that's like. It's full dry. Change your tires when you have to and you're done, right? Full wet. Put your wets on, get your pressure set. You're good for an hour, 2-hour race, whatever it is, if it's going to rain the whole time. When it does this back and forth stuff, that's where things really get screwy. Huge. Check in on John Tracy, currently running 16th. There he is. Tobias Gable into the top 10, up 4 spots on the day.
Let's think about this real quick. I'm just kind of curious. If I look at the stints right now between... So Kostovich, depending on how long this rain could last, could definitely make out like a bandit.
Yeah.
Because he's 14 laps in the stint. We're still upwards of 30 minutes away. So less than 30 minutes, but more than 10 away from rain. So it's going to be interesting.
Oh, I'm here for it, man. This is going to be awesome. David Funk, Adam Coop coming back together.
We got a gaggle of cars in this sector. 2 right now, headed into Spoon Curve. Absolute gaggle. The 212s in there. Looks like the 33 Aston, the QRTs.
Yeah, I was going to say Benjamin Hanneman, Raynar, David Funk now, and Adam Coop all coming together at once. Going to see if this plays out for P18 between the three of them.
Drive-through penalty for track limits for car 343.
A couple penalties actually today so far. Stop go 30 on the number 103 car and on the number 33 car. And a nudge right there. The number 727, Ben Oberndorfer, off into the grass. Funk and Yukas able to get around.
And you just back up. Don't try to pull out in that, bro. Just back up. Straighten your car out.
John Tracy now showing yellow and getting passed up by 2 cars. Must have slowed way down. Rainer Martel, Benjamin Hanneman able to get around John Tracy, pushing him back to P18. Oh, that was Tracy taking his drive-through. I'm an idiot. Didn't realize.
Yeah, he was taking his drive-through. What I'm curious about these stop-go 30s, did somebody just like overcook it going into the pits? I'm just kind of curious because I was watching Tracy and I saw the pit board sign, so I don't think it's an instance of people missing the pit board or something like that.
Well, there were a few drivers who, you know, we were focused on when they headed into the pits, and I gotta say, they looked a little spicy. Provolone now in trouble. Matt Artem, Christoph Molnar, right there.
Oh, I didn't think about that too. If people were on dries during their first scheduled pit stops and stuff like that, they could have been dealing with a lockup going into pit.
Okay.
Going past the control line.
Gotcha. Right now we're gonna watch the King Cheese here. The big cheese. The man, the myth, the legend, Provolone.
Mr. Codman 701 in chat is asking how we're doing today. How are you doing today, Adam?
I'm fantastic. I am just waiting a few more minutes here, and I'm gonna jump up and make myself a cocktail and continue for the next 4 hours and 21 minutes with you, sir. How about you? How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. It is quite a race.
It is.
We are going to be getting to that rain here soon, and that's going to be it's going to spice things up even more.
Yeah, I can't wait. These guys, they're gonna have to get frustrated. So, you know, I'd be curious, because right now Provolone's fighting for position, trying to hold on to P12. If this continues, this battle continues, is Provolone going to stick with the same strategy? Or are we going to see him dive in the minute that rain starts and get on those wets?
Question. I mean, really, we got to see what the weather model looks like when that rain updates to 10 minutes away. We want to see what the profile, what the weather model looks like 30 minutes out. I think that's the big thing. 22 degrees on track. The part that's going to be just so tricky that these drivers are going to have, that's going to be the struggle, I think, is people that are switching compounds, is not only switching compounds, but dealing with the continuing to decrease temperatures. We're down to 22 degrees. So it's going to be colder than the last time they put on wets, but then they've swapped to dries. So, and anybody who's raced in ACC, even during sprints, when you have a scheduled pit stop and stuff like that with mixed conditions, working with the MFD is not the easiest thing in the world to do.
No.
Very easy to goof up your tire pressures and end up in a really bad spot.
Yep, Christoph Molnar making a nice clean pass around Jason Provolone. Provolone now, Matt Artem, gonna want to take further advantage of that, see if he can get around.
Yeah, Artem in the American United Audi, trying to do something with this It Ain't Easy Being Cheesy car 18 in the draft, getting ready to approach first curve.
Didn't want to risk it coming down the hill, I guess.
I guess so.
John Tracy now looking to take back his spot he lost.
Lord
Rainier
West
Myrtle.
asking for a ride along with the Big Cheese in car 18.
Well, we will do that here in just a moment. We got a battle going out right here with Rainier Myrtle and John Tracy. Tracy with that inside hook, able to take it into T1.
Yeah, Tracy's got pace relative to Martle. Thanks, Ian. Were you COD man?
I appreciate that.
Not a problem, man.
Karska, thank you. Much appreciated. Still on board with Jason Provolone.
In that R8. Hats off to him, man. It's such a tough car to drive. Yeah, Karska's like, it's a tough race. It is a tough race. Very tough race.
Love the Audi. Love the Audi. And I have had people tell me I should drive something else.
I mean, you did pick a tough car.
Yeah.
At least they made it easier to drive in the latest rounds of updates. But from what I remember,
because I find the Evo 2 harder to control than the Evo.
That is interesting because the thing is that the Evo pre 1.8 was a deadly car that people would work to make more stable, to make it quick, but it would still be like on the verge of loose. Whereas now, so the 34 car is currently, yes, answer that question real quick for chat. Currently in 36th. The post 1.8, it's a more stable car that people are trying to make loose to make it quick. But again, it's still one of those cars where going through mid-speed, high-speed corners can be kind of deadly. So going through 130R going in the first curve definitely can cause some problems.
Now, but you're talking about the Evo, not the Evo 2, right?
Yeah.
The Evo 2 I find very difficult to control.
So we got the model has been updated. We still don't know what it's going to look like in 10 minutes, but rain is supposed to increase in 30 minutes. So we're not even getting rain. Okay. We're getting more rain than we got last time.
Oh, perfect. Even better. Even better.
The Coke Zero sugar bumper car. Interesting. My dad is a fan of Coke Zeros, Lord West. He would be a fan after his own heart. So just checking real quick. I'm just kind of curious. Tail of the tape, 203.347 on the average for Kostovich. Blanton pumping in 202.3. So Kostovich definitely not on pace with Blanton right now, but Blanton is still got to find his way around Eric Kukasi. And that gap has closed down to 6 seconds.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was just about to call that out. Blanton's got that down to just over 6 seconds at this point. Just keeps shunking it down. Adam Koop, Roman Yukas, and David Funk all back here running together.
Yep. Four hours, 15 minutes left in this race. We are not quite. We're not even. We're a little over halfway for most of the people on the leaders pit stop cycle. They're gonna finish lap number 20 here in a minute of what was probably going to be 31 laps. But I'm pretty sure we're going to get to that rain before the end of this stop. It could work out. It could work out. You could end up with heavy rain coming in right as they go into the pit stop. If that works out, then Coasty being where he is on track is going to be of huge benefit for him. Same for Cody Blanton. Cody Blanton, he's about 5 laps back in terms of, or no, excuse me, he's about 2 laps off cycle right now in Coastal. So it wouldn't be a big deal for him to pit early, get on the wets, especially if Coasty boxes. In fact, if I'm Blanton may tell me like maybe after the race or something that, no, Philip, you're a moron. But if I see Coasty pitting and it looks like it's going to be wet for the next 30, I follow him in and get on wets.
Yeah. Yep. You might as well, especially if you know it's coming.
Just still waiting to see what that weather model looks like 10 minutes out.
Oh, and that's not good right there. Adam Koop and Roman Yuckas come together. Both maintain position, but a lot of off track there. David Funk's closing in on that now. Ivan Platten and Christoph Molnar.
Planton currently 3/10 up on Molnar.
Front of Molnar's car looked like we had some damage going on there.
Yeah.
Got Molnar driving with some heavy damage. And the thing for me with the Audis, the Evo, between the Evo and the Evo 2, I find the rear end of the 2 wants to step out on me all the time. I find it very hard to keep the back end of the car under control, where I don't have that problem in the Evo.
Which car now?
The Evo to the Evo 2, the Audi.
Ah, yes. Okay.
That Evo 2, the rear end just wants to swing out on me regularly. It's very hard for me.
The thing that would be the question that I would have is if you're experiencing more of the oversteer on corner entry or on corner exit. If it's on corner exit, you could just like soften up the rear. Might also be an instance where you might want to look at the driver age you're using. Might increase traction control. Another thing to do, just to learn the characteristics of the car from a balance perspective, set yourself on a progressive engine map. So that you got a progressive throttle map as opposed to a linear one. That could help you just get used to like the behavior of the car in corners. Yeah, that car off track at Spoon Curve was wild.
Brandon Draws spinning himself out. Luckily, gets turned back around clean this time. As Roman Yuckas takes up P19 over Adam Koop, and a push there, and we got a pile up going on. Oh my lord. We got a car backwards in the middle of the track, right on the corner. Takes the right move and backs up.
I mean, this is an endurance race, and cars racing that close for that long, it's only a matter of time.
Yep, it's gonna happen.
I didn't see the front end of the incident, so I don't know really who's at fault. But yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, just playing numbers, it's tough. By the way, Cody Blanton now within 4 seconds of Eric Kakasian.
Been watching that. Get us up there as soon as the action starts. But this time, Christoph Molnar able to make the pass stick over Ivan Platten.
So Ian's talking about the Audi being understeering. The Evo 2, I've heard that most people have that kind of experience with it, like out of the box when you're dealing with the default aggressive. Whereas the default aggressive in the Evo 1 was a little bit more oversteering. But you know, the other thing is too is it's kind of down to preference. Like drivers tend to like more oversteery setups, like right out of the box kind of thing. It's easier. So it's easier for some drivers to take an unsafe car and make it a safe car, as opposed to take a safe car and make it an unsafe car. It's like it's tricky. But yeah, what you were talking about with like the oversteering stuff, having the rear end step out. It's also another one of those cars that if you don't keep the diff loaded in the car, you can get oversteer on corner entry or mid corner.
Gotcha.
So keep that in mind as well. What you got to do is you just got to learn how to train your foot when you're going through corners like 130R to not let completely off the throttle.
Yeah. Yep.
Counterintuitive, but some cars are like that.
And I haven't played with it in a while, so. Lee Dorman into the pits. Welcome in, Mufumo. I saw your message there. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you sticking around for our race. Just over 4 hours left to go, ladies and gentlemen. So much action so far. Tobias Jackson blowing around Turner Johnson. Can he hold it? Doesn't look like it. Oh, we're going to go side by side through the S's. Tobias able to nudge himself out front.
I think you're going to have have a move on Eric here in a short bit.
Yep, Cody Blanton now about 2 seconds back.
And with the pace difference between those 2 seconds is it'll happen probably this next lap that they'll be duking it out. Where's that rain at? Let's go take a look. Still says it's still not in the 10-minute window yet.
Really?
Oh, wait a minute. It just updated. Now it's in the 10-minute window, and we've got increasing rain in 30.
Perfect.
If I'm Cody, I'm driving like my life depends on it, because you want to be in front of Eric.
I was going to say, let's get this done before the rain hits.
And if I'm Eric, I want that M4 to become an M12. I want it to be so wide. Oh, just had some collisions over in the Degners section of the track. Let's see if I can find out who's involved in that. Who was involved in that?
That shiny Trackilicious wing right there as we watch Cody Blanton close the gap.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight for Eric, but if he can just hold on, let that rain get here, maybe dive into the pits early, maybe swap over to some wets.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But if I'm Eric, like
well, you have to wonder how much more quickly are we going to see drivers into the pits this time once the rain starts. And I say that knowing we saw what happened for the ones that were able to get there quickly versus the ones that made the choice to get the wets on early versus the ones that didn't and tried to hold out. Now we're showing the rain at 10 minutes and at 30, so it's gonna hold on for at least half an hour, which is 2-minute laps. So we're talking a little over 2 minutes, but you're talking let's say anywhere from 10 to 12 to 13 laps during that period of time. That's a long time to be on dry tires when it's pouring.
Yeah, the difference maker here between the first stint and now is just going to be that amount of time that we're going to be dealing with rain in a stint, because we're going to be seeing rain start to fall as this stint comes to an end. And then, which is very different, because we had rain in the first half of the first stint, thereabouts.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, man, but that number 34 car is making me nervous.
Yeah, he's just. I think he's dealing with some damage too. I think that's a big factor.
Then just let him by, because Eric and Cody want to battle this out. We don't need a back marker interfering.
Yeah.
But luckily they were able to clear. It just looked like in T1 he was going to turn into him.
So Eric here is going to be looking for spoon curve, looking forward to it as much as he can. And not only that too, I don't really know what kind of corner exit Eric can nail going out of spoon, but if he can really nail the exit, try and use that straight line speed to his advantage, because right now he's got Cody in the draft, and the problem is Cody in the draft, it's going to allow the Porsche to hang on into the hairpin. Man, that exit is going to cost him big. Yep. So
real
Cody
wide.
Yeah, I think he's dealing with traction on corner exit in the M4, which is not something that Cody's going to be dealing with probably in the Porsche the same way. Is he going to make the move into spoon? He's on the inside. Eric is leaving him space. This is some good, respectful fighting.
And there it is. Blanton has it. So Cody Blanton up into P2 now. And now 33 seconds up to Kostovich. Now he's not, I mean, of course he's going to try and get there, but I don't see him making this play and getting all the way up there before the rain gets here.
No. I don't see him making that. I don't see him covering that ground before the stint ends, to be honest.
Yeah. Go look at that 949. I had these guys up earlier. Look at this 949 Kostovich. Running a 203.033 right now to Blanton's 202.2. So, 0.8 of a second, that's not the same as 3 seconds. It's going to take a lot longer for Blanton to get up there. I think he's got plenty of time to do it with just over 4 hours, but not during the course of this stint, that's for sure.
Yeah. To answer Carlos's question in chat, the reason why we're like mixed on like the times and stuff like that is because we're using the now 10:30 kind of like weather model that you see from the MFD. So rain is going to be hitting us in less than 10 minutes because it's been sitting on 10 minutes now for at least I'd say a lap, maybe a little bit longer. And then increased rain in less than 30 minutes, but more than 10 away. So that's kind of what we're dealing with in terms of the weather. And if I'm looking right now, we might actually get. Now we're still a little too close to the end of the stint. Yeah, I don't think we're going to finish this scheduled pit stop out before the rain gets here. So.
And you know, every one of these guys now, we're seeing guys going to the pits now. Rainier Martel into the pits. That to me seems like a bad idea right now.
Yeah.
Unless he's got a ton of damage, but that seems like a really bad idea to do right now.
Well, but the thing is too is that it could be a combination of getting involved in some incidents earlier. The timers could be flip flopped. There are a whole host of reasons. And you're talking about Smith. Who is it you're talking about?
Rainier Martel, the number 3 car.
Oh yeah, Martel. So if I'm looking at Martel right now in the number 3, I just want to take a look at his. Yeah, he's pitting early. He's pitting really early, right? So he's either dealing with damage. Yeah, he's either dealing with damage or something else is going on. So what I need to do is I need to take a look at Martel's time.
Yeah, he's got to have damage because he's in there 102 seconds so far.
Yeah. Although he did put in a 2:03 his last lap, like he was moving pretty decent.
Ivan Platten under pressure from Jason Provolone.
Yeah, he's got damage. He's just past the 2-minute mark.
Gotcha. How did those guys get in an accident right outside the pits?
Pits are tricky. Pit entry at Suzuka is tricky. It's a fast pit entry. If you're running close to one another on pit entry, you got to remember that the guy who stops for the brake line, you're in the draft. So you kind of need to prepare yourself for a driver that might be stopping sooner than you expect. Or you're going to close in on them sooner than you expect because, again, you're in the draft going into the pits. Yeah. We saw that in the, what was it, at the season finale of the SRO Endurance Series when Nils Nyack ran into somebody on pit entry at Spa.
Oh, wow.
Again, it's just one of those things. Like they're both pushing as hard as they can to get into the pits. It's like nose to tail. Like those sorts of margins are where accidents definitely occur.
Christoph Molnar now into the pits.
Take a brief step away, sir.
Yep, no problem. I'll do the same once you return. Keep our eyes right here on Ivan Platten, number 44 car, defending against Jason Big Cheese Provolone. I feel like I should say his name in the same voice as the Inglourious Bastards when they were pretending to be Italian. Gorlami, Provolone. But no matter what you call him, his pressure continues against Ivan Platten. As I said, Christoph Molnar into the pits now. I'm trying to see Toth taking over there in that car. And I'm trying to find... The rain to increase, rain to start in less than 10, increase at 20, and then start to decrease at 30. Okay. It still says we're going to have at least 30 minutes of rain. The wets are going to have to go on. And I keep flipping back to cockpit view to see whether or not we can see some drops. It's very hard to tell in the dark if it's raining from the TV cameras. Well, as we go on board here with Ivan. Actually, let's jump back to Jason Provolone. We can watch this battle from here as we continue to watch for raindrops. here in Suzuka. Exclamation charity in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to help Box3 Motorsports raise funds for Extra Life Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the United States and Canada. Every donation appreciated.
Hello, sir, and I'm back.
Hey, look at you. You're speedy. Again,
Rain to
earlier.
decrease in 30 minutes. So we're gonna get some rain.
Yep.
And then it's gonna tail off in 30 minutes, but it doesn't look like it's like the rain is gone. It looks like it's just gonna get a decrease.
Yeah,
so
just a drop. Yep.
that is
Keep it around. Keep it for an hour and then turn it off. Oh, Ian in chat saying it is now raining. Yes, there it is. We kept checking cockpit view and now we've got it.
so we're gonna get tracks already dropped to green. Did not take long for the group to fall off. So let's switch up real quick. Swap over.
John Crown, Yannick Plus coming together. Sir, I'm going to set you on autopilot. I need to use the restroom, as of course, because I've been sitting here drinking water like a madman.
Absolutely, staying hydrated.
Yep, I am. I'm going to grab myself a drink at the same time. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Folks, stick around. We still have just under 4 hours to go here at Suzuka. You're joined by myself, Adam Thursby, my partner, Phil Milwee, who's awesome and knows pit wall in and out. If you want to be able to watch live timing yourself, exclamation pit wall in the chat. Don't forget, this race today brought to you by Trackilicious 949 and Box3 Motorsports. Appreciate all you guys being here. And as always, this time of year, exclamation charity in the chat if you'd like to contribute to our fundraising efforts with Extra Life charities for children's hospitals across the United States and Canada. Thank you again to Jonathan Rulin. I apologize for mispronouncing. Jonathan Rulin for your $50 donation earlier today. Stick right here, folks. All the action is coming. Yannick Plus into the pits. I will be right back, Mr. Millie.
Absolutely. So one big development that we have going on right now, Joseph Kostovich is going to cut his stint short, diving into the pits. I suspect he is going to try and get on those wet weather tires quickly, get back out on track. Meanwhile, Cody Blanton, just updating you guys, the camera may not be on it for pit wall. Just now exiting Casio Triangle. Does Blanton follow him in? He does not. So Blanton is going to take the lead of this race from Kostovich, but it's going to be interesting now because he's going to have a stint on potentially on the dry tires, so could be an issue where he's gone for some pressure adjustments to try and deal with the rain should it show up. We're just gonna have to wait and see. But Martin Smith, Ricardo Sapien, Patrick Toth, P21, P22, P23, people are going to be diving into pits. I think the first stint is really going to be a factor for helping people decide how to handle the weather. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, more cars coming in the pits now. It's going to be a dash. It's going to be a dash for the pits. I'm keeping my eye on Cody Blanton. We're going to see if he can eke out a few laps. Just looking right now at his previous lap was a 207, so he hadn't quite hit that 209 yet. It's going to be interesting if he can hold it together and build a little bit of a gap. He's trying to find his way right now around the 343 M4. It looks like the 343 is going to let him go as they go into Spoon Curve. Again, just keeping you guys up to date with where that's at, because I think the real tale of the tape is going to be, does the overcut for Cody Blanton work or not? Because I'm pretty sure he's gonna box for the wets this lap. Martin Smith trying to dance that American United Racing Audi through Casio Triangle, diving into the pits. He's going to try and get onto the wet tires. Here comes Cody Blanton now. Again, the overcut, 343 right behind him. Under braking, Okay, they do not come together. I'm going to go find Kostovich right now and keep you guys up to date. He's just now getting ready to approach 130R. I don't think that's enough time for Cody to stay in front. Man, that 666 AMG has got some serious damage. Could be a visual bug for us, but definitely seems that way. Rain lights are on for most cars. Yeah, Blanton's still in the pit box. Kostovich will take the lead of this race back. Kostovich, 109.7848 on the pit stop. We're still watching Cody Blanton to get an understanding of how long his pit stop's going to be. Toth, Christian in the 666 going through Casio Triangle right now. Is he going to take the pit stop now, get on the wet tires, or is he going to stay? He's going to stay out. Cody in there with a 109.266 for his pit stop. So I think a majority of the field is now pitted for the wets. I think that's where we're at right now. Ian Prentice in the big brain Audi. Weather conditions are the tail of the tape for this race. Definitely been a factor. I hear you, Jason. Andreas Borchers in the number 5 after switching back to the what I believe are going to be the wet weather tires. Let me actually go find that just to be positive. Yeah, the number 5 Trackilicious Enduro BM4 on wet weather tires, 21 degrees on track. We do have rain increasing in less than 10 minutes, but then we go back to kind of where we're at in terms of wet weather in between, well, within the next 30 minutes. So we're going to get a quick burst of even more rain.
Apologies. Apologies for the delay, sir. My wife is upstairs today in the holiday spirit and mood and baking and made fudge and maple candy, so I had to imbibe real quick.
Not a problem. Not a problem. That sounds like a. Man, you're getting time off and holiday treats.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely jelly. Right.
Oh, and I think after the race I may do some baking myself. Got some bread I want to make. It's been in the dough has been in the fridge since yesterday, so.
Gotcha.
I might make some bread after the race today.
That sounds like fun.
Penalty for number 34, stop-go cleared. So another stop-go penalty. I think really what's going on here is, like you said, it's a fast pit entry. All right, these drivers are just overcooking it into the pits. So,
right when you left, Kostovich dove into the pits as the rain was coming down. Stopped early. So he stopped, what would it be, 27 laps into his stint? No, 28 laps into his stint. Switched to the wet weather tires. Cody Blanton decided to stay out, try the overcut.
Okay.
Lap time for Blanton. Actually, I need to look real quick. I want to take a look and see what that lap looked like. So we didn't really get to see the full lap time. His in lap was a 2:32, but his lap before on the dry tires was the 2:07. The 2:09 was where we had that inflection point where people were really making the switch. So I'm guessing that Blanton was losing a lot of pace relative to that 2:07 he'd set on the prior lap that helped give him the judgment call he needed to go in on the overcut, switch to the wet weather tires. But in that time frame, Coasty was able to come back around and take the lead of the race on wets. So Eric DeBon in the car now.
Yes, I was going to say Eric DeBon now in the car, and if these guys stick with it, Eric will be out for the next 2 stints. You know, with oh my God, Blanton running the first 2, or the first 2 hours, I should say, or 3 hours. Yeah, so Eric DeBon, yeah, I'm sorry, out for the first 3 stints.
A little less than. Well, I mean, I'd say probably about 20 minutes less than, or 10 minutes less than 3. So the big thing is that we got Cody put in 3 stints in the car, but he had to take a stop early when he made the swap to the wets.
Yeah. Yep.
So he did get 3 stints in the car early in this race, but they were short. DeBon probably going to be in the car for 2, maybe 3 stints, I would wager, and then we'll see whether or not Blanton gets in the car for whatever is the makeup time towards the end of this race.
Something people should keep in mind too is Kostovich is driving by himself today.
Yeah.
No teammates.
Right.
So, you know, how does that play? Because look, Blanton and DeBon are both fast drivers. There's no doubt about that. I have no doubt that we're gonna. You know, I'm waiting for average times for DeBon to come in. He's only 2 laps in so far. But Kostovich, you hit a point, I think, and it's not to say the race becomes easy. It certainly doesn't. You've got to maintain your pace, especially with these weather changes back and forth, as we see Toth and John Tracy come together. But at the same time, there's what do I want to say? I wonder if Kostovich doesn't hit himself some sort of zen moment where he's just out turning laps at one point. You know what I mean?
Oh,
he's
he's
just out
definitely
spinning
gonna.
laps.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be, especially with a 37-second gap on DeBon, he's definitely going to be a bit in a combination of autopilot and some traffic management. The thing that Kosty's got to do is he's got to make sure that he's maintaining a sharp enough focus that he doesn't he doesn't lull himself into a false sense of security.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, especially with driving. Anybody that's ever done endurance racing or anybody that's ever taken a long road trip, the most dangerous part of the trip is the last 10%, because you start to drop your guard. So it's going to be tough.
What do they say? Something like 70% of accidents happen within 5 miles of home or your destination.
Yep.
So 100%.
Muff in chat saying this has been a fantastic race. Muff, glad to see you, sir. Glad to see you in the car. Hope the Crazy Rabbits guys are getting along.
And glad you're enjoying the race too.
Yeah, enjoying the race. That's a good thing. Yeah, it's been a good one. It's been a good one. The weather variability, I think, has made this one a really fun race to watch.
It has. And I would say to anybody in the chat, you guys are having fun. If you're a driver here today and you're having fun, make sure you are going out and proclaiming that fun to anybody you know who sim races, whether you bring them to Trackilicious, Box3, or 949, doesn't matter. We grow the communities. This is how we do it. And more people equals more fun, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's a good series, and it's been a great partnership in this endurance series. The first one and the second iteration has just been an absolute blast.
Yeah.
Anybody that's like looking for racing leagues to go check out on SimGrid, be sure and look up Box3 Motorsports. Be sure and look up Trackilicious. 2 really awesome communities, and we still got more than half of this race. I'm just anxious to see where the weather takes us.
Same here. I really am. Now, looking at it, I did finally get some time since. So Kostovich in this stint, with the rain having started on wet tires, 2:12.095 out of Kostovich. Now that's only across 4 laps. For DeBon, across 3 laps, 2:12.608. So DeBon a little slower so far over Kostovich, but we'll have to see if that sticks, because it doesn't seem like the gap's really opening up that much. I'm not seeing a huge change there. Still 37.5 seconds between them.
Yeah.
So again, we need a little bit more data there and a little bit better on the averages, but...
You ready for this? So the rain stops in 30. Just completely stops in 30 minutes. Like, this is going to be the most frustrating race for these drivers, like, ever, but at the same time, it's going to be the most entertaining for anybody who's watching.
100%.
It is going to be varying conditions for like half the race, so it's gonna be great.
That's unbelievable. And sorry, I've backed off changing things real quick just because I'm trying to put some links in the chat for folks. Whoops. I broke my stuff. There we go.
So on board right now, we got Alex DeBond right now in the number 3 M4. Trying to hold off Radu in the 63. I believe that is a McLaren. The on-off rain is great. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, sir. I love it. I love the fact that you threw in our not vanity link. That is great.
I didn't no, because the other two. Well, no, because the other two, when I hit, I just went to Discord and hit invite buttons.
No. We don't have a vanity.
Oh, you don't have one. Okay,
we
gotcha,
don't have
gotcha.
one. We've never had a vanity link.
I gotcha.
I love it. It's like Box3 Motorsport, Trackilicious, CFYBFJW. Not.
Oh, I thought maybe I did it wrong because the other two, it just gave me the vanity link, and then this one it didn't. So I'm like, oh no, that's 949. I got to put that in there.
No, that's fine. You did great, sir. You did great, sir. Appreciate
Alex Bond and Zamfir Radu continue battling here. The number 3 versus 63. These guys have been running tight for at least 2 laps now.
Yeah.
And look at that windshield. Alex Bond has got some serious damage. I do not know how he's still out on track.
Well, I mean, it could also be, just keep in mind, like, it could be that there was some significant damage to the car, but it also could be a visual bug.
Oh, okay.
Like, we do get visual bugs in spectator mode sometimes when cars get, like, severely damaged. So it could be that the car is running like a top for Alex, but to us, it looks like it's been through the grinder. Yeah, this fight right now that we're watching between Bond and Radu, this is some good stuff.
Yes, it is. You guys have held it close for quite a while now, and they're starting to catch up on Harold Rosnitsky.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of Kostovich, I want to check in on... Let's see if I can find him right there. Number 188, Tobias Gable, another solo driver today. Tobias currently in 8th in that number 188 Audi.
Man, that is some good stuff too. I mean, definitely.
For the most part, stayed out of trouble today and has been doing a pretty good job thus far. You know, sitting in the top 10. He's up 6 spots on the day.
Top Audi, by the way. The TG Racing Esper 188, top Audi in the field.
That's TG.
So, no, that's his teammate.
Oh, gotcha. Where do you?
In fact, he might have been. Just the broadcast. So I'm in broadcast mode in the normal app.
Okay.
That is one thing that I wonder if they could add to ACC TV at some point in time, to add the team names.
You know, I talked to the guy and he said, what did he say? That
probably not data that they can get. It's probably data that's not getting passed on the wire.
Yeah, there's something you can, if you can get it if you use the LFM driver API, but everybody has to be part of LFM or it won't work. Yep.
So he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Man, were you talking with Nicholas? Were you talking with Mr. Krause? Mr. Pig? Yeah, God.
Mr. Pig.
Dude's a legend. Absolute legend.
Super helpful. I got to get up with him, in fact, because we want to customize our overlays. This is just the stock overlay. I'd like to get some customization on it, so they'll do that for you.
Well, maybe I can help you out with that.
Oh, maybe I'll have to talk to you then, because I can't. Yep. It's written in a coding language I can't understand. So there's nowhere to just put in like transparency and hex codes for colors.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think I know why. I think I know why. But we can talk about it. But yeah, Mr. Pig actually ran a very ambitious endurance season. The first year that we were doing like ACC racing leagues, kinda, to be honest, like predates the LFM VCO Esports Flexstream series.
Really?
That Nils Nijak did with VCO. Predates it by like 3 years.
Oh wow.
Where they basically the teams go into a draft pool and they basically draft the cars, and based on the drafts they do an allocation of balance of performance to the cars. Really fancy stuff. But Mr. Pig had that stuff figured out like 3 years ago. Dude was way ahead of his time.
Yeah. The only thing I will say is, and I know LFM has figured it out, I know other groups have figured it out.
Yeah.
I really wish ACC And maybe it'll be ACC2 that they do this. I don't know if there will ever be an ACC2. I don't know why there would be. This one's very successful. They can continue to add tracks. And maybe it's just old technology, so they decide to launch ACC2 just to go to, I don't know, Unreal Engine 5 or something. They can't do it in this. Whatever the reason. I really wish they would have more iRacing style stats and servers and things like that that's just more stable, but still allow people to host their own servers.
Yeah. I think the endurance model of iRacing really
Oh my god. Oh Lord. Number 34 again off track. I'm going to back this up because it seems to have involved Tobias Gable, and I want to see this. Yeah, he lost it right there and ends up getting pushed by TG, who then ends up getting pushed there. Luckily, TG able to keep going in that number 188 Audi.
Hopefully he didn't take too much damage. But the 34, I mean, to be honest, like I think he probably did the best he could to try and get the thing back straight on track. Didn't have any further contact.
That was so close.
Oh, yeah, it was so close. So close. It was just we're talking about tires on wet grass, touching tires on wet tarmac.
Yeah.
It's just a mixture of grip levels, and he's going to try and limp that car home. Man, this race has some spice.
Yes, it does.
I'm just looking right now. I'm just kind of curious. I wanted to see. So Kostovich last lap 2:12.9, last lap from DeBon 2:12.4. So definitely starting to come more DeBon's way because he's averaging like a 2:12.1, whereas Kosti's averaging 2:12.4. But if I'm Costi, like I'm just trying to keep it together, trying to keep focus, trying not to let these wet tires, let the wet tires get him around track because we got rain dropping off in 10.
Okay.
Stopping within the next 30.
Gotcha. DeBon is actually closing the gap though too. So
yeah, he is. It's slow. It's gonna be slow. We're talking 3/10, and when the gap is that far, I mean, we're talking 34.9, 35 seconds. Like that's gonna take a while.
But again, if I'm Kostovich, right now, all I want to do, solo driver. And that's the part that might be
in VR.
Well, that's the part in VR, and that's the part that's hard for him is he didn't have a spotter, right? So DeBon has Blanton out there who can put eyes on weather, who can and know that the rain's going to stop at this time, and I estimate it's this many laps and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Kostovich running by himself doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So TG said he had 10 seconds of damage from that incident.
That's a big
oof. Here's the thing. He didn't go to pits. I don't think he went to the pits. He's out driving and typing in the chat at the same time. I cannot figure out how this guy does this. He's some kind of robot. I'm convinced that TG is not actually a person. And he's not a robot. He's not sitting in a sim rig. It's an AI program designed to, like, he's in a computer and driving in game in the simulation while also, but he can't be too good, right? So, because that's why he doesn't win all the time. Because if he's too good, then we're gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
and that's the way it's amazing. I don't know how he does it.
There is just so you know, there is a gaggle of cars that are kind of like mixing and matching as they head down the front straight. So
yeah, I'm with them now. I'm focused on Case Shoot and John Tracy. They're right in front of him. As that
Casio triangle was tight, but it seems like they've sorted themselves out. Again, the number 18 up into P12 with the big brain weather strat calls. John Tracy is quick though. John Tracy dropped down outside of the top 15, back up in the top 11. So good for him. Yeah, Tracy having a great race today. Down total to 2 positions, but still, overall that's not a bad thing given the weather and everything else. I think he's doing quite well today. I gotta tell you though, take a look at the number 182 car. Now we haven't talked
about the 182
Yeah.
car of
Yeah.
Javier Marquez and Christopher
Sleeper.
Flores. Much today, total sleeper, up 21 spots during the first half of this race today.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah, it's
like
wild.
no focus. Can you imagine? Like they're just out doing their thing, and all of a sudden they're in P4 and gained 21 spots today.
So Marquez was in the same camp as Provolone in that first stint, swapped over to the wet tires quickly. Because he was, if I remember correctly, he was at least the highest ranking driver on track that was on wets in the first stint, like of the group to go on wets first.
Okay.
I think Provolone might have gone on the wets first, and I think he might have been ahead of him when he did pit for the wets. I don't know if there was like track incidents or whatever that caused him to drop below Marquez, or if Marquez is just genuinely faster. But either way, like Marquez was in that crew that made the correct strategy call. So we've got, if you look at Borchers and you look at Marquez, you've got a clear line. Well, actually, DeBon. So I'm wrong. So DeBon is the highest ranking driver right now that went on that early wet strategy. Marquez is the second one in the current standings that went on that early wet strategy. So we've got the two strategies now starting to mix, because Kostovich and Borchers didn't go on the wets, stuck it out,
Okay.
racing first and third respectively.
Wow.
Provolone's got it. He said 182 was the first one to go in for wets. So so what happened was Marquez probably went in for the wets.
Yep.
Did you, Provolone, did you take that as a cue to follow him in, or had you already made the call before he pitted?
Oh. Michael Lee off track and letting John Tracy sneak right on by. Wasn't really much of a sneak. It looked like he drove off out of the way for him.
Yeah.
But John Tracy now back up into the top 10 with that move.
Yeah.
And folks, I do want to apologize. I just saw that lower third show up down there, and it only called out my name because the edit didn't stick. It only called out Adam Thursday as today's commentators, but I have to say that is not true. Philip Millie is here with me today. I fixed that, so hopefully that will not happen again.
Oh, I think
The
we
man,
just
the
had,
myth, the legend.
I think we just had some incident in maybe Degner 1.
Yeah, number 25 and number 223, I believe. Let's back it up real quick. Martin Smith and Carlos Guzman.
So that is the Jag? Or no, that's the V12. That's the 223 car from Crazy
Yep.
Rabbits.
And the Audi. Little push and a nudge there. He turned in on him. Guzman getting spun, but really, luckily, didn't really lose. I don't think they lost position as he tries to orient himself. Still stuck in P21 right now.
That's tough, man. You're in that dip right there. It's really easy for the car to just loop around on you, especially in the wet. I'm gonna do a quick weather check. So yeah, it's gonna be dry in 10.
Wow.
Well, it's gonna be
forth.
stop raining in 10, I should say.
Okay.
We'll see, because the track doesn't look like it ever got to full wet, or
Really?
it may have switched to damp recently and I just missed it. But
Okay.
it's damp right now, so we're gonna have damp for at least another probably upwards of 10 minutes. So
Still raining though.
it is light
Checking
rain.
in. 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go. Joseph Kostovich leads this race in the number 949 car. Right now sitting out there with a 35-second gap back to number 2, Eric Debon. Andreas Borchers back in the car. And that number 5 taking over from Eric. So Andreas now you know these drivers because these are Trackilicious drivers, and I think you know these drivers. Between Andreas Borchers, Andres Mostasero, and Eric, whose name I can't pronounce. I still can't. You say it sounds so easy, and I still can't say it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Of those 3, who's the fastest?
Oh, Borchers, easy.
Borchers. Okay,
Easy.
and that's what I was wondering, because with Borchers back in the car, are we going to see this gap close up to Debon?
I could see Borchers closing up the gap. In fact, just from the data perspective,
half a second.
Yeah. So average lap time, I'm waiting for him to update. I could say that Borchers could catch DeBon. I think Borchers can.
Yeah, mine
So
are showing about a half a second. Yeah.
Yeah, 2:12.6 for DeBon and a 2:12.1 on the average for Borchers. Now, Mostachero is quick. He's quicker than Eric.
Okay.
The thing that is I think unfortunate for the 42 car was getting involved in that early incident, knocked him further back in the field, and then having the disconnect. Because I think the 42 car, if I remember correctly, they were down in 34th. They are now up into 30th. So Mike Burkhoff in the car now for the Trackilicious. I believe that is the Enduro C car. Yeah, he's piloting that right now. Currently, yes, he down 25 spots. They've had a rough day.
They've had a rough day. Yep.
But hats off to them for sticking with it, because that's definitely showing they've got some fortitude.
Oh, and here we go. Your boy Blue is taking over the number 614. Partner Stephen Dunn. I think it's our only Bentley on track today. It is.
I think you're right.
It is the only Bentley on track today. Stephen Dunn, Albert Frang, he's as his driving partners today.
Shout out to the other Crazy Rabbits car, Kevin Blanchett, the 420, the Jag. Right outside of the top 15. In the Jag.
Our last season, season 4 over at Box 3, we had someone driving the Jag. It's so rare that it just always sticks out. Is it why does no one drive the Jag?
It's just a dated platform. It does not have the same benefits of the current Evo generation of cars.
Okay.
I forgot what year model the Jag even is. I mean, it's got to be like close to a 10-year-old platform.
Wow. Okay. Well, Kevin Blanchett and team in that 420, David Funk, his partner, seem to be enjoying it today. Maybe not. Maybe they're sitting there yelling at each other, but...
No, I think they're having fun. Both those guys are really cool dudes and quick.
Yeah. Blanchett, a good guy. I know I've talked to him before. He's a good dude. Right now, though, Alex Bond in the number 3 car with Maxim Oborin right behind him. Oborin looking for it.
I'm just looking at the pit wall data right now, trying to get an understanding of relative to the weather.
Ooh, and right there, Oborin just shooting right by. Outbraking Alex Bond. Very hard.
Kind of curious what happened there.
Yeah, it looked like Alex broke, just had to get on the brakes for whatever reason. Which little knowledge as I do have about Suzuka, I know that's a flying corner.
Yeah.
It's typically, I know in the Audi, that's typically a downshift and a lift, and you're through.
Yeah, it's
number 34 car again involved in another incident somewhere. Contact made.
Looks like everybody's going in the right direction, though. I'm interested to see what this situation looks like in less than 10 minutes when this rain stops. I'm going to step away, sir, get some more water, and hopefully be back in time to see what no rain looks like with you.
No problem, sir. We are very well spread out right now, so no real hard action going. I will hold down the fort until your return. Speaking of which, chat, I got a question for you. I wanted to do this, and I thought about it the other day. Someone in chat, and I need this answer. I need the answer to this question within about 5 seconds, okay? Because I don't want you Googling the answer to this question. But it's the holiday season. It's happy time, it's family time, it's Christmas, it's whatever you celebrate. It doesn't really matter what you celebrate. Everybody seems to have something going on this time of year. But I have a question for you. One of my favorite things is movies. I love cinema. And I wanted to know, what was the first movie to ever feature the song White Christmas? Like I said, I need the answer in 5 seconds or it doesn't count because you Googled it. Nothing, huh? Holy cow. That's horrible. Closest battle right now between Daniel Vercosa and Martin Smith back here for P19. Martin Smith closed that gap very quickly. Smith now pushing hard off into the grass. A little too rough on it. Black Death, welcome in. And as far as I know, damage should be 100%. I don't think that model is ever changed for any race that... I know it's not changed for anything that Box 3 hosts, and I've been willing to bet it's the same for Trackilicious, and they are this season's hosts for these endurance races. I would be very surprised if there was any damage model changed. Let's put it that way. Martin Smith continuing to chase down Daniel Vercosa. Looking for it in turn one. Got the inside line. Can he hold on to it up through the S's, though? There we go. Completed that pass. No problem, Black Death. Thank you for being here, sir. Number 25 car now into the top 20. Joseph Kostovich continues to lead our race here at Suzuka. Still a little bit of rain falling. We'll get a weather report from my partner, Philip Milwee, when he returns to the booth. As of right now, rain still coming down. As Kyle Hampshire gets around a case shoot. The number 546 Trackilicious car. Mike Burkhoff, Nate Roger battling for P29 back here. Haven't heard much. Burkhoff taking the spot. We haven't heard much from these teams today. At number 42 car, as we discussed earlier, Ali Raza, Professor Cornelius got scooped up in an incident near the beginning of the race and have been fighting back ever since, trying to gain position. Just has not worked out for him thus far. The rain playing havoc with everybody and about to slow back down.
Yeah, the rain should be clear now, so it's now a matter of how fast is the track dry.
Yeah, it looks like, and I was commenting while you were gone that we would get a weather report from you when you returned. Andreas Borcher's now into the pits in the number 5 car. So again, Marquez gains another spot with Borcher's in the pits. Oh my God, was that the number 34 car again? No, it wasn't. Okay. Bad rejoin by somebody back there. I could not get the car number.
So, Borcher's pitting early.
Yep, Stropa into the pits too in the 185 car.
Yeah, so 6. So let's think about this. So Stropa's in as well.
Yep, Stropa's in as well. Black Death, our fastest lap during the course of our qualifying was about what was the fastest qual? 159.3, I think. During the course of the race, I think our lowest has been about a 2-minute flat here at Suzuka. But we've had rain twice so far in the first 2 hours and 41 minutes. So obviously rain laps are not going to be quite as spry as the dry ones.
It was a 59.475 for qual.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
That was Mr. Borcher's in the M4. Putting that together.
Thank you, sir.
Fastest lap for the race right now is sitting at it's Borcher's, and let me see if I can find this.
Mine updates every stint, so I can't see the fastest time of the day once the first stint's over.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that for you.
Tobias Gable now heads into the pits. With that, John Tracy finds himself back in the top 10.
Fastest will be a 2-minute 6.80.
6.80? Okay. So yeah, go in cockpit view because again, in the dark, it's very hard to see, but in cockpit view, it looks as though the rain has stopped. Obviously, wipers still needed as cars are throwing spray. But John Tracy back into the top 10. Martin Smith into the pits in the number 25 car.
So this is interesting. So Kostovich and DeBond both staying out. And looking at their lap times, they've kind of hit almost that inflection point on the wets where they kind of people were pitting the last time around for dries when they hit around these lap times.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for Borchers to come around before I can get a relative understanding of where his pace is going to be. So it's going to still be a little bit of time before we really know how fast the dry tires are in comparison. Because first lap around was a 2:18, but I don't think that was the first flyer.
Gotcha. Okay. Michael Lee, Kyle Hampshire. Hampshire coming together at 144 in the 456 cars. Funny, we're expecting drivers to come in, yet we're getting good battles here during this transition period. Not to say that they're not going to fight for position, but just more, you would think it'd be more rare as they come into the pits and try and get tires flip-flopped and everything.
I mean, it also could be a matter of people pitting nose to tail because they're racing for position, both understanding that they're going to take different strategic basically people are making a strategy call and they're following suit to try and keep the other person in touch.
So again, we have track conditions that we're told, right? As throughout the course of the race, green, optimized, optimal, greasy, wet, full wet, etc. At what point are you making the decision to come in and go from wets to dries? Is it when it hits greasy? Is it when it hits damp? Is it,
It's when it's in the damp phase. Like you probably want to be on the dry tires by the time the track goes greasy.
Okay.
You probably don't want to be on the wets starting a lap out when the track is switched to greasy. You're going to overheat those wets pretty fast.
Gotcha.
It's interesting because track's still damp. It's going to be damp for a little bit.
I would think so. We're down to 21C. It's nighttime. As you said earlier today, no sun on the track to dry it out.
Yeah. Last lap from Kostovic was a 209.2. Last lap from DeBon was a 209.3. Borchers now at a 210.4, so he's getting close to that inflection point. So what could happen here? Could be what Kostovic could be looking at is he could be looking at Borchers' laps relative to his own, and once Borchers crosses that inflection point, he wants to be. Kostovic actually just set a 208. Interesting. So Borchers may have pulled the trigger a little too early, but we're just gonna have to wait and see.
So Kostovic just finishing a lap, heading uphill now through the S's. We'll see when he's going to come in. I would think he's not going to wait too long. It's going to be this lap or the next one. And with a 36-second gap back to DeBon, I don't know. Looking at the last lap times, 34.9 driving in and out for Kostovic and 32.5 stopped in the pit box. A little over a minute. They're all very close.
I mean, what could be happening here is the ceiling for the wets in dry conditions could be around this 209, 210 range.
Mm-hmm.
And the floor of the dry tires on damp could be, starting off high, like in the 212s or whatever, but then they could get closer to their middle ground quicker. We're just going to have to wait and see. Because with Kostovic hitting a 208.8, with DeBon hitting a 205.0, it could be that Kostovic just has a good way of extending on those dry tires in a way that DeBon can't, or not dry tires, those wet tires in a way that DeBon can't do.
I can tell you where all our drive-thrus are coming from.
What's that?
Well, right there. We just saw the car. Is that the number 25 car? I believe the number 25 car just coming off the back straight. These guys are swinging so wide, and there Kostovic heads into the pits right there. That's why we were sticking with him. So let's go with Eric DeBon now. I want to see, because there was about a 39 second gap there when he dove in. Curious to see if DeBon is going to get ahead here. He should. But watch these drivers. Look. You telling me, explain to me why you're getting a drive-through. I don't know. I guarantee I know why. Eric DeBon hitting into the pits as well. Well, that's going to make it interesting. Kostovic obviously should come out ahead, provided there's no damage. But Joseph Kostovic in the 949 and Eric DeBon in the 96 car, both into the pits at the same time, and Kostovic is on the move.
Yeah, I think Kostovic made the right call. Mm-hmm. The thing I want to know now is I want to know where Borchers is going to be in relation to Kostovic when they come out of the pits.
We should know here in just a moment. Kostovic just exiting the pits now.
Yeah, Borchers is just now going under the Panasonic banner on approach to 130R.
Oh, he's got quite the gap then. Javier Marquez in the number 182 car. As we said, very quiet team today. Into the pits with Eric DeBon.
Yeah, the 182 turns out to be the sleeper of the race so far.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%. That team cannot be upset with those results. Waiting to see if Borchers is able to get out ahead of Eric DeBon, and it doesn't look like it. DeBon back out on track, provided it's DeBon. And Andreas Borchers taking up P4, the number 5 car. So Eric DeBon now in third.
Having a bit of a moment on the exit. I don't know if it was like cars coming together at the at first curve or what. Mm-hmm. Saw a yellow flag and white flag conditions for DeBon. Now he seems to be in front of the 343 and the, is that the 594? Like he is just moving through the field, just getting close to just cutting through. Like I don't know what
Car's
is up.
off into the dirt back here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Cody Blanton has Cody Blanton is now back in the car, taking over for Eric DeBon. Just about to the halfway point of today's race. It has been exciting so far. Oh my God.
Yeah, the weather conditions, kind of the probably going to rain is probably going to win the driver of the day poll.
Right.
Just because.
Andreas Borchers showing contact now, but only Andreas Borchers. Any Ferraris on track? I think, let me scroll through here. I think we had
The race leader.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to say, I think we had at least a few, right? Or is it just one? No, it's just one.
I think it's just one. I think it's just Kostovich
Just
in the 949.
in the 949,
In the lead of this
yeah.
race. Gonna look like everybody's gonna be like somebody needs to bob the Ferrari.
I will say, I think we got a great spread of manufacturers today. We've got Audis. There's a Honda on track. There's a Jag on track, right? Like, I think it's a pretty good spread. Porsches, McLarens. Again, another single Bentley. Now Jacob Shaver, TJ washed into the pits, allowing Danilo Rossi move up to P4.
Right. It is. It's going to be interesting. Blanton might have a fight on his hands, depending on how fast Borchers moves through.
Yeah,
traffic.
Borchers now up into third, and only 5 seconds back. It's gonna get this is gonna get spicy. That's what we're here for, right?
Oh yeah, this race has been delivering on some action, like no question. We're not even at the halfway point. We haven't even hit the silly phase. we're at the last stint, and everybody is kind of starting to figure out who they're really racing.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
There are people that are racing right now that aren't even going to be next to each other.
Yep.
On the last stint, it's going to be wild. Once we get to that last pit stop, I would put it at about 65 minutes away from the end of the race. That's when we're going to start to see things start to get really simple. And if it rains, man.
Oh, keep an eye on that weather. You're the weatherman. You're the weatherman for us, because the only way for me to do it is to bring up the overlay for ACC, and I don't want to do that to everybody. So.
Oh yeah. I can totally keep you up to date with weather on the 8s and when it breaks. No worries. Fine.
So a lot of drivers again heading into the pits. We finally get to see G. Steven in the car today.
Steve's a good dude.
He is. I like Steve.
Oh, he's taking over the 343 from who was it that was in the 343 with him? I'm completely ghosted. Like what?
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted for a minute. Something I can tell you here in just a minute.
Nah, I got it. The 343
John Tracy.
car.
John Tracy.
Yeah, Tracy, who was like
too, but...
really doing well up until the point the rain started to fall.
Yeah.
In that first stint, but they're battling back, man. They're in what is that? P12 right now after recovering from outside of the top 15. So good recovery for the 343 BMW. The Island Boys.
The Island Boys, yeah.
Yep. And that GIF that they shared in chat, like that is those are some those people were committed to tattoos as like a form of art,
right? Well, G. Steven better get it together because Kyle Hampshire is now pushing up on him. I'm going to apply some pressure, and I apologize, folks. I got a little distracted. I needed to assist my wife real quick. Whoa, and look at this. Steven just says, you know what? Here you go. You can have it. I'm out.
So that is the Trackilicious Enduro A entry piloted by Kyle Hampshire and Shane Rees. Moving up into P12, 9.3 seconds now back from Alexander Rumyantsev. I'm gonna try that one out. I just wanted to give it a shot in the 696. Alexander, if I butchered your name, be sure and mail all complaints to Adam Molson at Box3 Motorsports.
That's right. Send them. Send it. Also, Case Schrute now into the pits, dropping back a little bit. So, Alexander Rumyantsev now moving into the top 10. Florian Kaltis and Zamfir Radu coming together, 727 and 63 respectively. Jason Provolone, looks like Provolone is taking back over in that number 18 car. So, let's take a look here. And I know it hasn't been much. It's only been 3 laps. So right now, Kostovich averaging across, since we've started the stint, averaging 208.290. Cody Blanton back in that car, 205.958.
Yeah, if I'm Coasty, I'm praying to the weather gods to continue to keep sprinkling variability onto this track, because that, to be honest, that has been the difference maker for him.
Yeah.
Like, he has not had the raw pace of Andreas Borchers or of Cody Blanton, but by sticking with it in that first stint and finding a way to navigate around a bunch of cars. Remember, we had 4 cars fighting for P2 when the rain started to fall.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And at one point, Coasty dropped, I think, to P6, but ended up taking the lead of the race just based on keeping out of trouble.
Exactly. Well, that's you know what? That's the same thing we can say about. Hold on, let me find him about the number 182 car. Christopher Flores driving that right now. These guys are up 20 spots today.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. I don't think we talked about them until about 20 minutes ago when I noticed how many spots they had gained. It's ridiculous.
182 car.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
No, the 182 car definitely caught me sleeping. But,
100%.
Yeah.
Another one to be honest is Kyle Hampshire in that number 546. Those guys are up 20 spots today too. Started in P30, they're now in P10. To start in 30th and have a top 10 finish, you got to be happy with that. I mean, who would complain about that?
Yeah, him and Shane Rees have done a really fantastic job keeping it clean, keeping it classy, on track, and they're on pace for a really good result.
Mm-hmm.
They finished inside of the top 10 after starting P30. That is an amazing outcome for a 6-hour endurance race. The thing that I'm paying attention to right now, so last lap for Kostovich, 206.185. Okay. Last lap for Blanton, 204.252. Borchers, a 204.560.
Yeah.
So could have been traffic, but Kostovich definitely has to step it up, because numbers like that, Cody is gonna completely demolish that 31-second gap.
He is. You're right. I won't argue that one bit. My thing is if I'm Kostovich, do I also possibly push too hard and allow him to catch up a lot quicker? Right?
That might be what he's doing right now. I mean, it is still greasy on track. That could kind of help us. Whoa, that was a donation.
Holy cow, I guess. Black Death in the chat. Thank you, sir. $100 to Extra Life for Children's Hospitals. Excellent job, my dude. That's what we're here for. You are the GOAT. You are today's driver of the day, if that holds. Thank you, sir, for that fantastic donation.
Really awesome, man. Really awesome. Don't know what to say.
Black Death in to kill it. It's weird having to thank Black Death.
Yeah. I get where you're going. I get where you're going.
I mean, I thank him. I think it's fantastic, but it's weird to say it, right? Thank you, Death.
Yeah, it is definitely in the era of the pandemic. It's
right?
like thanking Black Death too soon.
Too soon. A little too soon. Awesome. Well, thank you again,
awesome.
Black Death. You are fantastic.
I put you guys more than a quarter of the way to your goal there.
I know. I wish we could crush that goal today. I would love to do that during the course of this race.
Track just switched to fast conditions, so it's gonna the pace, the lap times are really gonna start to fall.
Perfect. And I wondered how quickly it was going to make that switch. So every driver right now in the top 8, and really all but one in the top 10, are showing 7, 8, 5 tenths faster than their previous lap. So I've seen, and I've noticed that for like the last 2 to 3 laps. I mean, we've got Kostovic down now to a 2:04.5. Now, to your point though, Blanton at a 2:03.4, still faster, but that gap's come down. Right?
It has.
So we're right around that 30-second gap mark. We have to see, you know, I'm curious to see how these lap times hold. Because again, I know we have just under 3 hours. We're just past the halfway point now. But between pit stops and everything else, it's not easy to close a 29-second gap. It's really not. Yeah, if you're 3 to 4 seconds per lap faster, sure, I could see that. If you're 0.5 seconds or 0.8 seconds faster, that gap ain't coming down. Even across the course of 3 hours, is that going to be enough to get you where you need to be? You know what I mean?
That's going to be an interesting thing to figure out. So one thing that is 27 getting dealt the drive-through penalty. That's the Crazy Rabbits M6 car. That's unfortunate for them. So Kostovic just cleared the 666, and he has a lot of open track, a lot of open air in front. Meanwhile, Cody Blanton is about to catch up to a gaggle as they exit Degner 2. 202 just got a 5-second penalty.
Right there, John Tracy back in the car, taking Kevin Blanchette to town for P15. Great pass from those two, well, from Tracy. But nice, respectful driving from both drivers.
Yeah, Blanchette right outside of the top 15 in the Jag, man. I would love to see the Crazy Rabbits boys post a top 15 result in the Jag. That would be awesome stuff. Black Death, embrace me. Love the stream. Well done. And it is for a good cause. You are 100% right.
You're right, sir. And thank you again for that. It is very much appreciated. Justin Sacombe now. And Ali Raza coming together for P26. John Tracy just blowing out Kevin Blanchette, though. I mean, a 1.5 second gap that quickly after the pass. Tracy, I think, driving like a madman.
Yeah, I mean, Tracy's in the M4. It's definitely going to be more agile than the Jag. You were talking about like big difference makers between the Jag and other cars. Handling, that's huge. The handling difference is huge. The downforce difference between the Jag and other cars is huge.
Ali Raza, the number 42, able to get up to P26 now over Justin Sacombe.
And that's good for them. I think when they rejoined, they were P34, I want to say.
Yeah.
So up into 26th from that, like that, it's the recovery drive that they didn't think they were going to have to make, but good on Ali and Diego and Professor Chronotis for sticking with it, man.
And that's one of the things I would tell anybody watching who looks at sim racing. One thing that really bothers me is drivers that quit.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that is a big deal with 949 when we run the special events in iRacing. If the car rolls, bring it home.
Yeah.
Like
and don't misunderstand. Like I can understand. Like if you quit after getting disconnected like 3 or 4 times, okay.
Yeah,
like I kind of get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you get bounced once and then just quit, or if you get if someone hits you and you lose 10 spots and you just quit, that really bothers me. You know what I mean?
I mean, the incentives and stuff like that for people are just really different across sim racing. Like for me, I'm not going to necessarily judge people who do that sort of thing. That's not my style, but it's not
a judgment. It just bothers me.
Yeah,
because like you came in to have fun and race, and you love this hobby, so have fun and race and love this hobby. I get frustrated. Don't misunderstand. I got punted twice the other night. I think it was Friday night. I was in iRacing. I got 2 races in a row, and I'm a slow driver. You know that. We've talked about it, Phil. Yeah, I'm slow. I had two races in a row where guys hit me in the back and then wanted to blame me like it was my fault.
Yeah.
Right? It's very frustrating, but you know what? I finished both races. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. The thing is that it's just like I said, it's one of those deals where it's just like people handle that kind of disappointment differently. You're well into the phase where you still got so much more to learn if you just take it turn by turn and finish the damn race. Yeah. Carlos in chat, this stint I had wets when it dried. What luck? Well, Carlos, that sounds about right. It says Black Death got to grind it out. Never know what can happen. Rocky comeback. Hey, you know what? You want to talk about a Rocky comeback right now? Look at P2. Dropped down outside of the top 15 after a spin at 130R on lap 1 and is now P2 in this race. Now, Cody Bland, definitely one of the fastest drivers on the grid in this race. But still, I mean, have that incident, could have just straight up punched out. Andreas Borchers was more than 5 seconds ahead of the field when it happened. And Blanton's in front of him now. So it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, you still always got more to learn by sticking it out than by, you don't learn anything by figuring out what's too much for you. You learn more by figuring out, when it's not too much yet.
Yeah.
Like when you are pushing yourself to your absolute limits, that's the time when you learn. But
100%.
Anyway.
But yeah, it's one of those things. I hate when people leave races. I really do. Because I want people to have a good time too. And I get the frustration, but let it go. Yannick Plus taking up position P5 over Christopher Flores. These guys driving hard this deep into the race. 2 hours, 51 minutes left to go.
And that's the Mission Spin-Up. They've been in some incidents this race. They've got some good pace. Meanwhile, the 182's been relatively clean, just kind of like running his own race. Yeah, he's P6 right now, but he started what, 19 positions further back?
He's 25th, yeah. Just like, that's what I'm saying. That 182 car is like sneaky scary. That's because they're sneaking. And same with the number 546, Kyle Hampshire driving right now. Again, up 20 spots today. You got to tip a hat to somebody like that. It doesn't matter. The fact that they're 10th. What matters is they jumped 20 spots and they got themselves into the top 10. I think that's fantastic.
Javier in chat talking about how he enjoyed the complicated first 3 stints, but enjoyed it a lot, and now he's rooting for his teammate Forrest to kill it.
Christopher Flores, the number 182. You guys are doing a great job today. As we were literally just saying, 19 spots up. Sit back and enjoy because you guys earned it. That's for sure.
Time penalties coming in for car 34, 15 seconds it looks like. Just taking a look at the gaps now. 27 seconds between Blanton and Kostovic. Kostovic actually getting into the 201s. Now that the track has been at optimum, it looks like Kosty's starting to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
Which is good for him.
Still a little slower than Blanton, but he doesn't. Again, we talked about this 5 minutes ago. He can be a little slower than Blanton. He can't be 4 seconds slower than Blanton, right?
Yeah.
But 0.6. This actually half a second in the last one. He just did a 201.9 to a 201.2 of Blanton. I think if he's under a second, I really, again, between pit stops and everything else, if there's under a second gap there, he can hold on to this race.
Under a second, so here's the thing. Under a second in these kinds of conditions, like Cody has the uphill battle, not Kostovich.
Yeah.
Like, so the thing that's going to be critical for Blanton is he's got to manage traffic better than Kostovich. He's got to keep those lap times down. That's currently what he's doing.
Yeah.
Still got half the race. What are we at? What are we at now in terms of time? Let me check.
2:49 left.
Yeah, 2:49 left. Plenty of race left. You know, I'm watching Coasty on stream and just saw him have that little bit of a bobble out of Degner 1. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, if Cody can keep it nailed down, you know, keep his head cool, manage the traffic, he's already faster on paper. The race could come to him in the end. If I'm Kostovich, I'm running my race. I'm running my pace. I'm like right before the limit of what I know I can do. And then really just hoping that traffic and weather make it take that much longer for Blanton to get in the rear view.
Now, speaking of which, can we get a weather report from you?
Oh, it's clear for the next 30.
Is it?
21
Okay.
degrees on track. 21 degrees on track. No rain in sight.
Perfect. John Tracy taking up P14 now over Artem Konikov. Sorry, no R in there. John Tracy moving back up through that number 343 car. Doing a great job. That between Tracy and G. Steven, those guys are doing really well today. Obviously some setbacks, but overall have done a pretty good job trying to push it up today.
It is very much going to be clear for the majority of the stint. Waiting to see if we get a weather update that'll tell us kind of like any kind of change 30 minutes out. 21 degrees on track. Temperature's kind of holding pretty stable. So that means whatever pressures the guys are dealing with, it's probably going to be that way until the very tail end of the stint when the tires really start to drop off.
Yeah.
Track is optimum. Shouldn't be any like weird slip lines on track, anything like that. So it's really just down to like now you're driving on optimum track conditions. Hopefully you didn't grain your tires when you went back on them. Whoa.
Oh Lord, the 34 car is at it again.
Oh no, and he's on track. Oh, he goes off.
Yeah, he's back off. He's in a corner right now, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not sure what happened there. Man.
Ian Prentice and Ricardo Mecking come together now for P30. Mecking looking to the inside. Gonna take it up the straight and able to easily make that pass right there. Coming out of Spoon right there, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, sir, I am going to take another quick break for myself. Throw a little autopilot up here.
Absolutely. See you in a bit.
Yes, sir. I will be back in. It shouldn't be as long this time. I will be back in just a few minutes. Everybody, welcome. Stick around. We got another 2 hours, 46 minutes of racing left. Hey, and real quick, because we have no real battle going on, I'm just going to bring this up. If you're enjoying today's race, don't forget to come back in January 14th, 4 p.m. UTC for the 6 hours of Kyalami as we continue the GT3 Endurance Series in conjunction with Trackilicious, Box3 Motorsports, and 949 Motorsports. And then we come back in February, forget 6 hours, forget 8 hours, forget 3 hours. We're going 12 hours at Mount Panorama on February 18th at 1 p.m. UTC. Now, for the Kyalami race, you're going to head over to Trackilicious and their Twitch channel, and I will try and get you a link in the chat here before I take off. But
I got you.
For the 12 hours, I don't know if you'll be able to put it in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
If you send it to me, I'll throw it in there, though. But for the 12 hours of Mount Panorama, again, the rule is there is no Mount Panorama without my coverage, so I will have it right here for y'all. I love endurance races. I think they're my favorite.
It's good stuff. I mean, it's one of those things where it can definitely make things. It's not just about raw pace. If I'm honest, like that's the big difference maker. It's not about raw pace in an endurance race. So it's about not losing time. I think that's the big secret.
I think it's the consistency, right?
Yep, consistency. Trying to reduce your mistakes on track, that kind of stuff. So
yeah, exactly. There we go. Trackilicious. Head over to Trackilicious at twitch.tv. Get signed up so that you can catch that next Endurance race at Kyalami. And then come back for Bathurst right here. Love it. It's my favorite. All right. With that, I'm going to take a quick step away. Thank you, sir. And I will talk to you all in a few minutes.
Sounds good, man. So just take a look at the data, folks. Average lap time from Joseph Kosovich, 203.933. Cody Blanton pumped in 202.7s. And then Andreas Borcher's average lap time has actually dropped off, 204.909 for Andreas in the last few laps. Definitely starting to see the M4 lose some pace relative, but he is also on tires that are 4 laps older. He transitioned to the dries much sooner than the front two, so that could be something that's a contributing factor. We're just going to kind of have to wait and see. Jason Provolone in the It Ain't Easy Being Cheesy. Oh, he's racing Lee Dorman right now in the 101. Currently got a 4-second gap on Lee. Trying to figure out where Lee is relative to him on track. Probably just now exiting Degner 2 as they get ready to go into the hairpin. Tobias Gable, man, another solo driver, currently sitting 8th in the 188, the TG Esper Audi, currently 15.3 seconds back from John Crown. Was fighting inside the top 4 for the last round of weather that came through. Danilo Rossi, lap 90, pumped in a 202.332, so starting to get closer to that 201. We're going to see where he gets when he comes across the line. 202.782, a little bit slower. Currently sitting for the 185. Just putting in work. Really trying to pull away from Yannick Plius in the 202, the Mission Spino Porsche. You actually pull up the pit wall data with these guys. So we go from Danilo Rossi. Yeah, Danilo Rossi. Yep. Averaging 205s, by the way. 205.1 on the average. Meanwhile, Yannick, 203.4. So Rossi has the pace relative to Yannick. So he's currently sitting on easy street. He's pulling away. The car he's got to worry about is... Rossi's doing 205.1. Plius is doing 203, so Yannick is definitely catching. So he is the car he's got to worry about. Meanwhile, looks like Christopher Flores in the 182. Again, 182 has been running a stellar race so far. Definitely going to need to be on the lookout for John Crown because the pace is similar. It's enough where a mistake on track, incident, something like that could cause them to fall in the pit window of the 84 car. 2 hours 40 seconds left in the race. Let's take a look at the weather. 20 degrees. Ambient and track temp. Good stuff. Good stuff. So Lee Dorman, 203.235. I don't know if he can catch Provolone with that kind of pace. Provolone, well actually Provolone did a 205 last lap, so Provolone's starting to drop off. That's going to be tricky. Christopher Flores having a moment. He's got plenty of space though in the snake section. Had an off track. Was able to recover. Again, 30 minutes of clear weather in the forecast. Looks like we are set to potentially finish this stint out with clear skies, or not clear skies, cloudy skies, but no rain. Take a look at the top 5 again. Yeah, 203.4 to a 202.4 between Kostovich and Blanton on average. So Blanton an average second a lap faster.
Right now, Jason Provolone under pressure from Lee Dorman for P12, and Lee Dorman, Provolone swinging wide.
Yeah, Dorman's got so much pace relative to the 8.8 cheesy Audi. I don't know if Provolone's going to fight that.
Didn't look like he did. He went a little wide for him. Let him sneak through. Let's take a look. Tobias Gable. I like checking in with TG in the chat. Number 188 Audi currently running in 8th. He's up 6 spots on the day, having a good race for him. And another one of our solo drivers. So, again, as I said at the beginning of this cast, I just cannot... I can't wrap my head around doing these solo.
Solo boys are actually doing pretty well.
They are. Kostovich in 1st, solo driver today. Tobias Gable in 8th.
While you're gone, I was looking at the pace figures. It's still a lap faster for Cody Blanton.
Okay.
On average on Kostovich, but the gap is 24 seconds between them right now. And I really don't think Cody is going to close that gap down before the next stint. So it's really like if we end up with no rain for the rest of this race, it's going to come down, I think, to either the next to last stint or the last stint. And the thing is, too, is that you got to remember, Cody has put in a lot of time in the car. Devon has only put in 41 minutes, 42 minutes of this race.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious how this is going to work out because Blanton is going to tire out and want to maybe swap out to Devon. But, I mean, at the same time, too, Kosty's running solo. So
he is. And looking at the
fatigue
last...
is going to be a factor.
Well, looking at the last stint, if we take a look at Kostovich versus DeBon only about a 1/10 of a second faster. So if he goes, if he goes back into that car, there goes any gains for that stint, really, right? Kostovich is going to be able to hold, and then it's going to be up to Blanton to maybe come in the last stint to try and close the gap if he has enough time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because right now I'm watching the 96 car, and Blanton is just managing traffic. Just really well, like really able to execute passes on cars that he's lapping. And no real drama from the looks of it. So it's going really well from a traffic management perspective for Blanton, which is everything that he needs right now.
Yeah.
Like he needs good traffic management to continue to close down this gap.
Well, the amazing part to me is at one point that number 96 car was in 17th after an early spin.
Yep.
And now back up into P2 and slowly closing the gap up to P1.
That's crazy. I mean, you look at those times on the stream right now. I mean, we're looking at 7/10 difference lap on lap from lap 94 by itself. But look at the difference in Sector 2 and Sector 3, which is actually something that I thought is kind of surprising. So it looks like Kostovich actually is a little bit on pace with Cody Blanton in Sector 1. It's really Sector 2 and Sector 3 where Blanton is gaining time. And that's going to come down to Blanton being able to get the power down out of Spoon Curve. Because in a straight line, we know he's not faster.
Yeah.
It's just down to him getting up to his top speed before. And another difference between the Ferrari and other cars is the Ferrari has a really fast top end. But in 6th gear, it's like late. Like the speed difference for the Ferrari is late. It does not get up to its top speed as fast as other cars. It
Gotcha,
does have
okay.
more top speed. So, like the pace difference, we're only going to see that probably along the back stretch. We might see it in the start-finish straight, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this all pans out.
I'm hoping, honestly, that in the last 5 minutes, the two of them have to battle.
That would be something very fun to watch. I'm definitely down for that kind of spice.
Absolutely. And right now, Kostovic having to deal with, speaking of dealing with traffic, Kostovic getting wrapped up in some, able to get around the cheese car. Is that the cheese car?
Yeah, it ain't cheesy. Howdy. Now, he managed that pretty good. Went in a little bit deep into Casio, but not off track, so kind of dealing with the fact that he was going to be dealing with the switchback kind of situation, so that's good. And Provolone, doing exactly what he needs to do to not lose a lot of time by a lapping car. Was in the draft, broke early, braked early, no big deal. He's fighting it out with John Tracy
right now, yeah.
If he would have gone toe-to-toe with Kostovic in the first curve, this battle would be probably already over. Like, Tracy probably would have already gotten around him, because when you go wheel-to-wheel into first curve like that on the inside line, you have to pinch your line down so you don't take as straight of a line. You take a more like a more pinched line, which means you're slower.
Yep. 100%.
In terms of
right now, John Tracy getting ahead.
Yeah, in terms of raw pace, like John Tracy definitely has a leg up on Provolone. Provolone giving him a little flash, just letting him know, hi, my flasher button works.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good question. I will ask you, sir. How do you feel about, now I get flashing at a, say a back marker, right? Let them know you're there. Just give them the heads up. What about during the race itself between two drivers that are racing for position? Do you feel as though you should be flashing that driver if you're behind him?
No. I to me, it's not my style. I know there are people that do that sort of thing to like create a distraction or something like that. I don't think it's cool, but yeah, if two drivers are racing for position, there shouldn't be an instance where flashing's okay, kind of thing from my perspective. But at the same time too, I'm not a steward, and I really do feel like rules that are really aggressive on flashing, unless somebody's being a jerk, they just like they map their they were kind enough to map their flash button to their brake pedal, that kind of thing. That sort of thing is kind of like, yeah, that person should probably go, but others like if somebody flashes because they're upset, I don't think it's penalty worthy. That's just wasting everyone's time. But
yeah,
I also don't think it's cool.
No, I'm definitely not a flasher. I think using it as a distraction is just, if you need that to get around somebody, maybe you shouldn't get around them.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if that's the thing that gets you around them, I'm pretty sure that you getting around them isn't the end of it.
True.
So.
Ben Obdendorfer coming out of the pits, crossing the pit line on his way out.
Yeah, that kind of thing, as long as he's not crossing the pit line into the racing line and into traffic, like that's kind of okay. Like I don't see a big deal about it.
TG would argue with that point. Just so you're aware.
Sure, and that's okay. Like I understand there's definitely some opinions, but
TG will watch a replay of a race and actually do a collage of people who crossed the line and throw it up in the Discord. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that's his hobby. Zabo Gurgley into the pits now for the number 666 car.
Yeah. Looking right now, again at the data, I am seeing like the gap is coming down now, down 23 seconds for Blanton. But again, man, we're 11 laps, 10 laps from these guys pitting. That gap's not gonna come down. Oh, what's the weather look like? Let me check that out.
Let's say where are we at with weather?
Just 30 minutes of cloudy skies. Nothing big.
So it looks like the rain has cleared out, at least for now. We'll have to see if it holds.
Regardless if it does not rain another drop this entire race, the weather has had an impact. No question. It has made for a more exciting race, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I think this has been a fantastic race today. It's just what we need to head into the holiday season. I don't know about Trackilicious or 949, but I can tell you Box 3 Season 5 of PC ACC Racing will be kicking off in the new year. Plans already underway. And meanwhile, there's some casual events you can run.
Definitely looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing you guys on track again in the new year.
I just, listen, I've never raced with Trackilicious. I've never raced with 949. I only have experience really with Box 3.
Yeah.
I think the admins that run our leagues, the guys that put those together and come up with the season and the qualifying and everything, like season 4, we had really tight racing. We had really tight racing because they did such a good job of classifying drivers into the right places. You know what I mean?
And that's the advantage you get when you run with a league. That's kind of the thing. A lot of people ask me sometimes, like, what's the big difference between ACC and iRacing? And that is I really feel like the community angle is the big difference.
Oh, we've got iRacing too, sir.
No. You have iRacing.
But I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
The difference between iRacing is because iRacing has that kind of like race when you want, kind of Molson Trackilicious League. Eric and Chad, we got to change that. So the thing is that in ACC, it's really on the people that are part of the hobby, to make the fun around it. Whereas iRacing, because racing's on demand and stuff like that, you kind of don't have to think about it. You can just go race your race, be mad at the people in voice chat who wreck you, and move on with the next one. Especially in the North American leagues in ACC, it's a completely different ballgame. Like we got people like Trackilicious, like Box 3, other North American communities and stuff like that that really invest their time and energy in making the racing and the community building like first tenets kind of thing. And that's one of the key reasons why there's so many North American communities out there that are really cool that you should go check out. That list extends beyond the ones that we've mentioned today. It's just, there's countless places for you to go find good racing. So you should definitely ask in Discord. Like join the Box 3 Discord, join the Trackilicious Discord, join the 949 Discord, ask questions. If what Box 3 or Trackilicious is running isn't good with your schedule, I'm sure there's somebody in the Discord that can name 3 other leagues that will fit into your schedule.
Well, and that's one of the things we did at Box 3 was, and I don't know, maybe Trackilicious and maybe 949 do this as well. I don't know. I'm a part of those communities, but I don't cover and I don't race them. We actually on our Discord have a section of partnered communities: 949, Breakout Racing, Slipstream, Trackilicious, and Rapid Drivers Club. Right. Yep. So if there's not something in our schedule that fits yours, listen, we're not here to capture the most people. That's not what it's about. It's about building community. We want you to race with us, yes, but if it doesn't fit your schedule, hey, maybe one of these will work for you. Yep. Hit it up. Go for it.
There's a lot of good communities for you to go check out and be a part of. It's just the way it is. Quick update on the top 2 right now. The pace difference between Blanton and Kostovich is starting to go down. Blanton now averaging in the 202s, low 202s. Kostovich in the higher 202s. So it's definitely starting to impact Blanton's charge to try and capture P1 in this race. And we've got 8 laps or less in this stint.
John Tracy just took P12 back from Lee Dorman once again. Tracy pushing hard. I think Tracy wants a top 10 finish.
Yeah, Lee Dorman, either for visual bug or for actually in the stint, looks like he's dealing with some damage on the car. That 101 AMG does not look healthy, but yeah, it's gonna be a tough race for the 101, but they're hanging tough inside the top 15.
Ali Raza around the outside to take up its position on Jose Guzman.
Jose, another caster, did some broadcasting for the SRC Rapid Drivers Club. You mentioned them before, the Mini Enduro Mayhem. Another cool dude who I've known for quite some time. I can't believe they're racing the V12 around here. There's some serious mad lads. But Ali Raza in the 42 getting up into P22 after that car got dropped to P34 after the disconnect. Again,
yeah.
hands on those dudes.
They are definitely running hard to make up as many positions as they can.
Yeah.
And sticking with it.
It is definitely it's definitely a tough race. Night racing at Suzuka is tough. Having the weather variability makes it like really tough. We got a race with Tobias Gable and Kyle Hampshire.
Yes,
right
we do. Off the back wing of Tobias Gable's Audi.
So if I'm the M4, I'm looking to apply pressure.
Gable swinging out wide, coming off that corner. Again, we've watched that over and over again today. How more drivers do not have drive-throughs is beyond me. And Gable getting spun now.
He had to lift. I guarantee you. If he lifted and took that line, like he'd just get a track cut warning. He wouldn't get the actual well, he would just get a track cut notification. He wouldn't get the actual warning.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Hampshire was doing exactly what he needed to do. Showed him the nose, made him feel like he was going to be aiming up the inside of 130R, so it forced Tobias onto the defensive, and gave him an opportunity to force Tobias to outbrake himself into, or probably just didn't lift and turn in as early as he should have.
Yeah.
Because he thought he was going to have an M4 on the inside. So
I just noticed something too. John Tracy, that number 343 car, that team has had 2 drive-throughs and 2 stop-go 30s today.
And still inside the top 15.
Yep, and still sitting in P12 right now.
That is that's pretty good pace. That's not shabby. I mean, I feel like I'm
doing for 2 drive-throughs and 2 stop-go 30s though. What are you doing?
Stop go 30s, like that's definitely going to be pit entry, and then the drive-throughs is going to be that 130R stuff that we're seeing. 130R. I'm trying to think if there's another corner that's like really big for nailing people. Probably Degner 2. It's easy to get. It's easier to get a track cut warning there than other corners in the track, but it's not as easy as it is with 130. Oh, Spoon. Yeah, you can you can get 2 warnings at Spoon if I remember correctly. Like you can cut the you can bottle Spoon curves so badly that you can get 2 warnings. I think it's Spoon that you can do that. There's a few corners in ACC where you can run into that sort of thing. Misano's one. I think Spoon curve at Suzuka's the other.
Would not surprise me. But just want to check real quick. Borchers and Blanton. So Borchers so far during the course of this stint, 28 laps down. This is when he pitted during the second stint. So he did make 30 in the first, but 203.467. Blanton's still faster, 202.159 for averages across 24 laps for him.
Yeah. I think, so quick weather update. We've got clearing skies. So cloud cover's starting to drop, which means we're probably going to run into a situation where we're going to run into less rain unless we get a wild variability swing. Yeah. But it is going to be, if I'm Kostovich now, it's like you got to knuckle down. You got to drive the most consistent race of your life. You got Cody Blanton in a Porsche, which is 2 words that you don't really want to put together, chasing you down. So it's going to be tough. But I think Costy's up to the task. He's definitely one of the most consistent drivers I've ever raced with. So I'm just interested to see how he does. I'm going to leave you for a moment, sir. I'm going to step away.
No problem.
Go get a refresh of my beverage, and we'll be back to maybe in time to catch this next round of pit stops.
Excellent. We will swap it out, my good sir. Kyle Hampshire continuing to run in P9 in that 546 car. I don't know what that is. Darken's top. You know what, Darken top? I'm gonna go ahead and delete that message because I don't know what you're talking about. Did not ban you yet, but I'm not sure what you're on about, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. Thank you very much. Jose Guzman, Zamfir Radu coming together for P23 right now. Guzman in the 223. Great defense against Radu, pushing Radu up to the outside of that corner. Not really giving him an opportunity. Guzman able to stretch it out just a bit and get a little bit of breathing room over Radu. These guys attempt to let the back markers, or to let the faster drivers through. Radu shoots the inside, both of them hanging onto the corner. Up through Spoon, and looked like Radu had a little shimmy in the back end, didn't know if it was going to cost him, but he's able to complete the pass. Radu takes up P23 just like that. Yeah, number 96 car has had quite the race. Charlie Ascario de la Vega now under pressure from Kyle Hampshire. Yeah, Eric, it's one of those things, right? You have these certain drivers, and it's yes, they're aliens, they're wicked fast, but it's more than that. Because you can be a wicked fast hot lapper and yet not be able to drive worth anything, right? I think we all know that. The guy that practices hot laps, 22 hours a day, put him on track and all of a sudden he's a hazard to everyone around him. He's wicked fast, but he's a hazard to everybody he comes near on track. Cody and Eric, I think, have, Blanton and DeBone have this. I like to say they're good drivers, not just fast drivers. And I always say there's a difference. If you want to be a good driver, I consider myself a good driver. Now, I'm definitely not fast. Don't misunderstand that point at all. I consider myself a good driver. I do everything in my power to never cause an incident for someone else, to never ruin someone's race. Sometimes it happens, but I do my best to never do that. Now, for me, that means I don't take as many chances. And I think that's the difference between a fast driver and a slow driver who are also both good. Cody Blanton, Eric DeBone, able to take the chances, have the confidence to take the chances needed to go from 17th back up to 2nd during the course of this race. I don't. And I fully admit that. That's not a problem. I don't mind admitting that. My point being that, that they're both good drivers and fast drivers. And that's dangerous. And not dangerous in a bad way, just good luck to you if you're trying to catch them. as the number 44 car heads off into a little bit of gravel, letting Kyle Hampshire take up P8. Let's go check in on Jason Provolone, Artem Konikov for P14 right now. The Cheesemobile. Welcome in there, BMS Platin. Don't forget, folks, exclamation point charity in the chat if you are interested in helping us raise money for Extra Life. They support Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the United States and Canada. We have a goal of $2,000, up over a little over 500 at this point, about 26% of our goal. Be great if we could get a little bit closer to that $2,000 goal. All kinds of tight racing going on right now as we watch Provolone and Konikov. We also have Marcus Shaber, Ali Raza back here for P21. Jose Guzman, Samfir Radu for P23. Tobias Gable into the pits as he's in our chat. Arm fatigue definitely kicking in now. I can imagine, sir, you've still got 2 hours and 13 minutes to go, however. So keep it up. There we go. Ali Raza able to get around Marcus Shaber, but then going way wide. Shaber owning that position now. Stropa back into the number 185 car. Yannick Plus up into P3. And Eric, Mr. Trackilicious himself, back at the helm of that number 5 car. Konikov and Provolone continue to battle back here. Let's jump back, take a look at that pass real quick. Konikov down the start-finish straight and going to take it to Provolone in T1. Dropping a tight inside line. Shaber and Raza continue to battle for P20. Number 42 car, after a disconnect and everything else, trying to do their best, currently up into P21. At one point down, I want to say somewhere in the mid-30s there, 33, 34th, and have fought their way back up to now be scrapping for P20. Stuck with it through the disconnect, able to get back on track. And they're taking that 20th position away from Marcus Shaber. Ricardo Mecking in the number 33, taking up P25 from Zamfir Radu.
Let me tell you, getting more coffee, don't know if this is a good idea or a bad one.
Well, I can tell you, I mean, I'm going to take my step away here in a moment as well. What I will not be doing is having another cocktail. Because I know better. So Shaber now into the pits in that number 212 car. Not a ton of change here. I mean, Blanton's still 22 seconds back from Kostovic. Looking at the last lap, they were both a 2:01.6. I haven't been keeping up on the averages, but they're kind of holding steady right now.
6/10 difference. It looks like no, not even that.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, no, it is. It's about 6/10 on the average difference. Borcher's in looks like 2 laps ago.
Yeah, Eric's back in the car. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yannick Plus in the 202 able to jump into P3.
So I'm thinking that the 202, the 5, and the 185, that is going to be the race to watch for the the 182 and the 185. Because if I'm looking, let me check actually. So
Flores
they
and
are. Flores and Stropa are probably closer together, so maybe P5, P6 are going to be kind of tight. P3, P4. So we've got at least 3 fights that we could be looking for in this race between the P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, P6 pairings.
I'm also trying to watch the number 546 car.
Yep, Hampshire.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because again, sneaky gains, up 22 spots on the day.
I mean, Hampshire's quick, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Like
2019, like just really sneaking in there with some quick times.
We're seeing some quick times, and there's no incidents on the pass, anything like that. So, really waiting to see where they land for this race.
Yeah.
Sneaky fast. And Andreas Borcher's in our chat. Welcome in, sir. Again, another great drive from you. We check in on Eric in the number 5 car.
So schedule pit stop starting to trigger for a few of the cars out on track. 182 coming in about a lap early relative to the front runners, but kind of almost on the same pit cycle as Coasty and Blanton now. Blanton, even though there was the early pit stop from Cody Blanton in the 96 car early on, basically now on cycle with Kostovich. With Borgers and Eric Kakassian taking at least I would say what would that be? Like a 4-lap off cycle in comparison. So we'll see how that works out for him at the end of the race. There's a little bit of time to play with. So I'm doing great, Andreas. I hope you're doing well.
How are you doing? You've done a lot of driving today. A lot of driving today.
A lot of driving real quick. Looks like I'm seeing Cody going into the pits.
And I think this is why, both of them actually headed in. I think this is why Kosovich is sitting, Cody just now driving in. So Kosovich should take off first.
Yeah.
Pitbox is going to put Cody ahead of him right now.
We got about, I'd say about 20 seconds before we see Kostovich pop out of the pits.
Just dropped and headed out now.
Gotta keep it clean. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough race. Still got 2 hours, 6 minutes. Costy's at least got one more pit stop in him before we get to the end of this race. So,
and that's really what we're down to now at this point, especially with weather holding. Number 212, another stop-go penalty for a driver today. Benjamin Henneman in that car. That is their first penalty on the day. I just got to take it aside here and talk about penalties for a minute. Jared Sacombe, the number 103 car. Take a look here. Jared and Justin, the brothers Sacombe. 4 stop-go 30s on the day.
Yeah, that's tough.
Guys,
I'm suspecting that's mostly down to pit stop errors.
Guys,
if anything. I mean, it could be.
It's the pits. Slow down. Take a breath. You'll be okay.
I mean, it's tough. I mean, who knows? It could have been a situation where they didn't practice.
Whoa. Sorry to interrupt you, man. With Guzman and Smith coming together, I'm going to back that up real quick. Just door banging the living hell out of each other and both sliding off track. Wow. Not a good way to play it. That was brutal. Yeah, TG saying rain.
Rain. Oh man, we were hitting clear skies when I walked off. Yeah, rain and 30. Okay. All right. I love how the clouds like open up a little bit and then it's like rain and 30.
Right? Eric DeBone back at the helm of the number 96 car. About 20 seconds back from Joseph Kostovich in the 949. Now, again, we talked about this earlier. This is where it gets curious because on a previous stint, these guys were only about a 1/10 of a second off.
Yeah.
So to be curious here, during the course of this stint, rain incoming, how much gain can Eric put on Kostovich? Because I think that determines the last hour of the race, right? How close can DeBone get to Kostovich to allow Blanton to be able to close the gap in the last hour?
I mean, if we're talking a 10th difference, I mean, depending on how much rain we get in 30 minutes, to be honest, I really don't think it's enough to be consequential because we saw the pace difference between Blanton and Kostovich, and it went from, 34 seconds down to, 22? 24, 22, somewhere in there. Yep. I mean, that's not enough. That's just not enough. Yeah. Over a full stint, what is effectively somewhere between 10 to 12 seconds of gain for Blanton. That, whatever, DeBon would have to basically get 10 seconds on Kostovich, 8 to 10 seconds on Kostovich in a stint to catch him. And
that's the thing, as you said, I just don't see that happening, you know?
Currently, no, I don't see it happening either. I will say 2 hours and 3 minutes is a very long time.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
so
given what we know right now, given the pace that we've seen, the historic, really we can only base it off history, right? The history of this race. Given the history of the race we've seen, I don't see that happening. But with rain coming, anything could happen.
Yeah.
That's
pit
what it
stops,
comes down to.
Pit stop difference. Both Coasty and Blanton in the 106s. 106.855 for Blanton. And then a 106.906 for Kostovich.
Yeah.
So, these guys are definitely hitting everything they need to do from a pit stop perspective. Getting in and out of pits quickly. I mean, to give you an idea, we got Gokasian in third in the Trackilicious B Enduro entry, the Andreas Borchers. They're going at around 109 for pit stops, but they're leaving almost 3 seconds on the table relative to the front runners, just in pit stops alone.
There you have it on your screen, folks. The last pit stop times for our drivers. As you said, 64.6 seconds for Kostovich, 64.3 for DeBone.
Yeah, so Andreas had a question about fastest laps right now, and I believe you guys still have the fastest lap. And in terms of the difference between you guys and DeBon, the 96 car, is less than 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, it's really close.
And that's really it. You're the only two that have busted into the 2 minutes, the 2 minute flats. Coasty's sitting at a 2:01.0. Which puts him kind of in this weird space of people that can get into the 201s, the low 201s, because the majority of the field, the rest of the field, well, actually Flores can get in the low 201s. The rest of the field is mid 201s, higher 201s for fast laps. So
now I just want you to look at the last lap though. Kostovich, a 2:01.3. DeBon's 2:01.7.
Yep. And that's not what Eric needs to do. Eric has to. I'm gonna put it like this. Eric has to make up. I could see taking weather out of the equation right now because it's a huge variable to deal with. If DeBon could make up, 6 seconds to Kostovich. Well, actually 7 seconds now because he's 21 seconds. So if he could make up 6 seconds, 7 seconds to Kostovich, I think Blanton has a shot, has a real shot.
Yep.
I think if he can't do that, it's down to luck. It's down to chance.
And weather. It's down to weather too.
Yeah.
You know, where is this rain going to fall? How long is it going to last? Because if you talk about the entire final hour, which we're just under 2 hours now, you talk about the entire final hour and a half being rain, that tosses a wrench into things hard.
Well, I mean,
right?
the thing is the reason why I said it's down to luck, and the reason why I didn't bring up weather is because, like, if we're talking about weather as if it's like a factor based on how people can handle it, Kostovich is fine. He's been driving.
True.
He's been driving fantastic in rain and mixed conditions. Like, that is not, like, to me, like, if I'm DeBon or I'm Blanton or I'm Gakosian and Borchers, I'm not looking at the fact that rains in 30 minutes is saying, oh, that's the thing that's going to cause Coasty to fall into our clutches. No, the exact opposite.
But it's, I guess I meant more the pit stops because of it.
Yeah.
That what's caused and what's the strategy? Does someone try and stay out? Does Kostovich try and stay out versus, as we watch Oscar Alvarez take out TJ Washed right there through T1. TJ Wash struggling. Tobias Gable gaining into the top 10 again over it. It was more about the pit stop strategy and how that works. Yeah. Right. So I think that's more where I was going with the weather, because they're gonna have to change tires. Yeah. It's not gonna be fun or easy. And how does that strategy play out to give someone the advantage that's going to come down to the last few minutes of this race?
Yeah, I really feel like the factor that is going to impact the top three more than anything is traffic. I think weather, by now, everybody's figured it out. I'm watching the 96 car right now, dealing with traffic in Casio Triangle. And Blanton was moving through traffic a lot faster than Eric right now. Eric is still quick, and Eric is doing a really good job. It's just Blanton, the pace difference between the two, especially when dealing with traffic, is just air apparent. The other thing that we have not talked about, we've seen a lot of drive-through penalties get handed out in this race. Yeah. We have not seen anyone in the top three get nailed with one yet. There's a 6-hour race though. Like, is Kostovich sitting on 3 warnings? Is he sitting on 2? Like, what is the situation with regards to track cut warnings? Because it's that like a drive-through penalty right now completely throws the win away for Kostovich. 100%. But at the same time, too, let's imagine a scenario where the 949 car and the 96 car are both sitting on 3 warnings. Let's say Kostovich gets dealt a drive-through penalty now. Who's to say that DeBon and Blanton can keep from getting that one final track cut necessary to get nailed with a drive-through penalty inside of the last 2 hours? That's hard.
Yep, 100%, man.
You sacrifice a lot of pace when you're trying to drive conservatively around a track like Suzuka. So,
especially where we've seen so many guys get hit today with penalties. I mean, the top, let's see. Really, the top, I thought I saw one up here. But the top 10 have no penalties right now. Oh, that's why Tracy dropped back. That team's had 2 drive-throughs, 2 stop-goes. Like, holy cow, guys, what are you doing? After that, there's not a ton of penalties until we get down to number 20, P26, P25, a stop go 30, a drive through here for the number 263 car. Yeah. It's 3 stop go 30s for the number 33 car today. Yeah. Like, every pit stop, literally half their pit stops resulted in a penalty. Yeah. Like, that's brutal.
It's brutal. It's brutal. It's one of the things where you were talking about why you liked endurance racing. It's kind of like what I said in response to that. It's not about being the fastest. You can be the fastest person on track, but if you drive inconsistently or you don't practice fundamentals like entering the pit lane, like you can completely torch your race. I mean, I'm looking right now, and I'm not making an assumption about the quality of anyone's driving here, but I'm like looking through the data right now, and I'm looking at last lap times for the previous laps for all the cars right now. I'm seeing cars that are putting in 201s and high 202s that are outside the top 15. Like,
well, because they blew their own race.
Well,
right?
maybe they might have gotten involved in an incident with traffic. There could have been somebody who spun that collected them. There's a whole bunch of factors, but there are fast drivers in this lobby that are not inside the top 15 right now. So, like, again, it is not about being fast. It is about having the most consistent race. It is about not losing time in the pits.
Well, and I talked about that
you win.
I talked about that when you stepped away.
Yeah.
That if you look at people like Blanton, if you look at Kostovich, right? They are the most dangerous, and I don't say dangerous in a bad way. They are the most dangerous kinds of drivers that you will come up against. One, they're fast, okay, which is great, but they're also good. They know how to make a pass. They know how to have patience and wait. They know when to look for the opportunity. They know all of those things, and therefore that's when they're the most dangerous, because one, again, they're fast, sure, that's great, but they're also wickedly consistent, right? I was saying, I was telling the chat that I'm the type of driver, I'm slow because I will not take a chance because I don't have the confidence that I should to take a chance on a pass, right?
Yeah.
Or to push the vehicle. Guys like Blanton and Kostovich, they do. And so they're going to win races because they have the combination of both. They're not hot lappers, I guess is my point. They're not super fast hot lappers. They're racers.
I think one of the things to consider is talking about consistency, going back to the topic of consistency. Consistency is a deciding factor in this race if you think about it. Take a look at how far behind Eric DeBon in the 96 car is relative to Kostovich, and think about the spin that the 96 car had in 130R.
Yep.
Like that right there made it so that Coasty has that gap right now. Like that gap is almost that spin. Like probably there's a little bit more involved because of traffic management after the spin, but 22 seconds, I would probably put around 15 seconds of that gap being down to the spin and getting back on track.
100%.
So that sort of like mistake has put the 96 car on the back foot. But then on the flip side, you think about how the 96 car has recovered outside of the top 15 to be P2 right now and only 22 and a half seconds back from Kostovich. That's mega.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and that's the thing. It takes that one mistake, right? It takes that one mistake, and you can say my race is screwed, but at the same time, they're up in P2.
They are up in P2.
And they started the race in P2. So, did you lose anything? No. I think you had a good race.
Yeah.
You know, end of the day. But with that, sir, I am going to take another quick step away.
Absolutely.
And I will be back. We're on autopilot here. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Stick around. We've got less than 2 hours left, an hour and 51 minutes of our 6 hours at Suzuka between Box3, Trackilicious, and 949 Sim Racing Communities. And if you are here, I don't know, I appreciate you. Stick around because we are going to finish this out today. Again, less than 2 hours left to go. Phil, I just want to, before I take off for a few minutes, I just want to thank you so much for joining me today. And I hope, and you and I have been talking, and I hope I'm not speaking any inside baseball here, but we're going to be doing a lot more of these broadcasts together, and I am for it. I love it.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to it.
I cannot wait, sir. So, all right, with that, I will take a quick step away. Everybody hang out, stick around. We're going to keep it going. Be right back.
So an hour and 51, like Adam was saying. Just taking a look right now, I've got G. Steven in the 343 taking over for Tracy. Trying to manage this battle with Hepburn in the 144. Straight line grunt of the AMG is really tough for the M4 to get a hold of. M4 not the fastest car in a straight line anymore, so definitely going to be interesting to find out. Looking at Kostovich managing traffic as he gets around the Mission Spino, currently holding 24 seconds, almost 24 seconds to DeBon. Kostovich doing exactly what he needs to do to try his best to close this race out in the top spot, and this is putting the 96 car really on the back foot. The thing that is going to be the next decision in this storyline, I think it's going to come down to the rain. When people transition on to the wet weather tires, how they transition off of the wet weather tires when dry conditions start to form again. Man, just this alone, like we were just talking, like Debon has already lost 0.6 of a second in traffic relative to Joseph Kostovich. Like this is huge. Like this is really putting the traffic situation right now is really catching the 96 out in a bad way. So it's just gonna be interesting watching how this all winds down as we get towards that final pit stop. Again, we're looking at the 65-minute mark. That's when stuff's really gonna start busting into some silliness, because that's when people are gonna start taking probably their last pit stop of the race, unless weather's a factor. 96 car trying to find his way around the 144, which by the way is racing for position. Like the 144 is trying to pull a gap on the 343 piloted by G. Steven, and Debon is just trying to find his way around in the fastest way possible. Got cars off track. Eric Gakassian, though, keeping it calm, cool, and collected as he goes into anti-bank curves. Or no, he's still in the snake section. Oh no, he was an anti-bank curve. Now he's going to Dunlop. Anyway, the 101, Jeremy Story. Eric Gakassian just trying to find his way around. Going into Degner 1, he's on the outside. Jeremy leaves him some space. Again, they're racing side by side. This is a lapped car, and Jeremy Story still out in front. Like, Eric's got to find his way around this car because he's losing so much time relative to Debon behind Jeremy Story. Jeremy Story's quick, too. Jeremy Story is not slow. Probably the thing that Eric's struggling with. Plus, the AMG does have that straight line brunt. Oh yeah, I know he's a back marker, Andreas. The trick is that Jeremy's not slow. The AMG is faster in a straight line, and like it's just like Eric's just got to find his way around. Like I think I can't remember how the blue flags work in this league. I think they're compulsory. So I don't know if it's tricky. Dealing with traffic is the biggest thing to deal with around here at Suzuka. It's a long lap, but there are so many sections of the track where you can lose time behind the car. Sector 1 and 2 are just brutal. Tommaso Stropa in the 185. Again, another one of those cars that's been we've been sleeping on. Really dominant car, really dominant team this race. .3 seconds back from TJ Watt. Or excuse me, I'm reading this wrong. 39 seconds back from Eric Gagassian. Apologies for that. Again, we got, what is that? We are now down to 1 hour, 46 minutes, 30 seconds. Going to take a real quick look at the average lap times relative to the front runners. 2 minutes, .999 for Kostovich on the average. Debon, 2:01.501. That's letting Kostovich start to pull a bit of a gap. In 144, G. Steven. I wonder if they came together. Seeing a change in position. G. Steven's slow. Robert Hepburn's slow. They both seem to be out on track now. G. Stevens is ahead. Looks like by about 6 seconds. Martin Smith in the 25 on your screen. 66 seconds back from Mr. Mowers Emporium. 690 Audi, piloted by Christopher Tones. Jeremy Story lets Eric Gakassian around. Now, he is definitely not interested in just letting the 25 around. And I don't think those two are racing position relative to one another. watching this race. Lots of traffic here to deal with. The 101 still in front of the 25 car, Martin Smith, Jeremy Story in the AMG. Currently 32 seconds back from Hepburn in the 144. That's a lot of aero wash as they're going through Dunlop. 25 is all loose going into Decker 1. Robert Hepburn, 211, 120. Rain in 10.
Still showing rain in 10, huh?
Yep, rain in 10. It says clear skies in 30, but rain in 10. So it looks like we might get a small burst of rain to spice things up.
And this is what I was talking about, like the curiosity of what's going to happen. Most of these guys have spotters in their team members, right? But someone like Kostovich does not. So does Kostovich dive in and put on wets right away? Or, does he stay out because he's able to glance the weather and he's able to see what's going on? And I think that's the scary part, driving this by yourself under these conditions. DeBone has Blanton there to say, hey, it's only 10 minutes worth of rain, man, stay out, right? Kostovich currently 1 fewer pit stops than the number 96 car.
Yeah.
So, and now that gap's open to 25 seconds as well.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the things that it's probably going to get covered a little bit in the car 96 debrief. Like to be honest, like I feel like the 96 car, I was talking about how the spin had a factor in the race and stuff like that, and I think it did. But I really feel like, all things considered, right now they are in a good spot. Being 25 seconds back, like Eric is losing ground relative to Coasty. So let's imagine I'm Eric for a moment, and I'm trying to think about the race with Coasty. I'm dealing with a driver that on paper right now is faster than me. We got rain in less than 10 minutes. I'm thinking to myself, I got to keep this guy in my pit window. Because if something happens to Kostovich and he has to pit for whatever reason, you want him to be inside your pit window so that you can seize on the opportunity to get around him. Don't have to fight him. Just let natural consequences be the thing that lets you get around him. Oh man, the 666 car is very busted at the moment. Got the Pac-Man hood and everything.
Yep, very slow heading into the pits now.
So like DeBond, like I know he's losing pace relative to Coasty, and I brought that up several times. That's not to say that the race is out of their hands right now. 24.6 seconds is more than enough time. Is a good enough gap that if something were to happen, the race could still come to them. So they're keeping him in touch. That's what they need to do. If I'm Eric DeBond, if I can't pass you on pace, I need to keep you in touch so that natural consequences, or handing the car off to Cody and letting natural consequences happen a little bit quicker. That's the thing that's gonna bring the race back to him.
It's gonna be curious, and like I said, I think we're gonna end up in a situation where we are watching in the last hour of this race. I really think things are gonna tighten up, especially with what you're describing of this quick burst of rain. It's gonna come down to who decides to stay out, suck up the slower lap times, because there aren't going to be enough of them to make up for an extra pit stop to put wets on, and then another pit stop to put the dries back on, right? So I think this variable weather is really making this race. I love it.
The variable weather is making this race. I really feel like the strategy calls we've seen with weather have been just like, we've had some really awesome strategy calls with respect to weather. Like the 96 car doing the swap over to the wets. We got cars like the 182 of Flores, the 18 car of Chute and Provolone, pulling those kinds of strategy calls and stuff like that have really kept them in the race in terms of like relative to what their goals are. I'm super excited. We're past the hour and 40 minute mark. Well, we're an hour and 39 left in the race. We're getting closer to that rain starting to fall. I'm just going to be interested to see what happens when it comes down. 25 car
100%.
gets hit with some time penalties. Looks like 10 seconds. And the 25 car is currently racing in 18th. So that's going to put them possibly in the clutches of the 125.
Yeah, with only a 2-second gap there, if they can hold on. Or if I should say, if they can't extend that gap. Tobias Gable showing contact. Let's back up and check on him real quick. Gable, one of our single drivers during this 6-hour endurance race, still holding P8. Up 6 spots on the day from qualifying. A little nudge there on the number 34 car of Brandon Draw is another single driver. Draw is really struggling today, I have to say.
Well, the Audi's a tough car. Driving it at Suzuka is a tough track.
Well, it is, but not just that, but we've seen some bad re-entries on his part, on Brandon's part. We've seen
a couple,
you know, some stuff that just didn't seem, I don't know, kosher, I guess, is the word I'm looking for.
Well, the thing is, and this is one of the things that we should highlight with this kind of series and stuff like that, like it's not necessarily bad to be an inexperienced driver and not give yourself the opportunity to try for racing in an endurance series like this. The main thing you got to focus on more than anything, more importantly than your pace, is your consistency in segments. Can't get in contact with my teammate. Our call dropped, and he's in the car. That's going to be it's going to be an interesting situation there, Ian. So
it's going to get sketchy,
I hope that gets sorted. But back to the thing about inexperience in endurance racing. It's like I'm glad that we have the North American communities that we do that have, you know, like the rookie series and Trackilicious, and you guys have the AM split in Box3. Like these communities are very good environments for you to hone your racecraft. The thing that you just got to focus on more than your pace is you got to focus on your consistency.
Yeah.
It's going to be the thing that is going to make your racing life more difficult. But this is the community to get stuck into and get that stuff sort of figured out. So
absolutely. And as you said, I mean, we work hard, I can say, at Box3 to, you know, basically our phrase is we're a community first, and we're sim racers second. And I think that's important. It's important for multiple reasons. One, people create friendships over this, right?
Yep.
And we want to bring the community closer together and get to know your fellow drivers, because I hate to say it, but the fact is, and to your point about ACC versus iRacing, because of the race anytime, race what you want to race mentality, you're right. You get in a scrap, you don't care, whatever. It's you know, you yell at the guy through a voice comms and you move on, right?
Yeah.
It's harder to stay mad at someone when you know them, when you've joked or when you've talked about them on the side about their hobbies, or you've joked with them about their family life, or they've joked about yours, etc., right? I think about myself with guys like Chief Blaze that was in our chat earlier talking smack. Well, whatever. You know what? I don't get mad at him because it's my boy. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's,
yeah.
And that I think that's important. And I think that's what we're trying to build. And I see wipers on.
Yeah.
Wipers are on, and the rain has started here again at Suzuka as we go on board with Jeremy's story.
Already greasy, and the rain is going to
And Joseph Kostovic into the pits. Eric DeBon takes up race lead right now. Kostovic headed back out.
Kostovic deciding that this burst of rain and the amount of time he could lose relative to the field, not worth it. Now this could be the biggest decision of the race.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. It is going to be I trust Coasty. Like Coasty tells me we're pitting. I don't care if it's going to stop raining inside of 30 minutes or not. I think he's making the right call because I know Coasty and I trust him.
Yeah.
But this is definitely going to be the deciding factor here. The rain is going to increase in 10 minutes. If I'm DeBon, you've been racing slower relative to Coasty this entire stint. You might want to pull the trigger and get on the wets. The real tale of the tape is going to be when we get an actual time lap from DeBon and Kostovic to compare. Because last lap from DeBon, 2:03.6. Not a 2:05, not a 2:07.
Yeah.
A 2:03. So Kostovic might have pulled the trigger for the wet tires too soon. Don't know. Most of the time, people have been waiting around the 2:07, 2:08 mark to pull the trigger for wets. So we'll see. Eric Gakassian 2:07, Stropa 2:08. We're starting to see creeping closer to the 2:10s from some of the people in the field, but it's going to be interesting. Blanton comes across the line. Let's see what he sets. 2:09. He needs to pit. He needs to pit now.
Yeah, DeBon setting that 2:09.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious to see. I'm curious to see what Kostovic is going to set on his first lap on the wet tires.
Gap, by the way, 30.4 when we last took a look, relative to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna see. We're about to find out. Because here's the thing: the wets could be spectacular. They are not going to get Kostovic 30 seconds. What's going to get Kostovic that 30 seconds back? Well, now 39. It's updated. 39.561. So a 2:18.3. His first lap out. Now, keep in mind, he's dealing with traffic. He just got onto the wets. That's not representative of...
Whoa, big bash back there. Let's jump back real quick. We're going to stay focused, and we can only catch a second of it.
And
but
that
watch this.
That is dangerous, too, because look at how that car is now positioned after the collision into the pit lane.
Well, it looked, yeah, and not only that, but it looked as though the Audi was trying to come into the pits. Like, decided last minute to whip into the pits. And I think that was the 25 car of Martin Smith.
Yeah.
That got hung up in that. It looked as though he last minute said, "Oh, I want a pit stop," and just cut in without looking.
Yeah, that is
wow.
That is mega unfortunate. So I'm looking at DeBon right now, and I'm thinking to myself, like, you're in this car. You got 16 laps in. You're averaging about 30 to 31 laps a stint.
Mm-hmm.
Do you suffer and try to get far enough in to take the pit and get Cody in the car? I don't know. Like, to me, I just don't know. Like,
well,
look at him.
And that's the question, because it's not just the weather, right? But it's also the stint timer. So to put Cody in the car and not have to stop again, he's got to go, what, another 25 minutes or so, roundabout 25 minutes?
Yeah. So, well, here, let me actually give you a count. So DeBon has been in the car for 35 minutes, so 30 minutes.
I'm just looking at he's got to get that. I'm just looking at he's got to go 25 minutes, because he's got to get down to the 1 hour and 5 minute mark.
Yep.
To allow Cody to get in the car and not have to come back out. Yeah. Finish the race.
Yeah.
So to your point, he's 37 seconds up. The last laps, Eric DeBone showing a 2:14.8, Kostovic a 2:12.302, but they're 37 seconds apart.
Yeah.
Right. So if I can stay out and I can maintain this pace in this weather.
Yep.
But I only have to make one more pit stop, knowing that Kostovic is going to have to make at least one more pit stop.
Yeah.
Do I just stay out?
I mean, it's going to be so hard. It's going to be so hard to tell. Because the thing is, if you think about it, like DeBon has to take one more pit stop. It's unavoidable.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to take one more pit stop. As he is out driving, Kostovic is currently sawing off about 2 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
If we go 10 laps, so he's 17 laps in. If we go to lap 27 in his stint before he decides to pit, that 37-second gap is now a 17-second gap that he's handing the car to Cody in. Kostovich passes him in the pits.
Yep.
Sure, he's got to pit one more time, but it's just, I don't know. It's one of those things where if he can do it and pull it off, it'll be the biggest brain move of the race. Yeah, Provolone says they're staying out. They're going to try and stay out to only have that one more pit stop.
Yeah.
So Kostovich pitting early for the wets. Like I said, this could be the biggest decision of the race, the most race.
And that might be the thing that cost him this race too.
It could be. We're going to have to wait and see. We got to see what DeBon's time is when he comes across the line. Because to be honest, like 217s, 217, that's a 5-second difference, man. Like that is
yeah,
that's big. And the thing is, relative to the rest of the field. So you got folks like Provolone who've already piped up in chat and said they're going to try and suffer through it. Meanwhile, you know who isn't suffering through it? Kostovich.
Kostovich, yeah.
You know, it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. And I'm interested to see what happens. Like this little bit of wet weather has just spiced it up just enough.
Right?
Yeah, but that's the thing though, Provolone. Yeah, you're right. It is only 9 laps, but let's give him another 8 laps. Currently, the delta's 5 between Kostovich and DeBon. Let's give him 8 laps. That's exactly.
That's 45 seconds. That puts Kostovich back ahead, and both of them still having to take one more pit stop.
Yeah, like that's huge. And the thing is that depending on how intense this rain gets, it may not stop at 5. It may go more than that. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Rain decreasing in 10 minutes and then clear skies in 30. So we'll see. Track conditions right now already damp. Like depending on how much that burst of rain got, because we got like rain plus. Now we're sitting on rain and going into rain minus. So in theory, the now rain that we're in might be the most intense that we see for the rest of this race. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see. The other thing to think about too, it's 19 degrees on track. It is it's gonna be tricky. I'm on board. I'm actually on board with DeBon right now because I kind of just wanted to see how he's handling Sector 3. Staying out, man. And in 210, as he just hits the straight, going to come across the line instead of 217. So again, we're talking a 5-second delta. We're going to see
that gap now down to 27 seconds. So. How long does the rain last? How long does it take the track to dry out, right? All those things are going to be a factor. And I'm really wondering if Kostovich... Both these cars have got to take another pit stop.
Yes.
Kostovich had advantage. And I'm wondering... Because if you think about it, so Kostovich goes in, puts on the wets, has a 5-second advantage over DeBon. Had he stayed out, let's pretend that 5-second advantage went away, because we know DeBon, Kostovich running about a 10th apart, right? That means the gap would have stayed at about that 28 to 30 second mark.
Yep. Between
the two of them, both of them needing to make one more stop.
Yep.
So again, I don't know that Kostovich going in to put those wets on was the right choice. I'm not saying he's not going to win, because DeBon is losing gap very, very quickly. But I don't know that it was the right choice yet. This little shower burst right at the end is really throwing it into the race, and I love it.
It is. So rain stops in 10. So again, Kostovich has to pit one more time. Here's the problem now. Okay. For Kosti, here's where this decision could work really, really bad for Kosti. Let me see here. Where it could really go wrong for Kosti. The track's going to dry out. He's on wet tires. He is making up ground. The problem is that even if he follows Debon into the pits when it dries, he's pitting from behind. Like, the thing that is going to be critical here is for Debon to not lose the car and pit in front of Coasty pretty much at all costs. So if he can stick it out to the track goes dry, he's golden. But right now, the gap is now 15 seconds. Like, it is definitely.
Yeah, but here's the other question.
Yeah.
If this track starts to dry out, can Kostovic make it so that he only has to pit one more time?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So,
I think
so if this track starts drying out right now, let's pretend the rain stops right this minute.
Yeah.
He's got to get down to an hour and 5 minutes remaining in order to not bounce the stint timer, right?
Yeah.
So let's pretend this track starts to dry out right now. He's going to stay on those wet tires for 18 minutes.
So I would say so think about it like this: rain stops right now. I'd say give it about somewhere inside of like 5 minutes for the track to really just go dry. That puts Coasty at 118 left.
Okay.
He's got to survive for another 7 minutes. That's 3 laps.
Yep.
That's the part that is going to be tricky. But do I think that Coasty can do it? Can survive for 7 minutes on wets in dry conditions? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Will he start to suffer from a lack of pace? Absolutely. I don't know if it's necessarily the case that he would win from that position. I think Coasty's on the back foot. Like I trust Coasty to make the decision. I do have questions. I do have my doubts. But we're just gonna have to wait and see. Like, Coasty is running really fast relative to everyone on track, practically at this point, with the exception of Tobias Gable. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Meanwhile, Debon,
I do think Gable went in to put those wet tires on too. So,
meanwhile, Debon has to survive. Can't make a mistake. They're committed to the strategy now. Like, they can't falter.
Yeah, we're not going in now for tires, right? That's not going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, Debon is like what? He's like just now going into first curve. Meanwhile, Kostovic is just now on the start-finish straight. So Kostovic can probably see his taillights off in the distance.
Yeah, the gap is definitely coming down again. Another 5 second lap for both, 5 second differential on the lap between the two of them.
Yeah.
So now down to just under 15 seconds. So really, if we look at it, it's only going to take another, let's call it 4 because of traffic. Let's call it 4 laps for Kostovic to be on the tail of Debon.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a race.
Yep.
But I still say that also depends on how long does this rain last.
I'm just gonna keep the heads up cam on Kostovic to wait for that moment when those wipers aren't moving water anymore, and then be like, oh no,
Right?
Oh dear. Yeah, this is interesting. This is a very interesting call for a driver that stuck it out in that starting stint. Because if you think about it, they flip-flop. Like, Kostovic didn't dive into the pits in the first stint when the rain came. Stayed out. Blanton, they dove in.
Yeah.
So now, in terms of pit stop counts, they're going to be on even footing. The difference maker here is like, can Debon survive? Can Coasty survive? Like, that's the big thing. This is a survival battle. Like, the strategy is going to be less them racing next to each other wheel to wheel on track. I mean, they could end up there, but it's less about that because the circumstances that are going to make it a wheel to wheel race is this decision for Coasty to switch to wets.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But now down to a 10-second gap between the two of them. Last lap of 2:11 and 2:16.
Which, by the way, it is 19 degrees on track. So we're dealing with, like, Debon's dealing with, like, stone cold slicks right now.
I can only imagine.
Kostovich is moving around these cars as if they're basically sitting still. Like he is just driving around them because he's on the wets and they're not.
Yeah. No, he doesn't seem to be struggling at all. Able to clear traffic very quickly. Gap down to 9.7 seconds.
This is the race. Just real quick, take a real quick peek at the rest of the field because this field is spread out relative to everyone with this burst of wet weather. I mean, Eric Gukasi in the number 5. We haven't talked about the number 5 in like half an hour. Down in 5th, behind Shaber in the 202 Mission Spino, behind the 185. This weather at the very end has really kind of like stuck the monkey wrench into just about
that's what it feels like, right? Like this is just, wait a minute, do I go in or do I not? And this time, most of the teams, other than Kostovich, opting to stay out on slicks.
Yeah. Down to 8 seconds as Coasty goes into Spoon Curve. Like there's only one car separating Kostovich and DeBon right now. Excuse me, 2 cars. There's only 2 cars separating them.
Yeah.
This is getting really spicy really quick.
Yeah, now down to 7 seconds.
So Kostovich now exiting last curve, and that gaggle of cars he can see in front of him. DeBon's in the midst of it.
Yeah, right in the middle of it. 1 hour, 17 minutes remaining in this 6-hour endurance race.
The traffic hitting DeBon at the absolute worst possible moment. The absolute worst. Like he's got one back marker he's cleared. He's got 2 in front of him, and he's got Coasty now. What? Within 5 seconds?
Yeah, down to 4.1. I mean, Kostovich with pace though. Again, a 4-second. Well, let's call it 3 seconds on the last lap because it's 11. It's an 11.9 to a 15 flat. DeBon with the 15 flat. Kostovich with 11.9. This is just running down hard and fast. And Kostovich just looking to chase him down as quickly as he possibly can.
And there goes the rain. So now DeBon get to 65 minutes, and you guys are basically in prime territory to win this race. Like I think now the strategy is played out to the point where Coasty has to survive 10 minutes on the wets.
Well, but hold on. I mean, the track is still wet, right?
It is damp, but it ain't going to be damp for 10 minutes.
No, not for 10 minutes, but yeah, and to your point, Coasty has to survive. He also has closed that gap to 2.3 seconds.
Yeah. Like he can see the ball. Like that's the this is the closest these two drivers have been on track since the start of this race. And look at Coasty. See, he's offline. He's trying his best to stay in the wet to make sure that his wet tires are getting as cool as possible. So he's going to be offline in a lot of these corners. And just relative to the time, let me look at DeBon now. So DeBon's got 50 minutes in his stint. He just has to survive for 10 more minutes. Well, not 10 more minutes. Let's say 11. Meanwhile, Coasty has to survive again also for 11 more minutes on wets. Provolone, you're a genius, by the way. I think you're correct. I think you're correct. Staying out was probably the call. I think that Coasty's going to run shy of this strategy being right by, I would put it at about less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, but can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
If Provolone's such a genius, why are they in 14th?
That's the thing, though. Think about where they started relative to the field.
I know. I'm just teasing. I wanted to tease Provolone in the chat. That's all. And actually, they're down 1 spot today.
Yeah, if they want to win this race, DeBon needs to keep Kostovich behind him. I don't think he can, but we'll see.
Well, we are going to find out right now as they come together.
Provolone, like, we don't need to talk about it. May have done a stint on used tires. So, really good at reading the weather map, not so much at reading the MFD.
Not so much at realizing which tires I'm putting on.
I really wish I could see Coasty's pressures right now. These things have to be tomatoing. We're getting close. Oh man, he had to back out of it, and DeBon is just like trying to make that portion as wide as possible. I'm still seeing a little bit of spray.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The track is still, this track has not dried out yet, right?
Yeah, I'm still seeing a little bit of spray. So DeBon having to hit the brakes because he can't go through the lift. Coasty's going to try and do it. He's going to try and force it.
He's looking for it. He's looking for it.
He's on the inside. Oh, they almost came together.
Yes, they did. Wow, let's go. 1 hour, 13 minutes left to go, and it is going to be a banger. Right to the end.
This is not what Coasty needs right now. Coasty has to clear this car because if he lets DeBon pit in front of him, it is just, yeah, it's curtains.
Well, yeah, because at that point, Blanton's coming back in the car, and we know Blanton had pace over Kostovich, right? So...
Yeah. What a race, man. What a race for the people at home. You guys got to be loving this stuff.
How could you not?
Like, I'm thinking he's got to set him up on the hairpin. He's got to get him at the hairpin. I think that's the place. Eric DeBon doing everything he needs to do right now. Everything he needs to do. There's a yellow flag on track, which is clear. Indeed. So wide. Okay, so wide. Is he going to try and switch back on him? Yes. I don't know if he got a good enough exit to get alongside him.
Doesn't look like it. No. Does not look like it.
Every corner that DeBon stays in front of Kostovich, these wets are going to become less and less viable.
DeBon just cutting it off right through Spoon and able to hold that inside line on him. You saw Kostovich try and make the juice for it and just wasn't able to.
Last lap, they were about a second apart in terms of pace. Kostovich has the advantage. He's going to have to make it stick through 130R. He's got to go side by side.
He's going in. And
again,
he
backed out of it.
DeBon
Baited
just
him.
Running it. But DeBon going way wide.
Oh, wow. What a cutback.
DeBon playing defense like a madman on this.
This right here is the most epic cat and mouse game I've ever seen.
Absolutely. This is awesome.
Coasty has to go offline. He can't use the draft behind DeBon. This track is staying damp for longer than I expected. This thing was drying out way faster the last time around.
Well, the temperature, I mean, we've lost 3 degrees since the last rain, right?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I was asking earlier about, does ACC account for humidity in the air? Cooler air can't hold as much moisture, therefore the track's going to take longer to dry out, right? And that's what I was curious about. And it looks like maybe it does. Track's staying damp. It's giving Kostovich an opportunity here if he can find the hole, but DeBon is not giving up any sort of gap anywhere on this track.
Oh man, he has to brake so much into Dagner too. He just cannot find a way around. Like it is. DeBon is placing the car expertly. And to Coasty's credit, that bluff into 130R was exactly the kinds of moves he needs to get DeBon to force an error. The problem is the error that DeBon ended up making wasn't terminal enough to help him get around. Now, this traffic here could work to Kostovich's favor. Gotta see. So now down the backstretch. So Debon knows Kostovich is willing to go side by side now. He can't give Kostovich the inside line. He's got to force him on the outside.
Yep.
Now, does Kostovich have a speed? They come together.
Oh,
I think they just touch a little bit. Oh, just right on the inside.
Kostovich has got the inside line and is ahead right now, and gets the pass on Debon. And yeah,
what a fight!
There was contact there, but not enough to screw up anybody's race. That's hard racing, Rubbin's racing. Let's go. Joseph Kostovich takes up P1, and now only 108 left. He's only got to hold it for 2 more laps, and they can both drop into the pits.
So the thing you're noticing here, if you look at Kostovich from the cockpit camera, you're going to see that a dry line. Wow, that car just straight up bailed off the track. You see he is driving on a dry line now. There are wet surfaces on the track that he can move left and right to get on top of.
Yeah, I see it there. Yep.
It is so difficult to drive offline through Sector 1 and Sector 2. So he's going to have to take those small moments when he's on those small straightaways to dip off into the wet line, try and cool his wet tires down, and try and survive for another, I would say, 3 minutes.
He's got to go 2 laps, basically, right?
Yeah.
End of the second lap, he'll be fine, but he's got to make 2 laps.
And the problem is that, like, just looking right now, it does not look like Debon is dropping back that much. Like 2 seconds now.
Mm-hmm.
But Coasty needs to get a little bit more to seal the deal here. So it's gonna be tough, but hopefully he can pull it off. And Coasty just moving through traffic a little bit. Got the it ain't easy being cheesy out of you. What a race though, seriously.
100%. But we've got to jump back to Jacob Shaber, P3 with Eric. Mr. Trackilicious himself right there, looking to take up and get himself a podium, maybe.
Kostovich looks like he has a little bit of a wet line still on the backstretch, which is good for him. But again, like, the track is dry. It's already greasy. Mm-hmm. So these tires are about to start tomatoing on him. So he's got to get around. And to be quite honest, unless he's in the lead of this race, like when he comes out of the pits and stuff like that, it's going to be really tough. It's going to be really, really tough. We're going to see though, because where the timer ends relative to the to where the leader is positioned on track is a factor now.
Yeah.
Like he could be in the lead of this race and go over the stint timer because the clock runs out and he's in Sector 1 on the final lap.
Gotcha.
Like that is definitely a factor here. So I'm thinking it's going to be so tough. It's just going to be such a tough call.
Well, he's got less than a minute to get across that stint timer. Mm-hmm. As far as time left in race, right? We're down to 105.44.
Yep. This is very intense. So Debon dropping back now to the tune of 4 seconds. And Debon, to be perfectly honest, if they pull this off, mm-hmm. if they pull this win off, that defense that Debon just did, like Debon is driver of the day if they pull this off, because that defense with Kostovich was absolutely everything they needed. And that goes to show, again, for everybody at home that is thinking about like endurance race, thinking about what makes you a strong endurance racer, what makes you somebody who can win endurance races and stuff like that, is on paper, Debon has not been faster than Kostovich the entire race.
No.
But when it counted, driving around on used slicks in wet conditions and surviving to hold up the race leader could very well be the thing that makes it so that the 96 car can squeak out a victory.
Mm-hmm.
4 seconds now is the gap. Kostovic is staying out yet another lap. And this is good for Kostovic because this is continuing to extend into the race scenario. If he finishes this lap out, goes into the pits, there is mathematically no way that he will go over the stint timer to the end of the race. No way.
Now the question becomes then, let's pretend by the end of this lap we're at a 5-second gap. Is Kostovic going to be able to hold off Blanton? Because we know that, like, their last stint that they were together, Blanton was averaging 202 flat, Kostovic 202.5.
Yeah.
5 seconds with only a half-second gap between them, pretending that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Let's pretend that's what it stays. Yeah, 0.5 of a second, right?
That's
You're
10
talking
laps.
10 laps. Yeah, that last stint's longer than 10 laps, right?
It is. It really is. Like, we're talking upwards of 28, 29 laps, maybe, for the last stint. So this would be the biggest. This would be the biggest stint of this race. And this is where I was talking about. This is where things are going to start getting really silly. You got people that are pitting relative to 65 minutes of the race. You got Provolone, for example, who's now on his outlap with a minute or an hour and 2 minutes and 50 some odd seconds left. Kostovic is starting to struggle. He's starting to lose the wets.
Yeah.
The wets are starting to fall off. The gap, which was almost 5 seconds between him and DeBond, now at 3.8. Kostovic has got to navigate one of the toughest corners on this track with used wets that are starting to suffer.
And you see him cutting. You can see him right there cutting back into the wet part of the track as quickly as he can once he's around the corner. And that's why I put focus here, was see if he's going to head into the pits now. And there he goes.
100%.
Kostovic heading in to the pits. Let's check on Eric DeBone. DeBone right behind him. It is going to be a horse race for the last hour of this 6-hour endurance.
This is
unbelievable.
This is absolutely freaking mega. Like, it's got to be down to absolute perfection.
TG in the chat saying Kostovic saved my race. I don't know how that happened, but
I'd be very interested to see how that worked out.
Tobias Gable now in the pits, about to head out. Trackilicious Eric in the pits, heading back out on track, currently sitting in 5th. Andreas Borchers taking over in the seat of that number 5 car. So let's take a look. Now DeBone should be out first and moving, but they did not come in that far apart. If DeBone landed it properly, and it's not going to happen, so Kostovic going to take up P1. But DeBone is out right behind him. I got to assume this is Blanton in the car, and things will update here in a moment.
So 107.690 for Kostovic, a 108.262. Like, we've got less than a second between them, but still, 4/10. You can't be handing people. 4/10 for free. Like, it's gonna be tough. So now Kostovic on track on the dry tires, got to navigate the traffic. Traffic's going to be the other thing here. We're still on greasy track conditions. You might still have people that are extending into their last stint that are on used dry tires. It's going to be interesting, man. It's just going to be so interesting.
Just waiting for Sector 1 to catch up, but Cody Blanton now in control of that number 96 Porsche. So we saw the pace before. Again, Kostovic half a second slower on average than Blanton. And 59 minutes left to go. We are now officially into the last hour of this 6-hour endurance race. And I got to tell you, Phil, I think now's the time I'm going to take a step away. My last break before the end of this race, because I do not want to leave after this.
Absolutely. Oh,
So
I've got it.
I will take a quick break. I'm going to keep the focus right on Kostovic while I'm gone. I'm not going to autopilot this because I'm going to be gone 3 or 4 minutes, and who knows how quickly Cody Blanton could catch up, especially if Kostovic starts to push. And that's the other part of this, right? Kostovic has been by himself this whole race. He does not have team members. He has raced this entire 6 hours by himself. So there's fatigue. Then there's knowing he's being chased down by Blanton. He may push harder than he needs to and wind up in a position where he throws himself off the track before Blanton ever has to apply pressure.
I mean, just in the span of them leaving the pits and being out on this lap, we're talking a 1.5 second difference in the delta gone. Like Cody Blanton is catching Kostovic faster than I know he would like.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
So we'll stick with it though.
Excellent. I'm going to take a step away. I'll leave it right here and I'll be right back.
What a race, folks. In the final hour of the 6 hours of Suzuka, brought to you by Box3 Trackilicious and 949. This has been a hell of a race. I'm thinking Kosty's going to have some questions with himself about switching to those wets. But it's, I think it's one of those things that, you know, the wet weather conditions and the level of chaos that he experienced early on in the race could have weighed in his decision making. Why risk it? Why not pit ahead and be on the safer tire? But the thing is, man, is if he neutralized the gap between him and Devon, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Like, I'm looking relative to the race. Let me take a look. So, I mean, he would have had an hour and a half left in the race still before he pitted. He would have had to have taken that extra. You know what? You know what? That's right. This is the reason why Kostovic pitting for the wets was the right call. He may not have won this race on pace alone, because even with pitting for the wets, he had an hour and a half still left in the race. Yeah, he still had. I mean, it could have been close. I'm gonna have to do a clock addition up. I think maybe the third stint going 20 laps instead of going 21. Basically, he was kind of like on a knife edge with having to take the extra pit stop anyway. So, but we'll see. Because right now, Cody Blanton is 2.3 seconds back. What Kostovic needs more than anything right now is traffic. What Cody Blanton needs more than anything right now is clear air. Like those two things are definite. In the final hour of this race, we're looking at what do we got? We got I think 35 cars still on track. So that's a good chunk. Only lost one driver this entire race, and that was due to disconnects. So. Car 666 getting a drive-through for track limits. Cody Blanton now inside that 2-second mark. Just watching because I can't look away. Let's talk about other people real quick, just so we can, like Yannick Plius trying to chase down Andreas Borchers. Borchers is super quick. We're talking about a almost 4 second gap between Plius and Borchers. Flores pitting, I hope for the last time, out in front of Kyle Hampshire. Tobias Gebel 7 seconds back behind Kyle Hampshire, and what's another? Most of the rest of the field is pretty spread out, which happens towards the tail end of an endurance race like this. Kostovic has got nobody between him and Blanton. Blanton can see him. Into first curve. Kostovic has driven such a good race, though. Pace difference between Kostovic and Blanton, 205.2 and a 205.2. 600ths of a second difference between them right now. with these greasy track conditions. So. If I'm Blanton, I need to catch Kostovich in the hairpin. I need to catch him in Degner 1, Degner 2. You can't let Coasty bait you into trying to execute a pass in 130R or in the first corner. I think that's going to be the key spots for Blanton to make the move. He's got to aim for the hairpin. He's got to aim for Degner 1, Degner 2. We got a car. Looked like a car was off track. That is not the case. Gap now down to 1.8 seconds for the lead of this race with 53 minutes, 37 seconds left. Coasty has to maximize every corner exit.
I am back, sir. Apologies.
And again, I was just talking with chat. If I'm Cody Blanton, I'm looking to try and get the move done into Degner 1, Degner 2, or the hairpin. Maybe on the inside of Dunlop. I think you got to try. You can't let Coasty try to bait you into executing the pass on the outside of first curve or on the outside of 130R.
I do see it seems like Kostovich has picked it up a little bit, though.
Well, they're in greasy track conditions. So the car, well, they were greasy. Let's see, they're still greasy. So the track is drying out at a pretty slow clip. And Kostovich is hitting traffic at the time when he does not need it at all.
I'm just looking at last lap times, and Kostovich actually a 10th faster than Blanton. But as you said, now starting to tie into traffic, and that gap just shut right down.
Yeah, this is huge for Blanton. So Bentley gets out of the way, and Blanton has just like a second between him and Kostovich. Like Kostovich has to hit the traffic as fast as possible, has to clear it in a way that leaves Blanton in an awkward position. Blanton needs the exact opposite. He needs everybody to be absolutely gentlemanly, no after you, sir, every time they pop up. But it's going to be tricky. Kostovich has got to try and hang on to this through some very strategic corners. He's got to be in front in Spoon Curve. He's got to force the move at Spoon, 130R, or first corner. He can't let Blanton catch him out of a slow speed corner.
So awesome that after 5 hours and 8 minutes,
Indeed.
5 hours and 9 minutes, we're coming down to the race leaders going to have a battle in the last hour of this race. And let's face it, if Blanton gets around, you know, things are probably going to calm down from that point on. But the fact is, we're going to get a fantastic battle during the last hours. This is why you stick with it the whole time, ladies and gentlemen. You don't leave us as we watch this.
Kostovich needs to clear this Audi as fast as possible.
Well, luckily coming into the straight, the Audi's going to give him the room. That's TG right there, I believe.
Yeah.
So TG knows his race etiquette. He's going to clear a path very quickly for Kostovich. Now, here's the funny part. You know, TG in the chat says Kostovich saved my race. So does he clear a path as quickly for Blanton? I don't know. It doesn't look like he's trying to hold him back. I mean, TG's not dumb enough to defend. That's not what he's going to do. But also, Blanton's catching him at a bad time. Kostovich able to get around on the straight. Very easy for TG to move over. And let's face it, if I'm TG and I'm going through the S's, I'm going to run my line, right? Especially with a track that's still greasy. Yeah. I think that was more of a timing thing than anything else. Blanton just not able to catch up to him and get around him on the straight, right?
My thing is that I like if I'm TG, I'm gonna. I mean, at this point, 5 hours into the race, I'm probably gonna get out of the way. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Like for me, like I don't care about lines or anything like that. It's gonna be just like get off the racing line Get them around you as fast as possible. Don't be the person who decides the race. I don't necessarily think that's what's happening here.
No, I don't think so.
Here.
I think he got him through as quickly as he could, given where they were on the track. And remember, you got to remember though, Gable is sitting in 7th. He doesn't want to lose time back to Flores. And I know there's a 35-second gap there, but we still have 49 minutes left to go, right? So
yeah, I don't think that's that. I don't think that's that relative to this. But the thing is that Blanton still got a lot of time. He's still got a lot of pace, and the track's now optimum.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that is huge for Blanton right now. So if he can unlock the pace of that Porsche,
and
or
so
to take
far,
the fight to Kostovich, Kostovich has nowhere to hide. He's got a car just now going into first curve. He's just now crossing the start-finish line, and traffic is coming out in front of him, so he does get a little bit of a breather with an Audi. Don't know who that is. Braking in front of him, dear God.
The number 34 car again.
Oh,
this car has
dude.
caused problems throughout the course of this race. I'm sorry, but they have. Let's check on Blanton. Blanton's still stuck behind, able to get around right there through the S's. It's not easy through those S's, but a 4/10 advantage on the 6 laps they've done so far for Blanton.
Yeah.
In this stint.
It is hitting traffic at the worst possible times for these guys. It is very much the case that Kostovich has to catch up to the traffic as fast as possible. Like he has to move as quickly as possible to get to the traffic. And the longer that he's out in clear air, the more he's susceptible to Blanton. If Blanton gets inside that 1 second boundary, so that not DRS, but the drag will actually the draft will actually pull him in. That's when Kostovich is going to be at his most vulnerable.
Yeah.
So Kostovich, if I'm Kostovich, I'm looking at the fact that I've got, who do I have in front of me? How fast can I catch them? I need to get to them now. Because that's the only thing that's keeping him ahead right now. Because in terms of pace, like you said, there's like a 4/10 difference, and 4/10 difference with 47 minutes left in this race. Blanton's passing.
Yeah, it's unsustainable. And the problem is that right now, traffic's pretty far out.
Yeah.
There's nobody right now in front of Kostovich that he can catch up to quickly to try and set that gap. Now, if he can stay ahead, the gap's closing. We may see some more happen here, probably in going up through the S's. But he's definitely got to get a move on.
Yeah. And just looking through the rest of the field real quick, you've got a few fights that could end up heating up here at the end. You got TJ Wash and Flores, about 9 seconds between them. You got 3 seconds between Alvarez in the 44 and Alexander in the 696. 1.5 seconds between Hepburn and Buckham.
Ryan Reed and Ricardo Mecking coming together right now for P18.
Yep. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. Change over the broadcasting bit here. Cody Blanton at 1.5 seconds.
Ricardo Mecking right through T1, able to take up P18 over Ryan Reed. Very smooth move up the inside.
So Kostovich can see some traffic coming up, and he's really got to get to this car as quickly as he can. Got to clear it as quickly as he can. And that's Kimo Sith, I believe, in the 27 M6 for Crazy Rabbits Racing, who is chasing down Tracy in the 343. So Coasty kind of coming up to a racing battle that he does not want to really get mixed in with. So going to see how that works out. Now he's exiting Spoon Curve a little bit wide, and Cody Blanton is getting ever closer to getting in that draft, getting into that slipstream, which is not what Kostovich wants.
Jake Bucknam, sorry, for P15 in the 690 car. Trying to stay ahead of Robert Hepburn. He's got the inside line coming down into T1. We got a little door banging going on. Is it going to be enough, though?
Kostovich having a real tough time through Casio Triangle right now, and that's going to pull Cody Blanton now, possibly within a second Yeah, 2:01.227 to a 2-minute 0.87 845. So again, that 4/10 bound.
4/10 gap.
That 4/10 gap that we've kind of seen between these two, thereabouts. So it is definitely game on here to the end. Car off track. The M6, that's Chemo Sith.
Again, this time Kostovic,
right now.
Yeah, but the end Kostovic getting hung up behind the 2.7 car through the S's. And now that gap has really closed down. Cody Blanton able to shut it down and get caught up.
Interesting. So into the hairpin they go. So Blanton on the inside as well, going to get around Chemo Sith, and this is exactly what Kostovic did not need. So 3/10 between them. They're going to run into spoon curve. Can Blanton force a move alongside? To be honest, I don't think that's where you make the pass. But if he can make it, happen, or pressure Kostovic into a mistake here, this is when everything can be decided. Exiting spoon curve now. Again, 2/10. Blanton's in the slipstream. The fact that the Porsche lacks in straight line speed doesn't matter anymore. Kostovic has got to get through 130R, and he's got to start to pull away. And not close enough to make a move.
Trying to break slip there, coming down the start-finish straight, but Blanton staying with him.
Blanton again playing it conservative here in those medium and high-speed corners, and that's exactly what he needs to do to not over-push the Porsche in areas where you can get that snap oversteer. And also, he's got time. He can sit back. He's sitting inside the slipstream. If he can hold the slipstream and keep Coasty basically fighting him, the battle moves closer into. I would push this fight closer into Blanton coming out on top, because again, like Blanton has pace in hand. We know this. So where you can use that to your advantage. Try and get him to make a mistake in the slow speed corner, because that is where the Porsche is going to get alongside and be able to execute the pass. Down to 200R again, keeping Coasty within a half second. This is exactly what Blanton needs. Here's the thing, man. Kostovic is fighting Blanton like this is the best racing I've ever seen from Coasty, hands down.
Doing a great job.
Hands freaking down.
Last lap was basically tied. 1/100th of a second separating them. Kostovic a little bit faster there.
Let it be known, when it comes to the 949 crew in ACC, Kostovic is a straight up juggernaut. Can't say enough good things about this race for him. He's got this back marker that he needs to clear quickly. It looks like both him and Blanton are going to get around fast.
Yeah, so the McLaren slid in almost immediately, so wicked clear there.
So 2021 to a 202 what? 3?
202. I've got a 2022 to a 2024.
Okay.
Again,
so,
Kostovic just slightly faster here.
Yeah. And I think this is all down to Blanton being able to apply the pressure and being able to pick the point when he's going to try and make the move. Mm-hmm. And for Kostovic, I know he's had some bad moments with traffic and stuff like that. But that is the thing right now, that getting to traffic and clearing traffic in some of these slow speed corner areas where the Porsche has a bit of an advantage. But hitting the traffic at the right moment so that he can brake, he can create a buffer between him and Blanton is going to be the secret to keeping Blanton out of the draft.
Unfortunately, so far, that hasn't worked out the last couple laps.
That has not worked out the last couple laps. 96 car doing everything they have needed to do today to make this moment happen after that spin in 130R. Kostovich taking advantage of bad luck to put himself in this position to be able to be fighting for a win. I'm curious what he's going to think about switching to those wets. Like, I think at the end of the day, this might have been a race he didn't need to have. I think switching to those wets might have cost him. But the thing I was talking about while you were gone, and I'm going to have to go do the math on this, or maybe talk to Coasty after the race. I'm not sure he would have gotten to the end of the race with just a single pit stop.
Without swapping to the wets?
Well, no, period. Like,
okay.
I think there was enough time on the clock where he was going to have to potentially pit twice. So why not pit for wets when it's in a to your advantage?
True. Yep.
That's going to be something I'm going to have to ask Coasty later. Wow, are these guys fight? These guys are fighting for position. Hepburn backing out of it. And this is exactly what he needs. So Coasty needs to capitalize right now. Except for, unfortunately, that put Blanton on the inside line going into Degner 1. But he backs out of it. Again, Blanton doing what he needs to do, not taking an unnecessary risk with 37 minutes left in this race.
I was going to say, he's being very selective about where he looks and how hard he looks at it, right?
Yeah.
Not looking to push or over push. He knows he's got time still. You know, we get down to this last hour. It's what you might call a sprint endurance race, right?
Oh, yeah. Last stint is always a sprint.
Yeah, like all he's got to do is stick close right now. He doesn't have to pass this moment.
The other thing I haven't thought about, too, these guys are racing each other very hard right now. Like, they're leaving nothing on the table. Could we see one of them get nailed with a drive-through penalty in the last moments?
Valid point.
I just saw Cody Blanton's line through Spoon Curve. And to be perfectly honest, I've seen a couple times Coasty's exits out of Spoon Curve ain't been that great. So I'm kind of curious, could either one of them be sitting on a high warning count? Blanton losing a little bit of pace relative to Coasty out of 130R, which is to be expected, but keeping, again, Coasty inside that half second. Look at that. A hundredth of a second.
Yep, I just saw it pop up.
That is nuts.
Does 185 need to pit again? General Rossi.
185 need to pit again. Let's go take a look. So if I take a look at 185 car. I mean, I'm going to say, I think so. I would need to add their total times up. But they pitted 4 hours and 51 minutes was their, 4 hours and 51 minutes was their last pit stop, I think. Or no, that's when, they exited the pits with 4 hours and 51 minutes in the race already done. So if I count that correctly, I believe that leaves them with an hour and 8 minutes. That still has to happen. So I think they do have to pit again.
Which that's going to allow Andreas Borchers to capture a podium at that point.
Yes. Yeah. I think that is the case. Blanton 4/10 back on the exit of Spoon Curve. This is interesting. He's dropping back a little bit. I wonder if he might be pushing the tires a little too hard, might be losing a little bit of grip. Man. Kostovich and Blanton both need the back markers to get out of the way quickly, which happens.
It looks like that's happening
John
very
Dyke.
quickly, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think...
John Dyke is like, nope, I'm going to nope right out of this.
Yeah, I don't want... excuse me, I don't want anything to do with it. But I also wonder if someone like Eric here has not gone into the various voice channels for these teams and said, hey, if you see these guys coming, move. Because we got a hot dog race here at the end. You know what I mean?
I mean, here's the thing. If Eric does that sort of thing, that's his call to make. But I personally would not do it because, again, I think if I remember correctly, the rules for blue flags in this series are they're compulsory. And
they are, but still, when you, I mean, I get what you're saying. I guess my point is if you have a real drag out, knockdown race in the last hour of an endurance.
Yeah.
I'm going to want to remind drivers, hey, look, this is a really hard push, and these guys are really flying. Just a reminder, get out of the way.
I mean, again,
car off the circuit right there.
The thing that would be, I think, tough for me in that instance is that, like, does Cody Blanton want a back marker to be the reason why he could potentially win this race? Absolutely not. He probably wants a fight. He wants to pass Coasty on pace and skill. He wants it to be an even battle. But in racing, sometimes that happens.
Yep. No, 100%.
It could very like the thing is that if a back marker causes Kostovich to lose the lead of this race, is Blanton going to stop? No. If the tables were turned and the same thing happened, would Coasty stop? No.
Yeah.
Like, again, bad luck is something that happens to everybody. If Coasty is going to win this race, he is going to win this race as a bare knuckle fist fight with Blanton, and he is going to make that Ferrari 488 the widest Italian automobile ever invented. That's just the way it's going to be. Yeah. The thing I'm noticing right now is I'm noticing that Blanton's dropping off a little bit in terms of pace relative to Coasty. They were fighting hard for a long period of time through traffic. Are the tires toast?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be something that's going to be interesting that we're going to have to wait and find out. Because
you look on stream right now. I mean, I've brought the times up, and Kostovich 0.2 faster on the last lap than Blanton.
Yeah.
So that's saying something right there, right? And those 0.2 all made up in sector 1. It looks like, for the most part.
Yeah. I think the thing that is kind of like, again, this battle that we are seeing, and that exit out of Degner 2 just cost Coasty a chunk of time. This is not what he needs. He needs to be defensive on the hairpin. He overcooked it.
Whoa. Blanton off track right there. There was contact. Let's back it up real quick. We're going to go back 30 full seconds. Let's put focus on Blanton and see what happened here.
I'm thinking that Coasty was offline and in the marbles when he, or maybe broke a little too late. See, he has this bad exit out of Degner 2.
Yep.
And that is what sets this whole series of events in motion.
And a ding right there. Blanton ends up whacking him.
Oh, wow. Okay. So
coming into the hairpin, I think, was not ready for Kostovich to the bulk when he did. Now the gap opened up to about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So good on Blanton to get back on track and get moving again.
So that right there is unfortunate. I'm thinking Coasty braking early on the inside line because he didn't want to outbrake himself. When I saw it, so for the folks at home, like, I was watching from Kostovich's point of view, watching the relative from his perspective to kind of get an understanding of how the lead car is engaging with blue flag traffic. When I saw him shoot off the track, I thought Coasty outbroke himself. I didn't realize that he had rear contact that had led him to shoot off the track like that. I'm thinking if Coasty's on the inside line, he's probably braking a little bit early, not wanting to outbrake himself, force Blanton on the outside line. I think if I'm Blanton, if I'm seeing Coasty go defensive, I'm sticking to the outside line because that type of being conservative has benefited him in the last bit of this race.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit of a mental lapse. I don't know. I mean, people make mistakes all the time, but these two have been pushing each other to the absolute limits, and it was bound to happen that somebody was going to miscalculate something. But we're just going to have to wait and see because Blanton is catching Kostovich. It is starting to happen again. So Blanton is going to have a little bit of front end damage. Kostovich is going to have a little bit of rear end damage. I wonder if it's going to impact the rear diffuser, any on the Ferrari or the front splitter on the Porsche. Going to have to wait and see. The gap's now down. I mean, he's made up a half second on Coasty just in this lap alone.
So far, but taking a look back, Danilo Rossi, Andreas Borcher's closing that gap right now, looking for that podium. What a wild ride it has been today. Blanton continues to close that gap. Car number 101 pulling the stop go.
Yeah, so we got people that are serving final pit stops probably because they were either off cycle or extended into the race. Molnar getting a stop go 30. That's probably on pit entry for pit speed infraction. Bland a 2 minute .955. Coasty a 201.630. So Blanton definitely has an advantage in terms of pace right now. Coasty struggling a little bit in first curve with the rear end of the Ferrari. I wonder if any of the rear damage is having an impact there. I'd be very interested to find out how many seconds of damage both cars are dealing with. Just to get an idea, kind of like on using numbers, like how much damage do you have, kind of thing. Looking through the field, Provolone on David Funk for P12, and that's pretty close right now. Within a second, those two. Borchers within a half second of the 185 car, so Borchers might not even need a pit stop to get it done. He might just pass Rossi on pace alone.
Watching it right now, Rossi doing his best to defend here.
What a race!
It's been there's been fights.
What
this
a
whole,
race!
This whole race.
Dude, I'm exhausted.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like my brain is like cooked.
Yep.
I can't.
Baked. Get off here and go to bed.
Yeah. I mean, like I can feel like my face is like warm.
Mm-hmm.
It is really crazy. I'm gonna have to take a breath here.
It has been wall-to-wall action the whole time.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. It's that, and that's why I love these endurance races, because this is typically what happens. You have the lulls, right? We have lulls where cars are spread out, but then the pit stops and the strategies, and especially today, the weather brings everybody back together at some point, right? And so you're able to find this action through an entire 6 hours. This is just fantastic.
Yeah, it is. This is wild. So 1.1 second between Blanton and Kostovich. We got 1 second between Provolone and Funk. We got a half second between Borchers and Rossi. We got exclamation charity in the chat. We got the extra life stuff, man. Like that has been great. You guys have made what? $150
just today.
Today,
yeah.
Towards charity. Like that's massive.
From some great people. Thank you for that. Including Black Death.
Yeah, the Black Death himself.
The Black Death himself.
Wow.
Andreas Borcher is just looking for every opportunity, closing this gap down. Not quite able to find the right spot to get around Danilo Rossi. But if Rossi needs to take another pit stop, then really it's a moot point.
Yeah. It is it's definitely time for Rossi to make that Aston Martin the widest vehicle that he possibly can.
But what good does it do him, too? He's got to go into the pits. He's got to go into the pits. I'm not saying not to fight. I'm just saying if he still has to make a pit stop.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for him, it's all about making Borchers lose time. Because, like, let's think about it like this. Let's say he just let Borchers go the moment that he was a half second away. And then let's say he runs the rest of his stint because that was his plan. And by the end of that stint, Borchers is 15 seconds up the road. If he can hold Borchers for the remainder of his stint so that he's not 15 seconds up the road when he comes out of the pits, that's 15 less seconds he needs to go chase him down.
True.
So, like, if I'm depending on what the strategy is for the 185 car, like, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to keep Borchers at bay. Like, he's doing everything he needs to do. This is an equivalent of what we saw with, like, Debon and Kostovich. Debon could have just totally let Kostovich go.
Yeah.
If he did that, Blanton's not 0.4 of a second behind him, like he is now.
Well, right now, I was going to say, we're getting down to that. Blanton has now closed that gap up pretty well.
Yeah.
Black Death in there for Team Ferrari today, wanting to see Kostovich pull it off. Last lap, a 2:01.9 for Kostovich and a 2:01.2 for Blanton. Across 18 laps, 2:02.4 an average for Kostovich, 2:02.3 for Blanton. So really, Blanton not running as fast, and now we're side by side. It is on like Donkey Kong. And Cody Blanton pulls ahead for a second, but goes deep into the hairpin. Kostovich holding on.
He had to. But see, the thing is that these sorts of battles in the slow speed corners work to Blanton's favor because of the exit speed and acceleration of the Porsche. Like, the Ferrari has the top end on the Porsche, no question. But if he can stay in the draft, it doesn't matter what the Ferrari's top end is. And in the low speed corner, the acceleration, if he can get in front of Coasty, if he can get a car length, or not a car length, if he can get ahead of Coasty enough to cut his line off, ball game. Like, so it is down to these two guys racing each other like they've never raced each other before. It's wild. This whole series has been wild to watch. And Kostovich out of Casio Triangle, still in front of Cody Blanton. This is exactly what he needs to do.
Andreas Borchers takes up P3 from Danilo Rossi. These guys are fighting back here. Rossi taking it back. Let's get back up to our race leaders.
Going into first curve now. Double waved yellows in sector 1. Car on track.
Oh, Lord.
101.
Wow.
Wow. And Blanton's on the inside. He's got it.
Blanton had it.
Now what Kostovich needs to do now, like, do not let this moment, like, let you drop back. Keep Blanton in reach. The same sort of thing could happen to him. That is an unfortunate set of circumstances, but again, that kind of crap happens in racing all the time.
Every day.
But got to keep Blanton in touch. Got to let the traffic do the work. Because again, straight line speed, if he can stay in the draft of Blanton, he can neutralize the fact that Blanton's got pace on him.
Unfortunately, that gap already opening up, but Rossi and Borchers coming back together. Number 185 and number 5, respectively.
Blanton almost up to a second now going into Spoon Curve. And Blanton needs to clear the traffic now. He cannot let this traffic slow him down. He cannot make the silly move in the high speed corner. He's got to make it happen. He's got to make it happen in the low speed corners or on the straightaway. Look at that. Just a little bit of traffic and Kostovich creeps a little bit closer. It's exactly what Blanton does not need. So we got the 25 of Artem in front of Blanton now, about a 1 second gap coming across the line. We got a 2:02.6 and a 2:03.8. Majority of both the times lost there was probably in sector 1 when they had that side spun AMG 25 car, trying to give him space. What's up, Chris PK? Have not seen that face in chat in a while. Hope you're doing well, sir. Our boy Kostovich is keeping it within within 1.5 seconds to Blanton, exactly what he needs to be doing. 19 minutes, 30-ish seconds left in this race. What do you think of the race so far, Olsen?
This has been exciting. This has been 100% exciting, especially this last hour and a half, right? Seeing what was coming together, seeing how things were going to play out. I think the weather was fantastic. I think it really threw a wrench into things, and not in a bad way from my perspective. It was one of those things of, it was fun to watch the strategy behind it, right? We talked to Provolone in the chat about that. We tried to see where things went. Did Kostovich cost himself the race because he went in for wets during that last little rain shower, right? I mean, because he wouldn't have caught up then, and you know, because he had a 5-second advantage, he wouldn't have caught up, and we got contact there, and Andreas Borchers gets spun by Danilo Rossi. Both drivers now hung up with back markers. Rossi slowing down.
Contact.
Well, at least Rossi slowing down, giving Borchers the opportunity.
Now, here's the thing.
Borchers going to take up that position.
Blanton is in the background of this gaggle. So Blanton is looking at this like, no, absolutely not, please.
And yeah, you're right. They're just coming through T1 now, going to catch up to this group of drivers.
To answer Chris PK's question in chat, believe it or not, Chris, Shane's racing with somebody. He's got Kyle Hampshire in the Trackilicious Enduro A M4. I believe is on track in P6 right now. So, good on them. So this traffic is, man, I wish you could see the track map right now. Cody Blanton and Kostovich are coming up to an absolute traffic jam. It is.
I see that.
The last thing that Blanton wants right now. Because Blanton in clear air, forget about it. Like the tables have turned now. Like traffic, well, the tables haven't turned. It was always this way.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ghosty was able to take advantage of traffic when it was favorable. Unfortunately for him, most of the time it wasn't. But the situation with traffic for Blanton, like he can't have traffic in his way.
And right now, looking at Oscar Boada Alvarez, John Tracy closing up and maybe looking to get himself back into the top 10 to finish this race.
Yeah. Borchers pulling about a 2-second gap on Rossi, by the way, now.
You see that John Tracy able to clear him. And Oscar taking it right back. Tracy taking the runoff. Still about a 1.8 second gap between Blanton and Kostovich. 16 minutes now left to go.
I think regardless of how this race turns out, man, Blanton, Kostovich, Eric DeBon, what an exciting race, man.
Absolutely.
What an absolute banger of a race. Yeah.
No, this has been an absolute blast today, and one that'll go down. I'm sure is going to be talked about quite a bit over the next couple of days in all of our various Discords, as whether there's a little bit of argument, which I'm sure that always happens, right? Just a little. You guys can argue a little. Don't get too hyper about it, but there's conversations to be had. Or whether it's folks that have watched here or watched live or watched it after the fact on YouTube that are just going to be amazed at what we saw here today with the strategy that played out, how the weather impacted things, how traffic impacted things. This is why we do it, right?
Yeah. The thing that I want to highlight here is Kostovich is a little more than a tenth slower than Blanton right now. With traffic being what it is, and with 14 minutes left in this race, there is still opportunity for this race to come together for these guys, just the same way it is for Borchers and Rossi. Although Rossi's got Yannick Plius right now in the 202 Mission Spino Porsche, facing him down. So we got some really awesome action. This battle that you're watching with Alvarez and Tracy, that's amazing stuff. Like, just amazing racing all around. What a show.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been, again, it was hard at times to keep up. We have another battle. Jose Guzman right now getting ahead of Ricardo Sepien.
I'm gonna take a break from talking for a minute. I want to go do some math.
Not a problem, sir. We're gonna keep focused right here on Alvarez and Tracy while we keep eyes up front. Now, the battle between Blanton and Kostovic, about 2.3 second gap up there. Is John Tracy able to pull ahead now? Get himself into the top 10 to finish this race. If he can hold on to it and keep Alvarez at bay, no one else around him. Rossi's still dealing with Yannick Plus for P4.
I mean, it's close. It's just so close with whether or not Kostovic would have had to have pitted a second time.
Really?
Pitted that second time anyway. So with the amount of time that he had left when he came out on the stint before he switched to the wets. So his last his fifth stint. He came out with 3 hours and 53 minutes and change on the clock.
Okay.
Which gives me approximately, if I'm just rounding, about somewhere between 63 and 64 minutes per stint to take the one stint. Wow, car's off track.
Yeah, let's back up there real quick.
That's
Do we have contact? I didn't see a push from Tracy. John Tracy.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. But Tracy able to hold on to P10 through all that. Cody Blanton now running away with it with a 4-second gap back to Kostovic.
Yeah, 64 minutes would have been what he would have had to split between the two stints, somewhere in there. And then when you think about where the leader is relative to when the clock runs out, like, that's tough. That's really tough.
Yeah,
we're talking about
that choice.
We're talking about a minute, maybe more, of like space. It could have been that if he'd had extended the second stint to 29 laps or the third stint to 21 laps, he wouldn't have needed to do that. But, you know, ifs and buts, right? I still am super proud of Coasty in this race. He's not out of it. 3.4 seconds is not far enough ahead for Cody Blanton, especially with him running into this traffic. There's still 10 minutes left. He's just got to keep his nose to the grindstone. He's in this position because of his consistency. He could very well make a play for this because of that same consistency. So
now this has been a fantastic race for both these drivers, and let's throw up real quick just to see Check those position deltas again real quick. Blanton up 1. Kostovich can't complain today if he lands in second. If this is where, you know, if we snapshot it right now and say this is where it ends in 9.5 minutes, Kostovich up 2 spots today, able to get ahead of Borchers and team. Rossi up 6, sitting in 4th. That number 185 car having a great race today. But let's take a look at the number 546, currently being helmed by Kyle Hampshire, up 24 spots on today's race. Rossi and Plus coming together here at the end has really allowed Borchers to run away with P3.
Fastest lap for car 666 with a 59.982.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Like again, Ghostie's trying to clear this traffic. Blanton is just being able to take advantage of the clear air now in front of him, extends the gap to 4 seconds. Looking through the deltas right now, Cleus and Rossi are pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
What a race, man. I'm so tired.
I know. I'm exhausted, dude. But I gotta say, right now, I'm gonna say it, the driver, or I should say the team of the day, has got to be Shane Rees, Kyle Hampshire. These guys pick up 24 spots here before, you know, again, you know, we can see what's going to happen here at the end, but currently sitting in 6th, no one around him. Tobias Gable 78 seconds back. These guys are more than likely going to hold on to P6 to go up 24 spots, and not only that, but to do so quietly. We didn't see them in incidents. We didn't see them getting wrapped up in anything. All of that, right? Pretty impressive. As impressive as our battle up front was between Blanton and Kostovich, as impressive as Kostovich is driving this whole thing by himself, when you can pick up 24 spots and hold it, well, you fancy, I gotta say. Right now, our race here in the last 7 minutes is between Danilo Rossi and Yannick Plus. Jake Bucknam and Robert Hepburn coming together back there for P17.
Yeah, that's a pretty tight race. I've been watching that one too. Hepner had to back out of it a little bit on the exit of Casio Triangle there. It's going to compromise the straight line speed down. Start-finish straight. It's going to give Bucknam a little bit of breathing room. I believe that is Bucknam in the Motors Emporium. Howdy, I believe.
Rossi continues his hold on to P4 over Yannick Plus in the 202. Now I want to say that 666 fastest lap from Christoph Molnar is the only 159 we've had today, and Danilo Rossi heads into the pits.
Yep.
Drive-through. I gotta believe this is a drive-through. So Yannick Plus able to take up P4 now.
It could have been let me look. I don't see any notice about a drive-through penalty being awarded to somebody. So I think that is purely down to stint timer, and if the 185 was smart, they fueled up enough for 6 more minutes so that they could just drive through the pits.
That was a straight up drive-through. They literally just drove through. They're out. They're back out.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. So if you drive through the pit lane,
okay,
without a penalty, you can reset the stint timer.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
So if they got 6 or 7 minutes worth of fuel left in the car,
yeah,
that was the best play that they could have pulled. He probably basically just raced till the point where he tried to to try and get the
Whoa! Both cars off track. Let's back that up real quick. Because I was glancing at something else. Contact coming into the chicane.
Hepburn in 690. It resets on, it stops on entry. It's supposed to reset on exit. And it doesn't work that way if you have to serve a penalty. So it wasn't a drive-through penalty, because if it had been a drive-through penalty and he was dealing with stint timer problem, he would have been in an even worse situation, because it only pauses the timer while he's in the pit lane. Yeah.
And we lost a driver and gained a driver. I cannot tell who got, looks like John Tracy got disconnected right here at the end.
That is unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. He was in the top 10, now coming back into P14. So now Jake Bucknam in the 690 is going to have to deal with Ryan Reed running out to the end of this race. Just under 4 minutes left to go. Tristan Jonendijk and Brandon Draws both in the pits here for the end of the race. And Ian in the chat saying that Rossi just pulled a stop-go 30.
Oh, he served the Joker lap and then pulled a stop-go 30. That is really unfortunate, man.
So now Jake Bucknam, Ryan Reed still fighting.
Yeah.
We come to the end of the race here.
Tracy's in the pits as well.
Yeah, I think they got dropped and came back in, so I don't even know if... I mean, I would hope he would head back out on track, but I don't know if he's going to or not.
The problem is he's going to have lock controls.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
On rejoining, so he's probably going to have to sit still for a minute and then, hopefully not lose too many positions relative to P15. Because P15's in front of him, so he's lapped P15 at least once. But P15 is now on his lap. So hopefully he can get the car moving and stay inside the top 15. Oh, it looked like he might have just disconnected again.
Yep, we lost him. That is too bad.
Yeah.
So close to the end of the race, but Ryan Reed, Jake Bucknam, and now Robert Hepburn joining in here at the end. A battle for P16, all drivers within about 4/10 of each other. A little bit of contact there with Bucknam. As John Tracy rejoins.
Blanton's got at least another lap to the end of this race.
Robert Hepburn able to get into P17 over Bucknam.
Or, excuse me, at least 2 laps, because I think he crossed with enough time where he's going to have to take one more lap and then the final lap. And he's got nothing but clear air, so if he can just manage the pace here, like, he's on easy street.
Kostovich now about 6 seconds back.
Yep. 666 gets nailed for a drive-through with less than 2 minutes.
So that number 666 car, we talked earlier today. Let's talk about who struggled a little bit. That 666 car, I'm showing 7 drive-through penalties and 2 stop-go 30s.
Yeah, it's not losing time in the pits is critical to being successful at endurance racing. It's just
skosh, right?
That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
The number 614 car. Oh, here we go. The number 34 car, 4 drive-throughs, 1 stop-go 20, and 3 stop-go 30s.
Yeah.
The number 614 car today, 4 drive-through penalties. 7 drive-throughs and 2 stop-go 30s. Like, at what point do you just stop maybe pushing quite so hard?
I mean, it could be down to,
I guess inexperience, but
it could be down to just like a bad setup in the car. Like, I mean, it's just one of those things where, you get to a phase where you're just dealing with the cards you've been dealt. Plus trying to use your experience and skill to try and minimize track cuts as much as possible.
On Tracy coming
looks
back
like
out on track.
343 is able to get back out on track.
Yep. Coming back out now. Speaking of 343, 5 drive-throughs and 2 stop-go 30s today. Can there be an award for the most? There you have it. Cody Blant and Eric DeBon are your winners at the 6 Hours of Suzuka today. Coming across the line, throwing it down into T1 in that Porsche. Joseph Kostovich, a single driver for the entire 6 hours, is number 2. Number 3, Andreas Borchers and team. Yannick Plus comes in at number 4. And Danilo Rossi, as we wait for this to happen, unless Kyle Hampshire can close a 6-second gap, Danilo Rossi will finish out your top 5.
That is stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lane for car 34. The thing about this race, man, it has been apologies to the people that are watching. Like, if you're expecting anything intelligent out of me at this point, if you're expecting anything intelligent out of me, you were probably sort of disappointed. But
yeah, I would agree. I mean, not for you, but for myself.
But my brain is straight up cooked. Like, I don't know what to think. I can't really process what I've seen just yet. It's probably going to take me an hour or two just to like mentally move my head through it all. But man, that was wild. Love the Christmas hat, by the way.
Thank you. I had to order this online, dude, and it's like 5 feet long. Check this out. Oh, best Santa hat I've ever had. The absolute most fantastic.
Do you just like use the end of it to just like whack people?
I do. Whack the cat if I wanted to. No, it just tends to hang down at my side. Eric, I would love to, dude, but as Phil said, I am baked, dude. I've got to go eat dinner with my family, so I will not be able to do that today.
I can go talk to him. It's up to you, but at the same time, yeah, my brain is cooked. To be perfectly honest, I don't even know what I would ask.
Same thing. I just want to jump in here quick. Danilo Rossi is your P5. Kyle Hampshire P6. Tobias Gable finishes out P7 in today's race. Great run for him. Alexander Rumensev finishes in the 696 car in number 8. Christopher Flores in the 182 number 9, and Oscar Boada Alvarez in the number 44. That team finishes out number 10. Folks, I want to thank, first of all, Phil Milwee, Mr. Whelp Cakes. Thank you so much for joining me today. Now, look, I'm going to ask you this question real quick. Can people expect to hear more from you at the Box3 Twitch channel come the new year?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And be hanging around with you and looking forward to the next season.
We do. We got some work to do. I want to put some things together that are going to make our lives easier and make everybody's enjoyment of the races much more fun. I think you and I can come together and do that. But folks, thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you to the folks who donated to Extra Life today, because that's really, I probably didn't talk about it enough during the race because we're so focused on the action, but it was great to get some more donations. We're well up over $500 at this point. If there are any more streams before the end of the year, please come in, and if you can donate, jump on it at Extra Life for Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the U.S. and Canada. Mr. Milwee, you got anything else for the people today?
What a race.
What a race. Yeah,
everybody's going to need to go take a shower after that one. So I think I'm probably going to go do the same thing. But that was wild. That was such
100%.
A good race. This has been such a good series. Big thanks to you guys at Box3. Big thanks to Eric and the team at Trackilicious. It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, Eric, big ups to you for setting this up and working it out today. Again, thank you, everybody. We're going to close it out. Everybody have yourselves, if we don't talk at you, have yourselves a wonderful holiday season, a very happy new year. And you can expect to find more right here at Box3. And don't forget, head over to Trackilicious and 949. Go check those guys out too. We're back in January for the next part of this endurance series, so be sure and come back for that. Thank y'all.